why you want me, baby. Did me like you please, but after 10 long years, my heart began to get easy. That's alright. Whoa, that's alright. It's alright the way you're doing me, baby. You'll be sorry one day. Well, whenever there was trouble, I was always around. But when you got on your feet, you know you put me down. That's alright. Whoa, that's alright. It's alright the way you're doing me, baby. You'll be sorry one day.
Tampa City Council now come to order. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, citizens of Tampa. We'll have the invocation by Mr. Citro.
Mr. Chair, I thank you very much. It is an honor and pleasure to introduce Alexander Padilla II. He is a native of Spring Hill, a graduate of UCF. He continued his priestly formation at St. John Vianney Seminary, the Pontifical North American College, and studied canon law at the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas in Rome, and at the Catholic University of America. He has been the victor of Christ the King Parish in Tampa since 2020. In July, he will serve as a professor of canon law at St. Vincent de Paul Regional Seminary in Boynton Beach. Father, it is very nice to have you here. If you could please lead us in the invocation. If everyone could please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Father?
Thank you so much for that introduction. Also, happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's begin. And by the way, since I'm a Catholic priest, I'll begin with in the sign of the cross. Obviously, if you're not Catholic, I mean no offense. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, we thank you so much for this opportunity to gather together in person to discuss and deliberate city affairs here in this council chamber. Lord, I ask you to bless these conversations, these deliberations. I ask you to guide the discussion for the best interest of the people of Tampa and of this area. In a special way, Lord, I ask you to be present in this room. I ask you to be present with all of those who are here. And in a special way, I ask you to bless them and their family. Lord, let the council people know that you are always with them and that you will always love them. Be with them wherever they may be, in this chamber and outside of it, and always draw them closer to your heart and to your love. I ask your blessing upon all of them and their families, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, thank you very much for that wonderful invocation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call, please.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Here. Dingfelder. Citro.
Here.
Vieira. Here. Miranda.
Here.
And Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my comments prior to the meeting. Again, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Today is Thursday, June 17th, 2021. We're here at City Hall during the COVID-19 state of emergency, and today's meeting is being conducted live with an in-person quorum present of the City Council in chambers. However, in response to the COVID-19 restrictions, members of the public are encouraged to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. Today's meeting is held in accordance with the emergency rules of procedure as adopted by resolution number 2020-225 and as amended by resolution number 2020-490 and resolution number 2021-241. The public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch this meeting today on cable TV, Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream, one word. Now, there are multiple ways that the public can communicate with City Council. Those are available for viewing the instructions, that is, at tampa.gov/city council, one word. Now, with regard to land use and alcoholic beverage public hearings that may be on for public hearing today, pre-registration is required because video is required, and a cell phone is not sufficient to be able to have that video on our platform. So that required your pre-registering. Now, if you didn't pre-register, you can participate here in person at Old City Hall using communications media technology that's available on the second floor here at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard. And please note that the use of masks and social distancing inside the building are encouraged. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, let's get to the, some house cleaning with the approval of the agenda. Let's go through the agenda, sir, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. You have before you, council, the agenda and the addendum. If you look at the agenda, are there any changes or substitutions that council's requesting, perhaps particular to the consent docket? Is there anything the council wishes to have pulled from the consent docket for discussion? Besides, I believe there's one request that was made, frankly, by me on item 61 to have a separate vote and under staff reports, because that is adding a new meeting to council's calendar. But other than that, if there are no requests for the consent docket, then I'm going to ask, with regard to staff reports, are there any staff reports that council can be released from so they don't have to appear in person?
Mr. Shelby, let's go through items. That way no staff, no councilman will miss it. Anybody on 70 needs to appear.
That is there has been a memo associated with that. Is there any desire to have council present, staff present for number 70?
Mr. Chair, I will have just a couple brief questions for
That's
Ms.
fine,
Wynn.
sir. That's fine.
Okay.
71. Mr. Dingfellow just
71 is
arrived, Lord Deputy Clerk. Mr. Dingfellow, we're going through the agenda right now, so I'll give you time to pull your notes out to see if you want to pull up anything in reference to staff reports.
I still had some questions. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. I still had some questions in regard to item 44. So if we could, 44. I was hoping they got resolved yesterday, but they didn't.
44.
Are you
All right.
requesting, Mr. Dingfelder, that to be pulled and have staff present for discussion?
Yes, please.
44 opportunity zones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All
I
right,
believe you're up to
we're
number
on
7.
70, sir. Ms. Citro said he'd like them to be present. 71.
A memo for Mr. Wilfall. Does anybody need any staff present for that item? Or should that be just a receive and file? I see no response.
72 and 73 go together, gentlemen.
That is a resolutions regarding estimated amounts over the threshold that put it onto staff reports. Is there anybody from City Council, any council member who wishes to have staff present to address those? Or may they be released so council would just move the resolution? I see no response, Mr. Chairman.
74, I believe they're going to ask for a continuance. So I see it for October 28th.
Okay, we could take that continuance up on 74, unless council wants to do it now and take it off the agenda.
I'll move that 74 to the 28th of October.
Mr. Dingfellow has made a motion. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I have changed my mind about item number 70. I do not need staff present. Thank you.
Let's make a motion to move that item, sir.
Well, no, actually, you it could just be received and filed, but you can take
Receive
it,
and file, please.
just to receive and file?
Proceeding file, Mr. Citro, Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
So that's taken
Thank you,
care of
Mr.
on the
Chair.
agenda, thank you. I believe item number 75 is what we're up to, and I believe there was a request there of staff regarding, I don't know if there was a date, I'm sorry, I don't know if there was a date attached to that. Madam Clerk, are you aware?
There was a request on that memorandum from Ms. Grimes for a
Continues, correct?
continuance. I
Yes.
don't remember the date.
It referenced it on the addendum for July 15th.
July 15th.
That's where I saw it.
That good for the calendar, Ms. Lucas?
Could we do that one in August, if it's okay? I don't think there's
Is
anything.
Ms. Grimes on monitor?
They're asking for July
City
15th, but
Attorney Office
but I
on the
believe
monitor?
Mr. Dingfelder is suggesting perhaps August instead of July 15th.
Yeah, the next one, the next regular meeting, the first regular meeting in August, I'm sure Ms. Grimes has no problem with that.
The next regular one is August 5th.
Is what date, I'm sorry?
August 5th.
Any-
August 5th, okay, Ms. Grimes?
Yes, that's fine.
Second to Mr. Dingfelder's motion.
Dingfelder's motion, Mr. Randall, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried, August 5th.
Thank you. Then you have Chief Tripp on number 76, Mr. Chairman. That's a report as well. What's council's pleasure on, what is council's pleasure on that?
I did have some questions on that. I think we talked to Chief of Staff. I don't know if he got with Chief Tripp about that as yet. Okay.
The question is, Mr. Chairman, did you want to take that up under staff reports? Then, and to be able to, I believe, discuss it with the chief?
Yeah, I was gonna ask for a continuance, but in reference to that item, but we'll leave it for now.
Well, let me ask you this. If the chief is here and it's the ultimate goal to have the continuance, if that matter is resolved, then the
Chief?
chief can be, get back to what the chief needs to get back to.
Good morning, Barbara Tripp, Interim Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue.
Reason I asked for a continuance, I did speak to the Chief of Staff in reference to that, our agenda review. I know this council, and I didn't want to belabor this council with a bunch of questions today that you still can't really answer yet because you're still working on this project.
Yes,
So I
sir.
would rather it be continued till we have some conclusive information on where we're going to go on this item. So that's why I wanted a continuance on this item.
Yes, sir.
Is that, are you amenable to that?
Yes, I would like to continue. Once again, just since I've only been in here 6 months, I'm getting additional information to make sure we make the correct decisions for the community.
Gentlemen, you good with it? Anybody good that to make a motion for me in reference to
I
this?
would like to make the motion for you. What date are you comfortable with, Chief? August 2nd?
That sounds good.
Is
And
that
if not, I'll
fine?
come back with
Is
some
that,
more
is,
additional
I don't want to
information.
keep continuing on the road, so let me,
Yeah,
give me some time.
Let's go with the fiscal year. Can we go with October 1?
The next regular meeting in October, the first regular meeting in October, I believe is October 7th. Is that matter
All right,
correct,
you
Madam
should have,
Clerk?
you should have
That
the
is
budget, you
correct.
should have the budget situated, you should be able to get some answers by then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that right,
Okay.
Chief? All right.
Move to continue to August 7th, October 7th.
Moved by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So item 76 then is done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chairman, again, with regard to the addendum, you've taken care of item number 75. Number 64, it is a request from the chair that that agenda item, number 64 for second reading, be heard after 9:30 and heard after ceremonial activities and/or presentations and public comments on that.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Carlson has a couple of conflicts, Mr. Shelby, my understanding?
Yes, we could take them up when we do the conflicts, when we do the consent agenda. He would have to announce that, and he can do that then.
All right, motion to approve the addendum and the
So
agenda.
moved. Second.
Mr. Miranda has approved. I think it was Mr. Dingfelder, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We're open for business, gentlemen. Item number 1, ceremonials.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We're here to give a Tampa City Council commendation to a very special City of Tampa employee, Mrs. Tiffany Klein. I have her biography here, and I could go through it and talk about all of her wonderful achievements, and they're all just magnificent achievements. But I'll just go over very briefly. She's a board-certified occupational nurse, health nurse with more than 18 years of experience in occupational medicine, and she specializes in the health and safety of first responders, something that is very, very special and unique to Tiffany because of the fact that her father, Captain Robert Barnett, served for so many years with Tampa Fire Rescue. Well, about 1 year ago, Tiffany's role with the city of Tampa, which was so pivotal in terms of taking care of the health and safety and welfare of Tampa Fire and then moving forward to Tampa Police Department, was radically transformed. About a year ago, when we first started dealing with the effects of the COVID crisis, which would take the lives of about 600,000 of our fellow Americans, people like Tiffany Klein and the people that she works for are first responders, and the people that she works with, her fellow medical specialists and professionals, saw their professional and their personal lives radically changed overnight. Suddenly, they became folks on the front line of the war against COVID. And I think it's safe to say that we probably all had conversations with Tiffany. In fact, it was funny yesterday when I mentioned something. I think I was talking with Brandon on the phone about giving a commendation and I started describing it, and my son said, "Oh, is that to Tiffany, the nurse? Because she knows you, because I called her so many times for COVID tests, because I'm a little OCD." So there you go. So, and Tiffany was always there for me, just like she was always there for everybody. But Tiffany has had so many different commendations and awards, etc. But I think that when you get down to the heart of it, we just heard from a Catholic priest this morning. When I think about the work, and I don't even know if Tiffany and her family are religious at all, but for me, there are certain vocations, right? First responders are one of them, police officers, firefighters, that whether you're religious or not, they're a ministry. They can be a secular ministry, they can be a religious ministry. I think that being in the medical field, as a nurse in particular, whether LPN, RN, whatever it may be, is also a ministry. And Tiffany's life really showed that. All of us, I think, contacted Tiffany during times of anxiety. So many City of Tampa employees contacted her out of times of anxiety, and she was there to comfort us. She was there to help a lot of people mourn as well, people who sustained tremendous hits in life. Take a look at a lot of the virtues espoused in the Sermon on the Mount. She was there to carry them all out in her professional role. So Tampa City Council is here to give our dear friend, Tiffany Klein, a Tampa City Council commendation. She is also here with Matthew, her husband, Sarah and Rindy, her daughters, and of course Captain Robert Barnett. And we have a whole room. Well, in fact, if you're here for Tiffany, please stand up. Joe Greco raised his hand. Please stand up. We have a whole room here. And I know that Chief John Bennett, I'm sure I see Chief Dugan, if you want to say anything. Interim Chief Tripp, if y'all want to say anything, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, because Chief. I defer to Chief Tripp first. Go ahead, and then we'll.
It's so nice to have the room filled for a change, so thank you for coming.
Yeah, so on behalf of me and as far as Tampa Fire Rescue, of course, we want to thank you for everything you and your staff has done, especially over the years, but especially over the last year. Your staff and you have done a tremendous job taking care of the men and women that's on the front line, police, fire, and we greatly appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it very much.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, public. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Just a quick few thank yous and recognitions. First, I want to thank Councilman Vera for the accommodation and Council supporting that unanimously. Well-deserved for you and your family, and of course, all of the public safety officials and general employees. But I can tell from the mayor, we want to thank Chief Tripp for allowing us to consult with Tiffany during this global pandemic that affected our community so greatly, and the 4,667 belly buttons that are employed by the city of Tampa and their dependents who rely on our healthcare system for consulting and direction through that pandemic, and the ability to return to work, the workplace, much faster than a lot of our other local governments because of all this tender care. And then I also want to thank, not only Tiffany's group in occupational health, but Kelly Austin's group, because Tiffany was a great consultant to Kelly and all her responsibilities in HR, and together as a team, they really did an amazing job getting us where we are today. So thank you, and thank everybody that supports her.
Good morning, Brian Dugan, Chief of Police, Tampa Police Department. Tiffany, thank you to you and your team. I don't think people realize just how important the work that her and her team did, going beyond the first responders. You know, as our people were out there working on the streets and potentially getting exposed to the virus, the anxiety that that created for their families and for them as to whether they're taking that now back home to their families. And so some of the protocols and the things that she taught us really, it's hard to really acknowledge the enormity of the whole thing. And so I really appreciate that, because I think that the anxiety that she helped reduce for the first responders and their families is really what's very important. So I thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Joe, go ahead, Mike. Of course.
Joe Greco, President of Tampa Firefighters Local 754. Tiffany knows how I personally feel about all her efforts, her empathy and her knowledge, and the ability to immediately take over a situation and get assistance to the affected individual and family is second to none. Her staff is incredible, and we thank you.
And now I forgot how this goes because it's been so long, Mr. Chair. Does City Council speak or does... Okay, so we present this wonderful Tampa City Council commendation to Tiffany Klein on behalf of the work that she has done for the City of Tampa, for her wonderful support of our first responders and all of our City of Tampa public servants. Tiffany, it is our pleasure. We are so appreciative for all that you do. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This is a very touching and overwhelming moment. Thank you so much, Councilman Vieira, for inviting me here today. Thank you, and good morning to the Chairman and City Council. I was truly honored when I received the invitation from Councilman Vieira to be here today, but I'm most grateful to have the opportunity to shed a light on those who matter most. First and foremost, my family, whom have been so patient and supportive and who have weathered this pandemic with love and strength. I'm very proud of you. My amazing team, who has served with dedication and compassion. We could not have done anything this past year in 3 months without the incredible leadership within this city. Our mayor, our chief of staff, our fire chief, Barbara Tripp, our chief of police, Brian Dugan, our city council, and all that you do as ambassadors for the community, and leaders in every area of the city. We were but a spoke in a wheel of a much greater effort, with all of the city leaders coming together in each of their areas. Most specifically, I'd like to mention the men and women of Tampa Fire Rescue and Tampa Police Department. You see, they were the boots on the ground. They were the ones on the front lines. They were the firefighters and the officers, and I want them to know that we heard you. The firefighters running call after call in cumbersome PPE, rendering care in unthinkable situations. And for Tampa police officers, we heard you. Most do not realize all of the scope of your profession. We heard you performing CPR on all hours, day and night, of victims of COVID who have succumbed to this virus. Comforting those who lost loved ones. You responded on calls of service when someone was a victim of a violent crime, only later to realize you had been exposed to COVID and you yourself would become ill. You see, I am a proud daughter of a man who served as a firefighter, a paramedic, and a captain for over 30 years with the City of Tampa. And while I was unable as a child to protect and shield him from things that he must experience, we as a team, my team, will continue to do our best to protect and heal our rescuers and our guardians. Last but not least, I need to say that I am my mother's daughter, and my mother is here today, and any thread of goodness that weaves through me is directly as a result of her. Thank you, Mom, and thank you, Council.
Mr. Maniscalco, will you recognize, sir?
I think everything that needs to be said has been said, but I'll say it again. You know, you've been there for all of us at any time of day. We may have spoken at 4 or 5 in the morning, I think, the first time, but you were there, and COVID was something new. We were taking it, minute by minute, hour by hour, but your team was ready, you were responsive, and we appreciate you and thank you.
Ms. Carlson, you're recognized.
I don't think anybody can follow what you just said. Everything you said was incredibly important. Thank you for all the time and effort that you put in and the care, and thank you for inspiring us with your great words.
Mr. Citro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's Tiffany. Our first meeting was a nice one, but I do have to tell you that when you asked me to step behind the tent so someone could violate my nasal passages with a swab wasn't very nice, but it was for a good cause. I would like to give you a new moniker. And as you can see by all the people behind you, Nurse Tiffany, you are the first responder to Tampa's first responders. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dingfelder, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tiffany, I can't tell you how many times I heard your name come out of John Bennett's mouth. it was like Tiffany's working on it. Tiffany's got it covered over and over and over, and that means so much. I'm so thrilled that there's so many great folks here from Tampa Police Department and Tampa Fire and Rescue, because this past year and a half that none of us will ever forget in our entire lifetimes. You guys were instrumental in helping this community get through it, and get through it in a very positive way, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany.
Ms. Wren, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tiffany, thank you very much. 29% of this council had COVID. That means 2 of us. And I can only tell you that in my experience, and I'm sure Chairman Goods feels the same way, you would call us in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. And it was like an angel telling us, did you take your vitamin D3? Did you take your vitamin C? Did you do this? Did you do that? Heck, I thought I was talking to my mother. But my mother was never that nice to me, and I deserved it. But what I'm saying is that thank you, because you didn't have just 2. You had hundreds of people at that time that had the COVID. So I don't know how your family and your husband, if you were home, your body was there, but your mind was working with the other hundreds of people that had the COVID. And I tell you, it was just, I can experience the things that happened when I first walked into the clinic that you sent me to. They thought I was, made me feel like I was something important. And right away, Tiffany sent you, boom, right there. Tampa General, Tiffany sent you, boom, right there. So I don't know what contacts you have, but whatever you run for office, it better not be against one of us 7, because you're going to win. But the attitude and the way you address things is just marvelous. And I want to thank you and your family for allowing you to do what you do. God bless you and your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Vieira, he's real slickster. He beat us to the punch. We'd already planned this, but he beat us to the punch. You know how he does.
That's a politician.
Yeah, he beat us to the punch for this day. But in all seriousness, let me say this, Mr. Miranda, we still kind of share and feel the same type of symptoms because of COVID. I can tell you that I'm grateful for Nurse Tiffany and some friends who kept monitoring me for me to be here today, because I probably wouldn't have been here. I was very, very sick, folks. Very, very sick. And I think every day, my prayers when I get up that I'm here today and to see someone get an award who took care of a lot of sick people. Mr. Moran, you're right. I mean, when I was sick and they said I had to get to a hospital, I called Nurse Tiffany. She told me what had to be done, and I tell you, they were waiting on me. They were waiting on me. And I don't know how that happened, but I tell you, I pulled up there, and they went to work on me because, again, I was very sick. People understand COVID is a very, very strange disease. It affects everybody different. It affects my mother the same way, the same type of symptoms. I have Mr. Rand, a heart fluttering, and it's amazing how people don't believe. But I tell you, when your family members don't see you anymore, people start to believe. But it is real. We thank you for your efforts and your work with the city and the employees. Chief Tripp, thank you for entrusting Nurse Tiffany to get the job done for our 4,000 plus employees. It's tremendous, and Nurse Tiffany, you keep up the good work and you keep up the good fight. We need you. I can't wait till the day that we can, if you heard the council today, everyone's saying chiefship. They're not saying interim chief. So we can't wait till that day that we can be able to confirm and vet your confirmation as a fire chief for the city of Tampa. So we are pushing the mayor to get that moving. We believe you're qualified. You've been doing a hell of a job so far with the fire department. I hear a lot of good things, and of course we see the results. So good luck to you. Again, Nurse Tiffany, I'm going to invite you behind my seat to take a photo at the seal with all the city councilmen. So if you come to the podium, please.
Chairman, in fact, if I look around, COVID must be favorable to bald-headed people.
Hey.
Only 2 of 7 are bald, and those are the 2 that got it.
Mr. Vera, will you join us, please, sir?
You gotta have a little humor in life.
John, you want me to post this in? Thank you. Brendan, can you send me a copy of that, please? Thank you.
It's coming down this week. Down that wall.
Yes. We revolted.
Thank you.
Mr. Dingfelder, can you take the gavel, sir? I need to go to the second floor, please, sir. Second, get down there.
Thank you. Thank you again to everybody for coming and joining us today. Which one is the mom? Is it mom? The mom here? Congratulations, Mom. All right, Councilman Goods, you are recognized.
Thank you, sir. Good morning again, everyone. I have the distinct pleasure of meeting a true community servant, a person who served in our military, a person who's truly, truly driven.
Hug that microphone a little better.
We got it? We got it now?
Yep, thank you.
You know, I'm so grateful this morning to be able to introduce a gentleman who's so career and community oriented, especially in the Woodland Terrace area. He's lived there for quite a long time. I know me and his nephew work together, the police department, Michael Collins. So I know where Michael gets his spirit of goodwill and community spirit and also service. This morning we have the pleasure of meeting Sergeant Melvin Collins. Melvin Collins represents the best of our great nation, a Vietnam veteran who proudly served the country and continues to serve the community. We thank this veteran for his patriotic service to our country and for continuing to serve as a role model within our community as he honors our fallen veterans by placing flags at their final resting place. On behalf of a grateful community, we say thank you, sir. With great admiration and respect, the Tampa City Council is pleased to recognize Sergeant Melvin Collins for his tremendous achievements and a lifetime of service through time, action, and dedication to our country and community on the 17th day of June 21. And again, gentlemen, I've been out a couple of years with Mr. Collins when I first heard about this, and would go out there and place those flags on our fallen. And it's a spirit that you can't get or really know of until you actually do it and feel it and have a visual effect about it and see the dates of when those folks served. And I'm just so glad that Mr. Collins puts on this event every year. for 26 years. And I tell you, and I'm going to ask him one thing before I give him this plaque. As I was at that event, and as I've been serving as city council, these Eagle Scouts that come before us, I asked Mr. Collins, because he had the Boy Scout troops at his event, and I said, well, do we have any Eagle Scouts? I've never seen any at council. And do we have any? He introduced me to two young ladies who run the Boy Scouts, and I believe we have 3 of them. So, Mr. Collins, I'm going to have you come over here, sir. I'm going to give you this, but I'm going to ask a favor of you, sir. I'm going to ask that you reach back out to those folks, and I've been waiting for those 3 names for those Eagle Scouts. I want them to be able to come here and show people that our community has Eagle Scouts as well, and be able to represent you, represent our communities. So I'll give you the podium now. Again, on behalf of Tampa City Council, we thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. In starting this program, moving up in the VFW, I was constantly going to Bay Pines, the largest cemeteries, and I happened to drive by my neighborhood cemetery, and this particular day I only saw 1 flag, and that was my brother-in-law. So I just got out and researched, and I found out at that point in time there were 1,100. So the cemetery owner furnished the first flags. This last month we posted 2,500 flags of our local residents who were militaries. Many of them were killed in action that are here. And for this reason, I don't want us to be forgotten in our home cemeteries. Something that touched my heart. I had a gentleman that came over and visited us one year, and he has 2 neighborhood cemeteries doing the same thing we're doing because of our program. So I want to thank Councilman Reddick for this award, but the gentleman behind me helped me get this done. Thank you. 2 of the Eagle Scouts are in college. There are 1 local. I'll get with his parents and get his name over to you. But thank you all, and God bless America.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant, would you like to introduce the other gentlemen that are with you today?
Yes. Scary Ellison, he was our first commander when we started the program. I'm backed up here. Where are you? Okay. Vernon Wallace, he's the junior vice commander of our post. Randy Burstone, he'd be the income commander. I'll be retiring after this year, but I'll still be active. And I thank these gentlemen for their support on behalf of our organization and all the work we do for the community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And it looks like we have a couple of councilmen who'd like to say a few words. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Chairman Goods, thank you so much for doing this commendation and for your, you're always so thoughtful in the people that you honor in our community, Chairman Goods, and this is certainly no exception. I heard what you all were saying in terms of making sure that we honor those who are no longer with us, who served in uniform. That's something that I know is special to all of us on Tampa City Council, without a doubt. I always encourage people to go and visit our cemeteries, our national cemeteries. We have at Bushnell, just about an hour away, the Florida National Cemetery. Robert Saunders, who's a World War II veteran, NAACP press field secretary for 14 years, among many other folks, is buried there. Just this past week, my son and I, we go every year. We couldn't go in 2020, but we go every year to Arlington National Cemetery to honor our veterans. When he was 7, it was a lot easier than when he was 14, by the way. He's a teenager, but he still does it. God bless him. And I always encourage people to go and honor our veterans. I think that's something that's so important. You go to Arlington, you go to Washington, D.C., you see Ira Hayes is there. Senator John Glenn is there. Medgar Evers, who was a Normandy veteran, is there. So many great Americans. Joe Kennedy Jr., President Kennedy's brother, who was killed in action in World War II, is there, among many, many others. It's just a wonderful American thing to do, and it's a solemn thing to do. So Chairman Goods, thank you so much for your thoughtful leadership, and gentlemen, thank you so much for your service, and we are all appreciative, and we thank you more than we can ever do so. Thank you.
Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Goods, for bringing these gentlemen here today and honoring them for their service. My grandparents are buried at Myrtle Hill Cemetery, and I visit at least every week. But starting a couple years ago, I was walking through the cemetery, reading different names on the graves, and I stumbled upon a young man that was killed in Vietnam here from Tampa. I looked him up on the internet, and I see that there's the virtual wall, and you can get a lot of information. You get personal details. You know, they come to life. It's not just a grave marker. You get to know them, whether it's family members or friends, leaving comments and whatnot. But it inspired me to look for other Vietnam veterans that were killed in combat in those cemeteries, whether at Myrtle Hill or Garden of Memories across the street. And I was able to compile, I would say, about 40 different graves. And I found them over the years. So every Memorial Day, I place a flag there. Sometimes I share the photos on social media. And doing that, I've been able to connect with siblings, with friends, people that knew him from high school. But it always reminds me of a quote, and I've said it here before, that we die twice. Once when we take our last breath, and a second time when someone says our name for the last time. So by placing these flags, by using the power of the internet and social media to learn about who these heroes were, I specifically focus on those that were killed in Vietnam. It keeps them alive. It keeps their memory alive. And not only that, new generations get to know who they are. They learn about these heroes, even though they were killed 50 years ago. You know, I mean, because the majority that I come across were 1967, 1968. But their memory lives on. We continue to say their names. And just as you do, you go to their graves, you go to lay their flags, and you let them know that they are not forgotten. So thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant Collins, thank you. What you have explored in your life, what you've done is just unbelievable. And when you look at elections, sometimes are won by what? One vote, because somebody decided to go vote that more than likely would have stayed home. And in your case, one man and one flag. So that one sticks with me, that someone, no matter who you are, that if you want to start something, it's got to start with someone. And that someone in this case was you. And I'm really, really moved by that. I want to thank you for what you've done in the past, what you've done today, and what you're going to do in the future. Thank you for being the individual that you are, kind, thinking of the future, and thinking of mankind. Appreciate it very much for all you've done. Thank you very much.
Councilman Cedro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, I'm going to say to you what I always say to all service personnel. Thank you for my freedoms. But most of all, thank you for remembering those who also served for my freedoms. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carlson.
Yep, echoing what my colleague said, thank you so much for your service, all of you, and thank you for helping us remember everyone else who sacrificed so much.
And Chairman Goods, thank you so much for bringing these fine gentlemen in front of us. And Sergeant, we're so honored to have you here today and to give you this honor for your service to our community. On Father's Day, this coming Sunday, we're going to be putting out a stone at the graveyard for my dad, who I lost a year and a half ago. And he proudly served in the U.S. Army in the artillery. And we're putting that on his stone so nobody will ever forget. And I will remember every year to put out a flag on the appropriate day. But thank you for all you do, and thank you for your service, gentlemen.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Collins, say one final statement. He has a question.
When you visit the state capitol, When you visit the cemetery out there on 301, the first name you'll see on there is Sam Abrams. Sam Abrams was a classmate of mine. So the first name that you see on the monuments for the state of Florida is a Tampa resident. The first 2 veterans killed in Hillsborough County are in that cemetery out there. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank you all for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, we'll wait a minute or two. I guess we can keep things moving. Are the folks from the Urban League downstairs to give their report? Councilman Vieira, you're recognized.
Oh, did he say I'm recognized?
Go ahead, Louis.
Oh, hey, Mr. Chairman, how are you, sir? And thank you very much, sir. I'm here today with Mr. Stanley Gray, who many of us know is such a wonderful civic leader and an important voice here in the Tampa area.
And he should have been standing there with those veterans, too.
Amen. He's a United States Marine who comes from a very military-involved family. But Mr. Gray is here in his capacity as the interim executive director for the brand new Hillsborough County, Tampa area Urban League. Many of us know about the Urban League and their wonderful history in these United States in terms of fighting for social justice, for civil rights, as well as for economic opportunity. The Urban League's mission here in the Tampa and Hillsborough County area is going to be very, very unique, tailored to not only fighting for issues of equality, but also issues of equity, making sure that that rising tide that we have continues to lift and reach all boats, regardless of where they come from, regardless of who their parents are, regardless of their skin color, et cetera, et cetera. And when we look at the Hillsborough County area, we know that this is an area that needs an urban league. We look at areas like East Tampa, areas like Sulphur Springs, area like the university area, et cetera, et cetera. We need the continued influence of so many of our historic civil rights and economic opportunity organizations to advocate here in the Tampa area. So I wanted to invite Mr. Gray here to talk a little bit about the Urban League and the work that they're going to be doing here in the Tampa area. So Mr. Gray, take it, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Vieira. On the behalf of the Board of Directors, our 197 members, and all of our contributors, I'd like to thank again Councilman Vieira, as well as the council for hosting us today. The mission of the Urban League is to assist with the attainment of economic equity for the African American minority communities. And we do that through hands-up and collaborative means. And I would rather not spend all of the time that you've given me to talk about what we're doing and about how we're doing and what we've achieved. When I look at the council, I kind of see really a picture of opportunity that we, the Urban League, face. And by that, I mean that we've been able to get out our message and what our intentions are. And when I look at the council, I see really a true snapshot of our community. People who we've contacted who have taken the challenge and joined us, taken the challenge and used their talents to help and guide us in the right directions to attain membership and funding. And then people who have promised to join but haven't joined. And then people who we've talked to who haven't even answered back. I think that we're in a very crucial time right now. I think that it's time for us to kind of look at the opportunities at hand for developing our workforce, because that's really the #1 way to achieve economic equity, and that is to be trained for living wage jobs. With that said, I would like to offer the rest of my time up to the council to answer any questions or concerns that you might have. I welcome the opportunity to answer your questions.
Mr. Carlson.
If I could just make a statement real fast, I want to thank you, Stanley, for all the hard work you've put in. What has it been, 2 years or more? And your other colleagues for all the efforts you put in. As you know, I was a volunteer with the prior Urban League, and it's been very missed. It's a gap that we needed to fill in the community, and I thank you for your leadership. And he twisted my arm through my company and become an early sponsor, and hopefully we can get other people to support the Urban League as you continue forward. But you've got a great group of people, and you've got a fantastic agenda, and I look forward to supporting you and your team in any way we can. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I too have become part of the Urban League due to Mr. Gray. Thank you very much for allowing me to become part. I was also last night at Florida Cane Distilleries, where we had a magnificent party for the Urban League. But I would like for you to tell the people that are watching today, what are your goals over the next year?
Well, you know, one of I guess let me tell you this. From the bottom of my heart, I want us as a community and as a nation to quit wasting the human capital equation. And what I mean by that is that we have to admit that we have systemic barriers that prevent people from reaching their ultimate potential. And by not doing that, what we're doing is we are breeding generations of people who are unemployable and who cannot attain economic equity. The burden to try to sustain those people really goes onto the American taxpayer. Now, I could sit and I could model for you and show you why your investment, your early investment, why it will actually decrease the need for additional taxes and for additional concerns. So I almost want people to start looking at this in a very selfish manner. You know, your goal is to pay less taxes to sustain people who don't have living wage jobs. Why don't you put a little of that money on the front end into programs and to services that help achieve that? Now, you know, I'm going to ask you a question. It's really hard when you start giving analogies, okay? But I'm going to give you an analogy with the population. You know, one of the things we measure crime by is recidivism. Now, look at someone who we incarcerate as a juvenile delinquent who, once they're in the system, we know what happens to them. That's comparison A. Comparison B is somebody who in jail was recruited by the Nation of Islam. Now we're comparing not philosophies, not ideals, but we're comparing two different groups. What's the recidivism of someone who joins the Nation of Islam? I'm going to tell you right now, it's a very low number. And the reason why, you gave somebody hope, you gave them an aspiration, and you gave them a goal, and you gave them support. Why can't we do that for our population?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. Well said. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr. Gray, for what you've done in the past, what you're doing today, and what you're thinking in the future, and what you're really doing forever. And the words that I caught most were the words when you spoke from your heart. They came out through your mouth, saying the fact is that if you don't change from something that happened yesterday to today to tomorrow to the future, you're not going to have change. You're not going to have the opportunities, because it starts way back when you're much younger than you and I. And when you give some young person an opportunity to learn, to follow a guideline, they become a better citizen. And if that happens, their kids and their kids' kids, and that's what I believe you're speaking on, will also follow the guidance of the parents. And there's where I think we're missing. We're not, I can speak for myself. I had a lot of help and programs to get me where I'm at today. And I just want to thank you and your organization for giving the young people. And you got to change it when they're real young, because if not, they get used to what they see out in the street. And a street person only learns what's in the street. And a person that has guidance can go to the park and learn something from not only the kids that they're playing with. You got to learn how to win, and certainly before you learn how to win, you got to learn how to lose and how to get back up and try to win. And there's where I think the difficulties are. Some of us fall and don't have the encouragement to get up and try again. And you can't do that. You must continue to try if you really want to succeed. Thank you very much for you and what your organization, the Urban League, is doing. Thank you, sir.
Sir, if I could just say one thing, thank you for your response, but I really think the challenge that we have is to try to collectively raise the level of self-actualization of all of our people in our community. Because if you don't do that, what happens is that people just continue on. I mean, a lot of times I actually ask this question, do our parents and do our grandparents want better for their grandkids and their children than they want for themselves? By actions, a lot of times I really question that. But that's because the level of self-actualization has dipped so low.
I understand. Thank you.
Stanley, I'll say a few words and then I'll pass it back to the chairman who just rejoined us. I think when you and I met long time ago, I think I was either teaching school or just finishing up teaching school over at Booker T. Washington in Ybor City, and then I went down to Robinson High. And between that and my public defender experiences over the years, all very eye-opening to me and very valuable experiences because it's given me a level of empathy to know that we still have some very big issues in this city and issues that I know this council and our mayor and are trying to address on a daily basis. But we can't do it alone. And I so admire and appreciate you, Stanley, for jumping back in when you could have been enjoying your retirement many, many years ago, but you jump back in when you see a void. And we appreciate that greatly, that you've revitalized and reinvigorated the Tampa Urban League. Stanley, why don't you tell folks what your website is so they can reach out to you in whatever capacity they can.
Please feel free to look up some information about us. We're at www.ulhc.org. Again, www.ulhc.org.
ULAC. Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dingfelder. I did hear the comments. Again, I've been involved with a few meetings with Mr. Gray and some other folks of the Urban League. I think I think he has the right path. He's getting the right people on the board, people that are committed, people who can raise dollars. It's always key. I think for me, when I look at what Mr. Gray is talking about, it's empowerment. It's empowerment. And we have to have that in our community. Empowering one another, understanding that empowerment and working together is going to make us a much stronger community. It's going to be able to help the organization thrive when we're empowered. So again, Mr. Gray, I thank you for your efforts, and I know you're working hard to make this one of the best urban leagues in the country. So again, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Is everybody going? Everybody comments?
I think so. Mr. Gray, we appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Chairman, the helm is yours.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go to it's Fox. Oh, number 4. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Fox knows. We have a item number 4.
Good morning, Shirley Fox Knows, City Clerk. I'm here with the applicant expressing an interest in being appointed to the Variance Review Board. Ms. Una Ruth Johnson.
Hi, just wanted to appear before you to show my interest in the VRB position, volunteer position. I am a landscape architect with about 20 years in the profession. I am licensed in the state of Florida and California. I specialize in public projects, public and private spaces such as parks and plazas. I'm happy to do what I can for my community. I serve on the MPO Livable Roadways Committee. I also am on the U.S. Green Building Council Women in Greens Host Committee. And lastly, I am also on the Tampa Downtown Partnership Urban Design Committee as well. So I do what I can. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I read the application, Mr. Chairman. If it's fine with you, I'll move the appointee.
Mr. Moran has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded it. I think we need a roll call vote, correct?
Sounds good.
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Citro?
As part of the livable roadway and having heard Ms. Jensen for months now, I know that she will make a great addition to the VRB. Thank you very much. Yes.
Vieira, Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you know I'm always transparent. There was information that we received that there would be a press conference at 10 o'clock. I didn't know what that was about. That's why I was out getting information. The mayor was having a press conference with the NAACP president, but apparently it's not regarding to one of the items on our agenda. It's regarding another item, which is with our cemetery. So I wanted to make sure if that was going to happen as a press conference, I was going to stop our meeting to listen to that press conference. But apparently that is not the case. Apparently there's reference to the cemetery issue with Fences Driscoll and Senator Cruz in reference to the bill. So that's my understanding, what I received from the Communications Director, Janelle McGregor. So we will proceed. Gentlemen, public, go ahead, Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yeah, that's a funny coincidence because after having read all of these articles in the paper about the former College Hill Cemetery, which now apparently might be hidden away underneath some concrete, I was actually going to make a motion, and I still might make a motion to get the administration to report back to us on what the city can and will be doing to address that issue. And I'm not saying this, I'm not saying the city is here to fix every possible problem in history, but in this case, if you believe the newspaper article, which I do, it appears that the city was potentially complicit in this issue, which means that we do need to step up, and I'm sure that that's what's happening outside at this press conference. At least I hope so, that the mayor and as well as perhaps the state legislature is stepping up and addressing this issue. We need to get to the root of it and find out what happened to these folks and where they are.
Again, for transparency, I've already had a meeting with the Italian Club presidents, with the administration. Mr. CON was with me. They already have a plan of action in place, how they're going to deal with all the cemeteries when these issues are coming up. John Bennett did tell me that she is the focal person now on the cemetery issues, so they're devising a plan, or they've been doing a plan to when these issues come up, how they will attack these situations. So we should be hearing something back from them shortly in reference to that particular cemetery and the plan that they're going to put forth for all the cemeteries in the city in case something continues to come up, because we just don't know, but they have a plan in place. So hopefully we'll get information soon, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Gentlemen, as it pertains to public comment, we have a bunch of speakers downstairs in reference to item 64. I'm going to ask anyone that's making public comment today on item 64, they wait till that item is raised and they can speak to the issue then. If anyone else has just regular public comment, then you can speak when I open it up. But if you're speaking on item 64, we're asking that you wait until item 64 is called. I'm asking all council members, do not, at this point in juncture, ask any questions of anybody. I wait till after the public comment is finished, and you can address those questions if you would, just for time constraint, because it's going to be a long day, so we want to make sure we get everything in. Everybody can speak. Also, I'm going to stick to the 3 minute. We will not give anybody any extra time. We have a lot of speakers, and we're going to stick to the 3 minutes. So let the public know 3 minutes, and we'll cut you off, and then we're going to move forward. And again, council members, any questions afterwards for anybody, you can respond after all the comments. Yes, Mr. Carlos, you're recognized.
Do I remember correctly, we're doing 64 right after public comment?
Yes, sir.
We're doing it first. Okay,
yes,
just
sir.
For everybody, we're not going to make them wait all day.
No, sir, that's why I did. Yes, sir. That's why I did it first. Yes, sir. All right, we'll start with public comment. Downstairs, second floor. And again, if you're speaking on item 64, that will be held until we get to that point.
Hi, my name is Erica Leipertz. I reside at 1037 Milwaukee Avenue. Thank you for having me today. Although I am not a resident of the city of Tampa, I am a student in the Public Policy and Administration program at St. Petersburg College, so I have taken a vested interest in item 5, the amendment of 2-71 regarding internal audits. On November 8th, 2016, in the general election, the constituents of the City of Tampa voted to approve an amendment which would authorize City Council to request the internal auditor to perform additional internal audits in addition to those listed in the annual work plan developed prior to the beginning of each fiscal year. I do believe it is necessary to adopt this ordinance based on voters' choice, but there are capacity limitations when dealing with the internal audit process that the public may not have been aware of. So since this amendment would not necessarily increase the number of internal audits that's completed each year, instead there would have to be decisions made on which internal audits will be completed each year, it would be my recommendation to possibly include into the language of the amendment something that addresses a specific percentage of additional audits that may be added, or a specific number that City Council may request after the annual internal audit work plan is proposed, versus indicating in the language that there should just be capacity limitations that should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, sir.
You're welcome.
Hey there, I am Sovereign Despot, holder in due course, Johnny Bernard Hall, Johnny Bernard Booth, Uniform Commercial Code 1-308, worldwide governing body. I've been watching, keeping an eye on things. I see that some of you governments are still refusing to open up to the people and really let them know who they are. Most of you people are lost. They don't know their histories. They don't know who they are, fighting over nothing. And COVID came in, doing a little spin, but it doesn't change the facts that what has taken place. Religion on the scene is still trying to keep a heavy foot, but doesn't want to come out with any truths, because religion is afraid of losing money, congregation, houses and stuff, to which they stole from their people anyways. As far as this thing goes, everyone's getting their stimulus checks and all of this. Spend your stimulus checks wisely. There's a catch-22 with those stimulus checks. No, it's not free. And yes, they got little hidden little agendas behind them. Two governments operating right now in the United States. You have a free government and you have a working government, a government for workers, servants. These two governments have been in place for a long time, but only one has been speaking, which is called a commercial government, a sub-government, which isn't really governing the people, it's just governing jobs and then of course your finances. Debtorship. The debt is still in place. Now that debt doesn't belong to everybody. It only belongs to those who stay in the falsehood, who don't come up out of the falsehood. Now, neighborhoods, cities, you guys are supposed to be families, communities. Instead, you're fighting each other because you don't know what's going on. Some of you think you know what's going on because you were taught a false history. You were taught a false education in order to keep you in line, in order to keep you working, keep you moving along. It's time to reveal, you guys like to say revelation, reveal things that are been hidden. This ain't the time to keep hiding stuff from people. The money doesn't matter really because it's not real. It's just something to keep the people chasing, running. You guys now have President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. All right, that's y'all commercial leader, but that's not your head of America. That's just there for the workers. America got many leaders that have not spoken up. Real leaders. Commercial leaders are there for the workers. We need the real leaders to come out on the scene and start really speaking and doing what they're supposed to be doing on the scene. The commercial part, they handle the workers. The same thing is going on in every country, everywhere. It may not be, they may not speak it, they may not verbalize it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Uhuru. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. We say we as African people should always be thinking about our freedom. No matter what we're doing, if we're to a club party and if we outside, if we having fun, family reunion, picnic, whatsoever, we should be thinking about our freedom. And that's what that word means, Uhuru. And what I'd like to say is right now, I want to give you a little personal example of how I deal with my kids. I got lots of children. I promised them there'll be no corporal punishment around our house, none whatsoever. No violence around our house, none whatsoever. Absolutely, positively none. And anytime they get out of line and I catch them and put that belt on them, they like, Papa, I thought you say we never. I say, yeah, but with that pledge that I made, you have to understand you have to do good. You have to represent. I'm going to represent what I say, no corporal punishment. And you have to represent your level of expectation in society. And what I have to say is, Orlando Goulds, it's time for you to resign. It's time for you to resign this position. Yeah, it's time for you to say goodbye to District 5, straight up. And I'm going to tell you why. We cannot have politicians anymore that don't represent the interests of African people. If in 1863, Abraham Lincoln was talking about Emancipation Proclamation, and in 1865, General Sherman was talking about 40 acres and a mule, and in 1865, they were talking about Juneteenth and freedom for Africans. And in 1921, we're around here as black people still running around talking about if we're going to get a park, if they're going to rebuild something, if they're going to do this, if we got a place to live, whatsoever. Man, we're way past 40 acres and a mule. Our black politicians have to talk about reparations. Our black politicians have to talk about police violence. Our black politicians can't talk about compromising and giving the mayor whatsoever she wants and throwing the NAACP off in another direction and all these compromises and whatnot. Black people don't need that. In the state of Texas, just last night, yesterday, the governor said anybody can carry a gun. Anybody can own a weapon. And in the state of Florida, y'all can't throw off bicycle stops. Our representatives can't throw off bicycle stop off our teenagers and adults. There's something wrong with that picture. Black people don't need to be suffering 600 years, 621 years of suffering. Our African people don't need that. I don't need to be an adult man and suffering every day. No, it's time for a change, a real change, not the Obama change. It's time for the Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Black Panther Party type change for black people. We can't have them burning Rosewood, Black Wall Street, Central Park Village, and all this and talk about, yeah, we're going to have y'all something historic house and all that for y'all to look at. No, we need real solutions. We need real changes. We need real power in our hands as African people. We're 26% of this population.
Thank you, Mr. Tisnot.
We need
Thank you, sir.
26% of this budget.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just a point of personal privilege. I know you'd probably prefer me not to say anything, but I will respond to that last speaker. And let me just say, I have worked sitting in this chair with a variety of councilmen and councilwomen who represent your district in East Tampa. And they're all good people. They've all worked hard. But I've never worked with anybody who's worked harder for your district, Mr. Chairman, than you have. Okay? You are out there, you are working it on the streets, you're working it here, you're working it across the street with the mayor. You are doing everything possible to help the folks of your district and this entire city every day of the week, 24/7. And it's my honor and privilege to serve with you. And while I might agree with some things that the gentleman says, sometimes I totally disagree with that statement, and I just needed to get that off my chest.
Thank you, sir. You're recognized, sir. I'm sorry. You can continue, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Eric Cox. I'm a homeless senior citizen. I've been a hard worker all my life. I paid my taxes, and I just want to address the issue of the homeless for the disabled. I would like to know what's being done about that. I've had several doors closed in my face, trying to get a house or apartment or something for myself. And I just want to know what's the issue. Why is there a problem with this? I mean, there's lots of homeless people. I don't drink, I don't do drugs, and why is it so hard for me, a black man that has lived in Hillsborough County, born and raised in Hillsborough County, to get housing? What's being done about that? Why is it so hard? Why can't we just open up doors and not make it so hard for people my age, people my color? And not even my color, there's other races that's facing the same thing. This issue has to be addressed and not just put behind closed doors and just say, oh, well, we'll address that some other time. This issue has to be addressed now, and it has to be addressed with diligence. Can someone give me an answer? Can someone please respond? And don't just put me on the side and say we'll address it later. I would like to hear from one of the council members, please.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to address
Yes, sir.
that?
Mr. Shelby, can you respond to the gentleman, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Martin Shelby. I'm the City Council Attorney. Just generally speaking, questions are not entertained at this point. I suspect somebody from the City Council staff will be there to be able to speak with you about that. You certainly can have the right to make your statement, and perhaps the council members will reach out or should reach out if it's that choice to.
I'm sure Sonia's down and she can give him my cards, Mr. Shelby.
Okay, and just as a general rule, sir, it's not that they don't want to answer the question, it's just the council's rules are that there's a rule that says that city council members should refrain from engaging a speaker in dialogue during public comment. So they're here to listen to you and to hear what you have to say, and that's very much appreciated. So thank you, and somebody will be in touch with you on the second floor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Have a good
you.
day.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. We appreciate you.
All right.
Any more speakers on the second floor?
Yeah, I'd like to thank God for me being here.
State your name for us, sir.
Melvin Lee Hicks.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to thank God for me being here, and I like to see the council people. I don't want to see myself. All right, I would like for all the council members to resign, even the council attorney. And I think y'all in total violation of state and federal law because of what y'all doing to me. Y'all have no competency of running no district. Y'all really don't have no competency of running no district. Y'all use different tools to harass me and harass the people and their safety about doing it. Y'all do it all by that, by everything. It's so much I can't even say it all for real. And the city council attorney, you need to give up your license too because you're in total violation of your oath. You shouldn't even talk, sir. You shouldn't even talk or give comment or say anything. You're in total violation of your oath, sir. And Mr. Orlando Gills, who the city council chairman, I second that motion for you to resign, sir, because you're a black man. You you're a black man, and you see how the city been doing the black community, even the county. You see how they been doing them. I'm proof in the pudding. How you gonna say? I'm proof in the pudding. And I read that story about what happened in Tulsa. Lone black Negro walked the streets. No one touched him, but I've been touched 2 times. I've been touched 2 times. Y'all in total violation of contract. There's so much for me to say about this, council. Y'all all need to resign. John Dillinger, you need to be quiet, sir. You need to be quiet, sir. You talk about you speaking for somebody. You need to speak for yourself, sir. I remember you was about Publix waving your damn hand and stuff. Excuse me, waving your hand, talking about for votes and stuff, sir. You have no credibility, sir. None at all. None at all, sir. No credibility for the people. You only got credibility for your pockets. You are a career politician. So what is a career politician? Not for the people. All y'all need to resign. Every single last one of y'all need to put y'all resignation in today, because y'all don't do nothing, ain't did nothing for the people. It's still people up there for even Mr. Ward, Charlie, even in there for Buckhorn era. Even for Buckhorn era. And what y'all still doing up there? What y'all did for the people? What y'all did for the people? All y'all need to resign. And let's start over. Let's start over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Public speaking at this time.
No more public speakers? No. All right. How many registered we have, Mr. Lee? 1. All right. Let's hear it.
Good morning, Chair. The first registered speaker is going to be Stephanie Pointer. Stephanie, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you all for serving our city. I really do appreciate you. This is my name's Stephanie Pointer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name's Stephanie Pointer, and you actually took what I was going to speak about off. It's postponed. And but I wanted to speak to you about a PR issue that I have recognized over the last couple of years. In nearly 2 years, I've been working for Stopover Building SOG. One thing has really bothered me. Folks think that you don't care. Why do they think that? Because you don't respond to any emails about quasi-judicial matters. I didn't know that when I started either. I was put off by Councilman Citro when Councilman Citro told me that he couldn't talk to me about a development across the street from me while we were at a Veterans Treatment Court event, something about ex parte communications. I had no clue what that was. I have learned about the 2 roles of City Council. I understand it, but there are lots of other folks who do not get it. They think that you are ignoring them. This is a really simple misconception to remedy. I'd add that it could easily be addressed in an hour or so of your time. A short video that could be posted both before and after City Council meetings and during your breaks in the video feed. I saw a video of the mayor last week during the video feed and her running around town with some statues. So why can't you guys educate during that time? A short minute-long video. A one-page flyer of some sort that makes this a simple statement to understand. Participation in government is intimidating for many. A voter who steps up to communicate with you should never feel ignored. I asked a council assistant for some information about the subject this week. She forwarded me Mr. Shelby's information. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Shelby, but it was 6 pages of legalese that I'm not gonna read it. I'm sorry. And if I'm not gonna read it and I'm telling you the truth about it, then I think that other people are less likely to read it than I am. In short, the people need a short, sweet explanation of why you can't reply to quasi-judicial inquiries and emails. It's just that simple. It's public relations thing for you guys, and I have a lot of respect for all of you, and I hate that people talk bad about you because they don't hear back from you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Yeza Sashtir was logged in. She had to log off, so that is going to conclude general public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I said I would give anybody who wanted to make any statements toward the end of public comment. Now's that time you wish to do that. Let me say 2 points. Ms. Pointer is correct. I've said from day one, communication is bad. This council has no communications director. We have nobody to communicate things to the public. The administration has all the tools to do that. And I think she's 100% right. If people are informed and know what's going on, then they won't make these kind of comments during public comment. If the council had a communication person to tell what we're doing in our district and people can see and know, like the administration has someone who constantly puts out information, we don't have that. We're Lone Rangers. We have aides, but they don't have the technology skills. We don't have the access to a lot of this stuff. So I take her point well to heart. And I think that's something that this council and Ms. Mia Chair, we need to look into, because we need better communications to the public in our house. And we need a communications person for our house to get the message out for our districts and what we are doing. We are part of the city, and people need to know what we're doing and how the rules and how council operates. Not how the administration operates, but how council operates its house and what our do's and don'ts, so people can understand our role. And a lot of people just don't understand some of council's role. The gentleman with the homeless, I sympathize with him. Myself and Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Dinko went out to what we call the PELT shelter, looking at some options. So we understand it's a crisis. Every day I get a chance to get this microphone, I talk about housing. Every day I get a chance. We'll continue to do that. There is a crisis. There is a need. We understand that. But again, there are 2 points made today that I think are very, very serious, and I hope the administration is listening. And again, we need a person that can communicate our message just as well as the mayor's message for the city of Tampa. With that, Mr. Shelby, we'll go to item 64, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, of course, I want item 64 first. You see what time it is already. I don't know how many speakers we have or we have phoned in, online waiting, so we want to get this out of the way. It's a major housekeeping situation, so we want to make sure we deal with it now. You need a few minutes, Mr.
Chairman?
Cross?
Sorry?
Okay. We're ready, sir. 64.
Yes, that is a second reading of an ordinance. So the question is, if you wish to take public comment at the time, you can open the public hearing.
Okay. Mr. Dean is open. Second? Second, Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We move it.
And do you want to go directly into public comment?
Direct
I don't know
public
if there's
comment, sir.
I don't know whether there's presentation or not prior to them, but it's your call, Mr. Chairman. You want to take public comment first?
Public comment first, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning again. The first speaker is going to be Michelle Kenoyer. Michelle, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Kenoyer is correct. Okay, thank you for taking my comments. I reside at 3102 Terra Grove Drive in Tampa. I'm speaking out in support of the City Council making more replacements on the Tampa Citizens Review Board. Doing so will not only result in more oversight of and accountability for the Tampa Police Department, but will also ensure that the CRB is more independent and reflective of our Tampa community. I'm also urging the City Council to allow the CRB to appoint and maintain its own independent attorney. Currently, the CRB shares an attorney with the City of Tampa Attorney's Office, but to be a truly independent Citizens Review Board that is accountable to our community, the CRB should be allowed to have its own attorney with subpoena power and access to evidence such as camera door footage. I'd like to thank the City Council members who voted for having an independent CRB and thus for more independence and community representation, as well as oversight of the Tampa Police Department on behalf of the Citizens Review Board. I'm asking for all City Council members to continue to support these changes to the way members are appointed. Thank you again for listening to my input.
Thank you.
The next speaker is going to be Christopher Cano. Christopher, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much.
The service of the brave men honored by Chairman Goots earlier was celebrated by this council. After World War II in Korea, the fathers and grandfathers of those same servicemen you recognized earlier returned to a nation where they were brutalized by police in the enforcement of Jim Crow laws and in civil rights protests against these brutalities. Yet here we stand in a new millennium and a new century fighting the same fight against civil rights violations and police brutality. I find the words of this council to be nothing more than hollow sentiments if you cannot muster the courage to stand up to an administration run by someone who has spent the past 10 years as both police chief and mayor covering for abuse and racism by officers under their command. This is not a time for compromise because this is a time of conflict. For you all risk nothing but a battle in the courts. But for those brutalized by unethical and racist cops, they feel the sting of this battle in the streets and in their own families. When you were voted into those seats by the people of Tampa, they were expecting certain results. And if you fail to deliver those results, if you fail to protect the people from corrupt cops, the people will need to protect themselves both personally and politically. Ballots will be cast, political careers change forever. Ballots must be cast because bullets are being shot at people. Tasers, clubs, chokeholds, false arrests, and civil rights violations are all experiences that too many Tampanians face at the hands of those sworn to protect them. So I put it to you, gentlemen, will you take a moral stand and not compromise on watering down the representation of this Citizens Review Board by the people? It's high time the people have a majority of voices on a board meant to hold the worst civil rights violators to account. And I know each and every one of you want to do right by the people. You said it in your own sentiments and your own words. So do not water down the CRV proposal. Ensure that the city council, who is elected by the people and for the people, have the majority of appointments on that board, and that the board itself can hold people to account who are sworn to protect them when they do not. Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is going to be Kelly Benjamin. Kelly, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Good morning, council. I'd like to first wish a very happy birthday, a working birthday to Councilman Citro. We are 1 day apart, sir. Mine's tomorrow. I wanted to talk to you about the second reading of the Citizen Review Board ordinance that has been a long time coming. We started this process 6 years ago, and we've made quite a bit of progress in recent months, particularly since Councilman Goods suggested revamping to actually provide the community a voice in the way it's policed and a tool, a mechanism to have some accountability in reviewing cases and the ability to make recommendations and really, you know, have a say in the way things are done in the relationship between the City of Tampa Police Department and the community.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, no, he's out of town. I guess we must have lost him. Maybe he'll call back in.
Mr. Benjamin, are you on the line?
I understand that there was some pushback from Mayor Jane Castor, and I think there's a little bit of elephant in the room is that, you know, there's independent review boards set up to provide some accountability and some oversight, but you know, Mayor Castor, the former police chief, doesn't want to allow the council to have that many appointments. And I think that's a real issue considering the history that we have in the city of Tampa, that the Department of Justice documented regarding a history, a longstanding history of racist practices that they were documented, that the Tampa Bay Times exposed, and that were happening daily based on the color of people's skin under the current mayor's watch as police chief. I think it's very important to recognize that, and I think people should be, that should be foremost in people's minds as they make this important vote today on the second reading of this ordinance. If this council decides to go with this compromise where there's a split in appointments, it is going to continue to be a review board with a lack of credibility for this community, and we will not have anything close to what was intended and anything close to what other cities across Florida have regarding a way that the community can feel comfortable and knowing that they have a tool to use to review cases and understand what the documents that happen. So my urging for everyone here, and I'm sorry I got my daughter with me, it's distracting. My urging is that you please, for the second reading, continue to vote in favor of the first reading of the ordinance that you did last month. The council deserves these.
Okay, the next speaker is going to be Maj Vasai. Maj, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you, Maj.
Good morning. My name is Maj Vasai, and I am here today to offer what I'd like to think is a somewhat well-rounded perspective as an attorney and a resident of this city for the last 14 years. Over the last decade, I've helped prosecute people, and I've been the victim of a crime. So I genuinely appreciate the importance of police and appreciate the unique challenges of their job. However, I've also been a public defender, and I've also been unlawfully arrested during Officer Jane Castor's term as police chief. And I've also been paid a handsome settlement by the city attorney's office, who's at the center of this debate. As a private defense attorney, I've been personally threatened by a cop. I've had cops materially misrepresent my words in sworn police reports. I've seen countless examples of unpunished misconduct. And most recently, a cop, Officer Scott Van Treese, misused his position to lie to the Florida Supreme Court about my conduct to try to have me suspended from practicing law as revenge for me calling him out for his misconduct. The misconduct at issue was where he publicly said the quiet part out loud, and he bragged about arresting people for having bad attitudes while using abusive racist language online without consequence. This officer is already on what's called the Brady list, which is a list of officers and witnesses that are so bad that the state attorney's office has to disclose their record for lying and misconduct. We're here today for one reason, arguing about the nuances of the CRB. Mayor Jane Castor resents the city council, resents the people of Tampa, and values loyalty over truth. Officer Castor is clawing and fighting to the death on this hill to make sure that the mayor's office gets the majority of appointments on the CRB. Mayor Castor assumes the people of the city voted for a city council who are so prejudiced against cops that you guys would appoint unjust anti-cop CRB members incapable of personal and intellectual honesty. Therefore, she wants to balance it out, of course, with people equally biased in favor of the cop fraternity. Look, and maybe in some other hypothetical discussion, maybe a benevolent, unbiased mayor could exist who we could all inherently trust to appoint half the CRB. But good Lord, folks, let's use some common sense. Even prosecutors would agree that a retired police officer shouldn't be trusted to serve as a member of a criminal court jury without tainting the balance of justice. I realize this issue is somewhat emotional to some folks because so many of us who have been wronged by police are justifiably emotional. I realize that officers in attendance and their unions get emotional because people get emotional when others accuse them of doing their job wrong. But again, let's set that aside and focus on common sense, if only to avoid the appearance of impropriety. The officers of the Tampa Police Department aren't any more special or superior to the other hardworking and dedicated employees of the city. Imagine this hypothetical situation. Let's say our mayor, instead of being a retired police chief with 3 decades of service at TPD, was instead the retired chief financial officer with 3 decades in the accounting division. If the city of Tampa was assembling a citizens review board with the express purpose of resolving systematic and white-collar fraud by employees of the city's accounting department.
The next speaker is going to be William Kilgore. William, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi there, council members. I am here on behalf of St. Pete Cop Watch to voice my strong support for the proposed changes to the Tampa CRB. I have a lot of personal connection to the city of Tampa. I care about this community very much as somebody who was born and raised here in the Bay Area. I'm very disappointed in the activities of the taxpayer-funded paramilitary force, otherwise known as the Tampa Police Department, and the shameful lack of public accountability and input into their activities. Last year, after the murder of George Floyd, during a protest, my friends and I were shot at with less than lethal projectiles by TPD officers who were geared up to face off with peaceful protesters as if they were ready for war. At a peaceful Columbus Day protest back in October, organized by indigenous activists, members of the TPD bike squad rushed the crowd to form a line between demonstrators and the Columbus Monument on Bayshore Drive. I was at the protest in my capacity as a cop watcher and immediately noticed the bike squad officers were not wearing nameplates and were refusing to verbally identify themselves, a disturbing precedent that couldn't be allowed to form. I filed a complaint with the department, which resulted in a small slap on the wrist, a letter of counseling for the bike squad Corporal Strickland, who had allegedly told his subordinates to remove their nameplates. Within the professional standards report regarding the incident, Sergeant Horvath, who was tasked with the investigation, openly disparaged my good faith complaint, stating that I was just showing what I wanted to show through the video clips and still images I provided. He repeated throughout the report a baseless claim that protesters were potentially gathering officer names in order to threaten their families, using this as an excuse for his colleagues' extremely troubling actions. My point is that the TPD Professional Standards Bureau and complaint process as a whole is heavily biased and slanted in favor of department personnel. The public is entitled to meaningful representation through a genuinely independent review board that can analyze, scrutinize, and publicize these complaints outside the purview of the thin blue line. And it's not just some fringe activists who are asking for this. As I'm sure you're aware, polling released by the ACLU of Florida yesterday shows that Tampa voters overwhelmingly support these proposed changes to the CRB. You know what you have to do today? Remember who your constituents are. Remember who voted you into office, the people of Tampa, not the Tampa PBA, not Chief Dugan, not former Chief Jane Pastor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is going to be Siobhan Shukla. Siobhan, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hey, Councilman. My name is Shivam Shukla, and I'll get straight to the point. When you have an organization with history and record like TPD's, something is wrong and something has to be done. From the Biking While Black investigation in 2015 to the increased use of force under Chief Dugan to how TPD consistently lies to the public. The bottom line here is that there is no accountability and there is no responsibility. TPD should be answering to the public, not to themselves. There's a lot to be done, but these reforms to the Citizens Review Board are a great place to start. Let's be clear. You cannot expect the out-of-control force to monitor, control, and discipline itself. The Professional Standards Bureau is a joke. Do you know how many use of force complaints TPD has? Do you know how many officers on the streets today have had multiple use of force allegations brought against them? No, we don't, because there is no oversight and the entire police department is shielded from public accountability and insight. This needs to change, and you all have that power. The Citizens Review Board, as it sits right now, is toothless. You guys can change that by passing this bill. But let's talk about the CRB. The CRB can't investigate the police unless the police department themselves opens up an investigation first. They can't subpoena documents or subpoena officers to testify. They can't even discipline officers. They can't even implement basic policy changes. But this was all by design, right? The police are so scared of any sort of scrutiny that they will fight tooth and nail over the smallest of reforms. And that's what this is, a small reform. Every day, the Tampa Police Department is involved in the oppression of Black and brown communities in Tampa. This is a very simple action that we can take to make TPD slightly better and more accountable to the people it supposedly serves. And let's not forget that a majority of Tampa citizens support this legislation. Your constituents who voted you into office literally want you to pass this. The only people against this are the cops. So let me be as clear as I can once again. Blue lives don't exist. It's not a blue life, it's a blue uniform. Being a cop is a job, and jobs have accountability. So let's all come back to reality and make some changes. These cops here want to be able to go out on the streets and do whatever they want. Beat people, shoot people, attack protesters, and at some point, we have to draw a line in the sand. And revamping the CRB and having some sort of accountability is a great place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair Angel D'Angelo and Timothy S. were registered speakers. However, they logged off. So that's going to conclude registered speakers for item number 64.
Thank you. Anyone on the second floor?
Oh, I'm good to go? Yeah, you're good to go. Thank you. All right, thank you. How's it going, everybody?
Morning, sir.
My name is Atulio Gonzalez Mulatieri. I am the co-chair of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Tampa Bay. I'm representing them today. It's been a while. I haven't seen y'all. I know I miss y'all too. It's all good. So yeah, I have some notes here, if you can give me a moment. Yeah, so like people on the right, people in the center, they call me a cop-hating anarchist. People on the left, they call me a neoliberal fascist apologist. I'm proud to be here and say that I'm neither. I'm a Democrat. I believe in democratic values, and that includes the CRB, which should be run democratically. And I'm not here for political theater. I know how the makeup of this CRB is going to be. 5 votes is going to go to the mayor's office. 5 votes is going to go to city council, and then 1 vote might go to a social justice organization, possibly the NAACP. Unfortunately, there's still a conflict of interest. For example, Councilman Goods, and I don't mean to imply any impropriety, I'm just speaking facts. Councilman Goods used to be a police officer. That's a conflict of interest, right? So the mayor's office, if they vote a certain way, you're probably going to be inclined to vote that way. Councilman Vieira, you know, we're friends, we have a rapport, but you show unwavering support to the police department. And I believe that no institution deserves unwavering support, period, right? Institutions that we pay for with our tax money needs to be held accountable, especially when they do wrong. That's the point of a Citizens Review Board. Councilman Dingfelder, I believe a couple years back you were caught taking money from the prison industrial complex, and you had to give it back. These are conflict of interest. So the tiebreaker vote for the NAACP, it's nominal, right? It's symbolic. It doesn't mean much. So we need to fix that. We need a CRB that represents the people, that's autonomous, that has subpoena powers, that has litigation powers, that's able to hold our police department accountable. And I'm not saying this is a anarchist cop hater. I'm just saying this as somebody who believes in democracy. And I want a police department that actually lives to the mantra, protect and serve. We need that, right? We need police departments that actually work with our communities. But as we seen last year at the protests, black people, especially black people, brown people, Latino people, indigenous people are still suffering from discriminatory practices from police departments. Until that changes, until the institution of policing is held accountable, nothing's going to change. So we need a CRB with teeth, with power, that actually holds the police departments accountable and that does their job. What else do I got? Yeah, and the mayor getting 5 nominees is just ridiculous. You know what I mean? We need to have a more even spread. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great day. I'm going to class. Getting straight A's is hard work. Peace.
Gentlemen, sir. I just needed to clarify. He was talking about a campaign contribution. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Hilton. I'm born and raised in Tampa. The first time I came here to speak to you guys about the CRB, I was a first year in law school. And now I am going into my 3rd year, so hopefully we can make one little change at least before I retire from the practice of law. My friends and I have come before you for quite some time now to explain why we need a strengthened Citizens Review Board and how we can do that. Today I bring a different message to you. I want you to know that we voted for you and we trust you. Last month, you all voted overwhelmingly to change the number of appointments that the mayor and the council gets to make. Now, this vote didn't represent the sweeping changes and reforms we all hope to eventually achieve, but it is a step in the right direction. Thank you to the members that voted in favor of this. A public policy polling survey found that 85% of independent voters don't support a single person appointing the majority of the Citizens Review Board. 78% of Democrats and 64% of Republicans also agree. The city council having 7 appointments and the mayor having 4 still isn't fair and balanced because the mayor is one person, so why should she get 4 if each of you only get 1? But it's a step towards showing your constituents that you won't allow the police to run the city of Tampa, and we appreciate that. That being said, I was very discouraged by your meeting this past Monday. I want to address some things that I heard. First, thank you, Mr. Carlson, for acknowledging that subpoena power wasn't even mentioned in the last meeting. Yet it became the headline every local news station ran with due to the mayor's press conference. As a council, you had to have seen that press conference as a slap in the face to the Tampa community. It was disingenuous, and it perfectly illustrated why we don't trust the mayor. I do want to briefly address one thing about subpoena power here today, though. The issue of how will a private citizen avoid a subpoena came up on Monday. Why are we acting like receiving a subpoena is synonymous with being executed? If someone comes up right now and punches me in the face, you will all be subpoenaed for being witnesses to this. You show up, say what happened, and maybe bring some documents. This narrative that a subpoena is worse than death is ridiculous and needs to stop. City Attorney Gina Grimes made the statement that she doesn't like the term independent attorney because all attorneys are independent under the rules of professional conduct. What she didn't mention, and what no one is mentioning, is that attorneys first and foremost have a duty to their clients. A city attorney can't go around saying negative things about the city because that would be a violation of the rules of professional conduct. To say otherwise is to attempt to purposely mislead our citizens who, lucky for them, have never been to law school. Mr. Vieira, you mentioned that there is going to be a legal fight over this ordinance. With all due respect, of course there is. Our mayor is the former chief of police. She is the embodiment of the thin blue line.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your
We
comments.
voted for you to fight our political battles, not to run from them. There is no police oversight measure that is
Thank
not
you,
going
ma'am.
to be
Thank you.
met with adversity by the former chief of police. Mr. Goods, you mentioned that you have a housing crisis, and do we really want to spend the money on this? I am here, as your constituent, begging you to do so. I appreciate your concern and effort about the housing crisis, but people are dying in the streets at the hand of our sworn officers, and we have got to stop that. Mayor Buckhorn's
Ma'am.
racist policies were brought up again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up, but thank you.
I don't think she heard it.
Yeah, she probably. Do we have anybody down there to tell them when their time is up, Mr. Shelby? or-
Good morning, council members. My name is Jennifer Hart. I'm a proud public school teacher here in Hillsborough County, and I'm also currently the vice president of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Tampa Bay. I'd like to speak to you today in support of a strong Citizens Review Board in Tampa. I'm a public servant with an important job, and I am held accountable for my students' learning outcomes. I am expected to be able to show through various assessments that my students made gains and met learning benchmarks throughout each school year, and that is just the expectation of my profession. I work with and for the public, and they hold me responsible. And in my particular profession, although it is an incredibly important responsibility, for the most part, lives are not on the line as they are with being a police officer. It is a fair expectation when you become a public servant to be held accountable and responsible by the public that you serve. And that is simply the function of a Citizens Review Board. When lives and justice are on the line, it is reasonable to expect to be held to the highest standards. However, a Citizens Review Board, where the people appointed to it are mostly appointed by one entity, in this case the mayor, that is not a review board reflective of the community. I'm here today to ask you to stand up for our community. The original ordinance that passed was already a compromise by our community, as it did not include subpoena powers, independent attorney, other rights that many CRBs have. It really just revised our Citizens Review Board in Tampa so that you all, as well as the NAACP, had the majority of the appointments to the board instead of the mayor, which really only makes sense. A CRB is meant to be a checks and balances system, and all important public officers and servants should be accountable to the public they represent. That is just how democracy works. Well, now it sounds like this ordinance to improve our CRB and make it truly representative of the public, and not just the mayor's office, has been compromised and compromised until we are right back at the mayor still having the majority of appointments. So really then, what's the point? I'm asking you to make a stand today and vote to again pass, because you already passed this once, to again pass the original ordinance in support of moving towards a real Citizens Review Board in Tampa that the ACLU recommends. We cannot continue to compromise on democracy and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you state your name, ma'am?
Go ahead, Yvette.
Oh, thank you. Yvette Lewis, president of the NAACP Hillsborough County branch. The oldest and the baddest civil rights organization in America, the NAACP. The mission for the NAACP is to ensure the political, educational, social, economic equality for all citizens, achieve equality of rights, eliminate race, prejudice amongst the citizens of the United States, remove all barriers of racial discrimination through democratic process, seek enactment of enforcement of federal, state, and local laws, ensuring civil rights, inform the public of adverse effects of racial discrimination and to seek its elimination. The NAACP Hillsborough County branch, established well over 100 years here. I am here to ask you that the NAACP Hillsborough County branch have a seat on the Citizen Review Board. The NAACP Florida State Conference and the National NAACP is currently watching the city of Tampa. We did not ask for biking while black. It didn't start with us. Tampa City Council, as stated in our mission, we will continue to advocate, agitate, and educate the community. One thing I always say, don't take it personal.
Thank you.
Good morning, Connie Burton, citizen. I rise to inform you that this generation is committed to ending and killing every form of Jim Crow that we see moving around. That would include any type of attitude of persons in power that think that they have the right to tell the oppressed how to speak regarding their oppression. I would caution councilmen to only cheer or celebrate if you are fortunate in winning the next election. The CRB board and the group that has worked diligently to bring some balance in this city is again watching city leaders change the game. We say be committed to trust, and we find out time and time again that we cannot trust you. So a 7-4 split with each of you bringing someone forward that can represent the interests of a citizen that could listen to stories, that could listen to complaints and concerns that ordinary citizens bring about, you run from that position. Now in the hands of giving greater power to the mayor, who is the police, you concede your power. You further concede your power by saying that the oldest, sometimes feared, sometimes hated organization that has over 100 years of being the very first responders to the oppressed do not deserve a seat on that board. What do that tell us about you? What do that tell us about this mayor in this city that continues to proclaim to be progressive, but by no means is? We're saying that although the CRB board was not perfect, we was willing to move forward. We are now demanding that the first read is implemented, that if you had courage and say throughout this country where people are still crying out against police abuse, then you would say that you would use your power to ensure that the citizens were getting its greatest protection. To do otherwise might mean your political demise.
Good morning, Council. Jarvis Elamine. I want to say to the city councilman, I want you to think back a couple of years when everybody was running. All of the good pleasantry that y'all said, now you got to put that into action. Really, it's a shameful God that you got a former police chief as the mayor that think it's all right to have 5 members on a citizen review board, operative word being citizen, to deal with police accountability. This is the same mayor that was the police chief when the black and white blight was going on. Now you're going to give this same former police chief 5 appointments for a board that's going to do oversight for police misconduct and police accountability. Think about that now. That don't even make sense. It don't make no sense at all. Number one, the board ain't gonna have no real power. Like the lady said before me, you're scared of the word subpoena, which all mean that we can subpoena you into a judicial process and hold police accountable for brutality and misconduct. So the board don't have no power as it is. Now you want to say a watered down board, give a former police chief, who is the mayor now, 5 appointees, and city council get 5. And then you want to take off the oldest, the boldest, and the baddest civil rights organization in the world. Everybody that's black, you benefited from the NAACP. Because in the 1800s, when you was getting lynched, when white people was lynching people for pastimes and showing their children all these tricklets and going having picnics, watching black people being lynched, it was the NAACP that stood strong for our people. So we support, this is the NAACP rally right here. We support the NAACP. We support President Lewis. We support Sister Connie Byrne. All these are members of the NAACP that we must be at the table. We demand to be at the table. And it's a shameful God that you even think about taking us off the table. And don't try to use no trickery. Say, oh, well, we want a civil rights organization. We want to keep the door open for everybody else. No, but it was Tampa Justice, led by the NAACP, that was addressing the police black and white blight, that led us to a CRB board right now. So let's be real. Remember, election time is coming. I tell the people that's looking in the public, vote your conscience. When they come out to your church and your community to asking for your vote, and some people already know sign up for re-election, remember this day, because voting has consequences. And we should remember you. And remember 2 years from now, the mayor got to run. City council got to run.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
all right?
for your comments.
I know, thank you. But listen, what I'm trying to say to you, make a good decision.
many more speakers do we have, sir?
Amen. Tis not. Check this out. First and foremost, what you have to understand is they always play African people like we ignorant. They see that black skin and they know they can treat you a certain way. They hear your black voice, they hear you ebonically speaking. You can be speaking ebonically correct or ebonically incorrect, but they just know that's a black voice and they know they can treat you a certain way. This city council have to stand up. And the fact of the matter is they always tell you got to address the board and they can't speak back and all this, but they represent one another because when I first came up here and speak, what they talking back like little children. Oh, you this and this and this. Well, quite naturally, they got to protect one another. One saying about the other one jewing somebody down, the other one calling people thugs because we're trying to stand up for our rights. All right? So they got to protect one another. That's what they have to do. But the fact of the matter is they play African people like we ignorant. Because before, when the police used to beat you with flashlights and handcuff you and kick you and hog tie you and murder you, what we had to do? We had to go down to the internal review. We had to go down to internal affairs and complain to the same white people that was brutalizing you. And then they tell you can't talk about the case after you file a complaint. So they put a gag order on you, and now they saying they don't want no subpoena power. Man, y'all trying to play black people like we stupid. And we're not stupid. 621 years we've been surviving this. We're not stupid, we're survivors. The fact of the matter is, what they have to do is get $1 million policy for anybody that's been murdered by the police. And also make it retroactive. Watch how fast them killings gonna stop. Get a $500,000 policy for anybody who's been brutalized by the police. Right or wrong. That's what they have to do. And this CRB board have to have some teeth in it. That's why when Black Lives Matter, that's why you see a whole wave of these liberal Democrats that are sitting right in office right now, came into office. And now they trying to go the police. They trying to go the Gestapo way. They trying to go the authoritarian way. Over who? Over African people. Orlando Gould, these are the things I'm talking about. These are the things that I'm talking about. That African people need African people to stand up for. We need our representatives to stand up for us. We don't need our representatives laying down, cooperating with no ex-police chief, with no mayor, with no none of that. We need our representatives to stand up for us for what's right. Plain and simple. We don't need anything else, nothing. We don't need no middle ground. We don't need no compromise like you're trying to compromise this board right now. And the NAACP that got you your job and getting African people elected all over this country, you're saying you don't want them as a representative on the board. That's a shame. It most definitely is.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Am I on?
Yes, sir. You're on, sir.
Good morning, Council. Joe Greco, Tampa Firefighters Local 754 President. As a union representative that represents the distinguished men and women of the City of Tampa Fire Rescue, it is my extreme honor and pleasure to stand here today and back our brothers and sisters in blue. It has been noted several times by other agencies that our camaraderie and fellowship shared between the two teams is an example that more should follow. We are close, we support each other, and we stand together when one of us is in need. This is how I come to you today. We wholeheartedly back the proposals of the Community Review Board as supported and promoted by our mayor and the Tampa Police Benevolence Association. Every day we witness firsthand the amazing and seemingly thankless job our team here in blue does. That is why we need and deserve closure. A vote backing the proposal gives them. They have most definitely earned it. We are your first responders. It has been a rough year. Let us all get back to doing what we love and doing what you hired us to do. Defend and make this city safe. It's one of the greatest cities in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Councilman.
Good morning.
Darla Portman with the Tampa PBA, the president.
I'm here to talk to you guys about the CRB that we've been doing for a year. This is a negotiation that unions do all the time with the city. We've all come together, we all made sacrifices, and a wise man told me a long time ago when I became the PBA president that when you walk away from a negotiation feeling a little uneasy about it, you've won. So I think all of us got together, we came up with a really good solution with the 5, 5, and 1, but I will tell you this, I would rather have the NAACP as the one that we work with the CRB. Cops and the CRB, we're not afraid of the CRB and we're good with the CRB, but I think we came to a really good proposal in May, and I think the NAACP, the PBA, and the city and the mayor have all agreed on that one, and let's just go forward with that. We're good with it. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, council members. Danny Alvarez, Tampa PBA General Counsel. Clearly, by now you know what our position is and what we're supporting. We appreciate the ability to have discourse with everybody. We've gone out in the community and listened to many of the stakeholders, and the feedback that they get when they figure out what is actually going on is there is a level of exhaustion from the uncertainty. We know that we've got a great compromise, that we came in January, and we understand that that was the 5, 5, and 1 with no subpoena power and no independent attorney, because one is being provided by the city as an independent attorney himself. To that extent, we continue to push and urge that the city council back that effort in a move to allow us to move forward and give closure to the police officers that are currently sitting out there waiting and wondering how and when this is going to go. To the extent of the previous comments, I would like to say something. 5, 5, and 1 was the compromise where between the legislative branch and the executive branch, they both lead our city. No one fails to have a voice in that compromise. What is the factor, though, is that one extra vote that was the NAACP. And what caught me a little bit off guard, and maybe to the point of being a little bit offended, was when someone previously said that the NAACP didn't have the ability to have a voice. I don't know if you saw what came before us today, but the reason that the union and ironically the mayor is pushing for the NAACP to have a seat at the table is because they are the voice of the community. And we do work with them hand in hand. And guess what? We don't always agree. You don't suspect or think that the people that came before you are going to roll over just because they're friendly or nice and know people that work at the union or they know people that work at the legislature. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. That's what the police want. That's what the kind of review they want. And that's what the NAACP members are going to stand for. So I'm not here to represent the NAACP, but I am here to support the current 5, 5, and 1 proposal, which has a voice for the NAACP, which is a compromise that everybody made, and we are ready to move forward. So thank you very much, and we appreciate you guys and the serious deliberation that this has taken. Thank you.
Hi everybody. My name is Jamie Clapholt. I am a Tampa resident and I am an attorney in this community. First, I want to wish Councilman Citro a very happy birthday. And I was very pleased last month when 5 of you voted to pass a new CRB ordinance. But now I hear that you're considering stepping back from that ordinance, and I'm wondering what's changed. You may not see a big difference between the 551 versus 74 breakdown of appointments, but the mayor's administration has put immense resources into keeping the city council from appointing a majority of the CRB, and I keep asking myself why. What is the mayor afraid of with respect to the city council appointing a majority of the CRB? And so if you think about it this way, imagine that the US Congress wants to establish an advisory board to review the DOJ affairs and inform the public in a transparent and credible way. It would not give the president a majority or even half of the board appointments. Why? Because the president appoints the attorney general and thereby exerts control over the DOJ. It would make no sense for the person who controls the DOJ to also control the board responsible for overseeing its affairs on behalf of the public. And by the same token, it makes no sense to allow the mayor to control the CRB when she already controls the TPD. The entire point of the CRB is that it's supposed to be an external independent body. And so therefore, I ask you to pass the same ordinance that 5 of you voted for last month, taking 7 of the appointments, with each of you having 1, and allowing the mayor to have 4 appointments. And of course, if you see fit to allow the NAACP to have 1 of those seats, then I think that that would be fantastic. But what I'm standing here and saying is the most important is that the city council must have the majority of these seats. And just to address one other thing, the ordinance that you voted for last month, in my view and in the view of activists who've been working on this for years, is more than a compromise. The vast majority of the asks that we have been working on and working towards for years are not in that ordinance. And that's why it's so disappointing that I have to stand here and ask you and beg you to pass the same ordinance that you already voted for last month, when it's an extreme compromise in the favor of the side that opposes an independent and credible CRB. But here we are, and so I hope that you will see fit to move forward with the ordinance that you voted on last month and take the majority of the CRB appointments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How many more speakers do we have? Is that it, sir?
Nope, we have, after her, it looks like we have 2 more.
2 more. Gentlemen, after the last 2, we will take a recess. The clerk needs to a break. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Morales. I'm a citizen and resident of Tampa Bay. I've been a resident of here for the last 6 years. And in the last 6 years, I've watched so many instances of countless police violence and police brutality ravage my communities and the communities I've lived in, the communities that I serve, and the communities that I work with. In that, I've watched incidents like Jay Passmore nearly being killed by the Tampa Police Department just down the street. I've watched incidents that have changed my life completely, that have changed who I am as a person. I've watched as our city has let people that have constantly had acts of brutality, that have constantly had acts of violence, continue to serve on our streets with our taxpayer dollars that are taking over half of the budget for the city on a police department that refuses to be held accountable at any condition of their own. So this is why we ask the city council to hold these people accountable, to hold these officers accountable, because every tax dollar that we all give into you guys, into your seats, into these offices, into these streets, are in the faith that these leaders, that you all, the council, that you all will respond and actually care about the values that we bring and we share. So when all the community members are here and they are begging you to listen, and they are begging you and emailing you and calling you and texting you and tweeting, saying that the ACLU has a proposal that actually would benefit the citizens and would actually hold our police department accountable and make a better union, let's listen to it. Let's be leaders that actually act progressively, that move further, that move and listen to the people. We need to actually demand change, and you all need to be leaders of change. You need to be leaders that listen, that respond. I've emailed every single one of you for the last months and months and months and months about countless issues I've seen in our community. And the only time any of you responded was when the mayor or the previous mayor answered on Twitter. Isn't that a coincidence? So what we're demanding here is for accountability to be held, because I don't want to live my life living in the city that I truly love, that has so much rich, beautiful Black history, wondering if I'm going to end up like Andrew Joseph III, end up killed on our streets. And that's not what I want. I don't want to be another Black body. But if we keep acting like the things that are happening now are what's supposed to be, then that's what's going to happen. You're going to have more Black bodies on the street. And all of your terms are coming up. They're going to end. And if you don't actually listen to the communities that you go to constantly for PR, we won't vote for you. We won't let you into our churches. We won't let you into our schools. If you do not actually stand right now in the moment when you are meant to hold accountability, when you are meant to stand up for the truth. It is time to listen to the people. It's time to listen to what we want and stop the heinous terror that the Tampa Police Department has spread on our community, and actually have officers that serve with the interests of the community. Thank you. Hopefully I don't see any more of you on Twitter and actually respond to my emails. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am here on behalf of the Council of American Islamic Relations of Florida, as a civil rights organization whose work revolves around advocacy and justice. Our presence here is crucial today. Having a citizen review board is a crucial step in asserting justice in an objective way. Recently, things changed, and current setup basically takes us back to square one. When the review board has the majority of its members appointed or approved by the mayor, it loses its independence and we lose objectivity. Florida is asking you to vote in a way that reflects our essence and what Citizen Review Board is entitled to fulfill. The people ask for a system of accountability to be in place. We need your vote to empower the community so that we can create positive change. Vote in a way that reflects the true purpose of what Citizen Review Board is. Florida is asking for the city council members to create a citizen review board, which appointments are made by city council. Also, I didn't write this down, but you don't have to think that much to understand that the mayor's point is always going to be biased. You don't have to think that hard. And that's all.
Thank you.
And actually, one more thing. We're never going to get justice by the oppressor, so why put them in charge? That makes no sense.
Is that the last speaker, sir?
One more speaker.
That's the last one?
I have one more gentleman right now.
Okay.
Good morning. James Shaw from the Greater Tampa chapter of the ACLU of Florida. First off, happy birthday, Councilman Citro. Second off, I want to be very clear. 551 is not a compromise. It is a capitulation. 7-4 in your favor instead of the mayor's favor was a compromise. In Fort Myers, the mayor appoints 1 out of 11 CRB members. In Miami, 2 out of 13. In Naples, Daytona Beach, Gainesville, Key West, none. City Council appoints all of them. The mayor appoints none. But here, our mayor was going to get 4 out of 11, and the ordinance that you passed for first reading last month, and that wasn't enough. The mayor wants 5 and veto power over who the 6th one is. And that 6th one has to be a member, according to this recent change, of a quote-unquote social justice organization. You changed NAACP to social justice organization. What's a social justice organization? Are the Community Patriots a social justice organization? They think they are. We asked for subpoena power. It's not in the ordinance you passed last month. You gave it to the Code Enforcement Board, but you let yourself get convinced you couldn't give it to the CRB. We asked for an independent attorney. That's not in it. You gave that to the Civil Service Board, but you would let yourselves get persuaded you couldn't give it to the CRB. The one thing that you did give was a watered down change in how the members are appointed, so that it's 7-4 in your favor instead of 7-4 in the mayor's favor. And even that they want to fight. So if you capitulate to that, we will have begun with a CRB that is a wholly owned subsidiary of the mayor's office, and we will end with a CRB that is a wholly owned subsidiary of the mayor's office. What if we have an anti-police mayor one day, Councilman Carlson thought to ask last week? They didn't think of that. But if we have that one day, they're going to rethink whether they really want one person to appoint to have control over a majority. But it's not their job to think of that. It is your job to think of that. Each one of you, before running for office, I hope took a minute to look in the bathroom mirror and ask yourself why you want to do this. And I don't think any of you said, to see how long I can hang on. I don't think any of you said, so that I can vote against what the people want when the people want it, to keep powerful folks from throwing tantrums. I hope that all of you said, because when the chance comes to do something meaningful, I want to be up there on the dais to vote to do the right thing. And that's this moment. As Ms. Hilton said, 85% of independent voters, 78% of Democrats, 64% of Republicans think that one person should not appoint a majority of the CRB. This should be an easy one for you. Why is the law enforcement community fighting so hard for that? What are they so afraid of? It's not subpoenas. They can't be subpoenaed. It's not discipline from people who aren't police officers. The CRB can't discipline them. The only thing it is a voice. Why are they so scared of a voice? And I'll tell you why. Because it's going to take away from them the ability to be dishonest with you, the ability to be dishonest with the public, the ability to say something that is later disproven by an independent board finding out the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
All right, we're in recess for 5 minutes. That was the last speaker, correct, sir?
That was the final speaker for this.
Thank you, sir. We're in recess.
you got me. Blood diamond love. Well, you're my blood diamond love. Hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. When the sun goes down and the daylight disappears, when the sun goes down and the daylight disappears, thought it was cold outside till I walked in here. Till I walked in here. Baby, I can feel what I can't see and I can't hear. Baby, I can feel what I can't see and I can't hear. So tell me why it's so doggone cold in here. Cold in here. Baby, don't lie. Don't be so insincere. Baby, don't you lie to me. And don't be so insincere. 'Cause baby, I know your other man been here. Your other man been here. Didn't make no greens, no beans, no rice. You ain't been mean, but you ain't been nice. Oh, I'm gonna drive that train. Baby, I'm an engineer. I'm gonna drive that train. Baby, I'm an engineer. Baby, it's cold outside, but I can't stay here. Baby, it's cold outside. Cold outside.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Ms. Shelby. think we've heard all of the public comment, the registered and the in-person speakers. I guess we'll go ahead and close and move into the business of the item 64. Ms. Dingfelder.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to get into any lengthy discussion. I think we've discussed it long and hard for a long, long time, and I think that's been healthy. I think the key to all of this is that we all work hard together, not only today, but in the future, to make sure that the Citizens Review Board is a strong and independent body, and that it's there truly to provide healthy oversight and transparency to the city and to the police department. And I think that every single police officer in the city who know their job far better than I do would be supportive of that type of oversight and transparency. Procedurally, Mr. Chairman, I would only request this. It appears that we've come down to sort of two issues on the table. One is the makeup of the selection, so which basically we've come down to, I think, 7-4 or 5-5-1. And then the second issue now is whether or not it should be NAACP or the alternative language that we played with on Monday. My only request procedurally is that we have separate votes on those two issues. I think that's fair. I think that way the community can know where we stand on those issues. And then that way, after we make those two decisions, then we just package it up and we're ready to go. And I do believe very strongly, as an attorney and somebody who's been here for 10 years, off and on, that we're ready for second reading no matter what. The community's been well noticed on all these issues, and I do believe that we can package this up and put it to bed today, and I think that's really, really healthy to be done with it today. Thank you.
Anybody, Mr. Maniscalco, you recognize?
Yes, sir. Just real quick, having heard from the NAACP and having spoken to President Yvette Lewis of the NAACP, that they have that, as originally intended, that they have that board position. Make sure that we clarify that, not, what was discussed of another social justice group or activist group. The NAACP wants their seat at the table, and we have to keep that there.
Mr. Vieira, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I agree with Councilman Maniscalco. I wanted to voice my strong support for specifically having it be an NAACP seat, and this is why. This morning, for example, I invited the Urban League to come over. It was kind of funny how it fell on that date. But that's a seat that's been in effect promised for 7-8 months or so. We've discussed as an NAACP. And then, something that's been brought up that I strongly agree with, which is a matter of vagueness, which is if we put into a social justice organization, what's a social justice organization? That's such a vague, subjective term. What is a civil rights organization? We know what a social justice organization is. We know what a civil rights organization is, but under the law and subjective terms, you could have a lot of different issues there. And I think that our intent is to have a historic organization that fights for civil rights, that fights for social justice, and that very, very, very carefully, narrowly fits the definition of the Hillsborough County NAACP. Therefore, I think that seat should be specifically guarded for the NAACP. And something Councilman Dingfelder said I strongly agree with, which is that we ought to vote separately on these issues and not specifically on the ordinances. Why? Because I think if, for example, the 6-5, 5-5-1, whatever you want to say it passes and somebody votes against it as an ordinance, they don't want to come out against the entire ordinance. I think that's a good courtesy to our colleagues. So that we can dispose of those issues as well. And something that I talked about as well with regards to the 5-5-1, my understanding is, we can either have it be the vote from the NAACP confirmed by City Council. Something I think that we should very briefly address is if do we want that vote from, or that seat from the NAACP confirmed by a vote of Tampa City Council. Just something to throw in there that I think may, be relevant to some of my colleagues. I throw that out there. I'd like to hear from folks on that.
We'll go, Mr. Miranda, I'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Vieira on the points of the NAACP. I don't think that it's incumbent upon all of us to understand that they're the ones that have been leading the charge for the right thing to be done for many, many, many years. And they're the ones, in my book anyway, that I'm sure all of us feel the same way, that if you look on a national level, state level, national level, they're the ones that are representative of the people that they serve dearly. And they're in need of leadership, like we are in need of leadership at times. And I agree with Mr. Dingfelder on first reading. However, I disagree on the method of first reading. In other words, the method of first reading should be a comparable of 2 or 3 different items that we have on which one is acceptable to us. And we haven't had one on first reading. So if we bring a new ordinance today on first reading, a 551, that's still on first reading, and it still could be passed in 2 weeks. So the time restraint is not a loss. There is no difference in what was thinking by one council member or the other council member, but the majority of the council hasn't voted on which ordinance they want. And I did ask city attorney to present an ordinance of 551, so we can have a discussion on 551 or 74. I think that's incumbent after we awarded them 2 items that Mr. Dingfelder spoke about, and I agree with that. I agree with that totally. I think the public's entitled to know exactly what we said, how we said, and when we said it, and how we voted. And believe me when I tell you, from what I see in political arenas, this is going to be the election for 2023. This will be what the people are going to ask you, so be prepared to face the public, because in my book, that's the first thing they want to know. It was covered today, it came out various times, and I agree with that. And I'm not afraid to defend my stand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Maniscalco, then we'll go to Mr. Citro.
Yes, sir, and I'll stop after this comment, but something that Councilman Vieira had mentioned in regards to the NAACP appointment. Is that an appointment by the NAACP and then confirmed by the mayor, or is it confirmed and approved by city council?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Shelby, you recognize.
I'm going to, the options have been prepared by the city attorney, and I know she's online. My understanding and my recollection, I'd like her to confirm that, is that presently, as it's drafted, the appointment is by city council. Yes. And it is not by the NAACP. That person has the qualification requirement of being a member of the NAACP. It is city council's choice, subject to confirmation of the mayor. That is what it is presently, not the other way around. It's not appointment by the mayor, confirmation by city council. It's city council that makes the decision and presents that to the mayor. And if the city attorney would like to confirm that or clarify that, I'd appreciate it, because that is a significant change in terms of what council is being given.
Ms. Grimes?
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
I think it's on now. Can you hear me now?
We
Can you
hear
hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm not clear on what Mr. Shelby just stated, but the current versions in front of you today, the way they're structured is that the council would make the appointment. They would be the appointing body, and whether it's the NAACP or a civil rights social justice organization, and that appointment would then be subject to the confirmation of the mayor. So we can modify it, though, if you would like for the NAACP to nominate, and then council appoint and the mayor confirm. It can be structured that way as well.
Well, then to follow up to that, I'll just say and wrap up with, I trust my colleagues, I trust you all here, and I trust the NAACP. So whomever is, let's say, nominated or chosen to be appointed on the board, I mean, that's good enough for me. Why would it need mayoral approval? We've already gone through the layers of trust, or am I complicating it too much? If Yvette Lewis of the NAACP says, this is who we nominate for the board, or this is who wants to be on the board, or us as city council, we choose somebody from the NAACP, that's good enough for me. I mean, why would it need further approval? Any thoughts?
There is.
I'll go to Mr. Citro. We'll come back to it. I have my own spiel reference to the NAACP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to make myself clear. And I'm sure, like the rest of us, have gotten a lot of calls, especially from the NAACP. And I'm not going to mention that I am a card-carrying member of the NAACP. I'm not going to mention all the great things that the NAACP does and has done. But I've also heard from other social justice organizations, such as the LGBT. We hear from a person that comes down quite often who has their complaints about TBD, and they talk about gay, lesbian, and transgendered people. We also hear from some people within the Islamic community that are saying that they're having their troubles with TPD. My thought, my idea, and when I put it out there, was to be inclusive of all social justice organizations. This is a vote the City Council will take, but I just needed to make myself clear. My intention was not to take away the great organization of the NAACP, but just to include other social justice organizations, should the time come in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Miranda?
Chair, I'd like to get to the bottom of this quickly as possible, and I know we have a lot of work to do on this one item, so I'm going to nominate the NAACP to be the 11th member of the CRB board.
Well, I want to get a little discussion for myself here first, sir.
I'll second.
Let me say this, gentlemen. There are 6 councilmen in here. And I see 1, 2, 3 African Americans. I don't usually use the word African American. I say blacks. I'm a black man. I never been to Africa before, but love to go. I was born in America. So I consider myself a black man in America. May have some ancestors from Africa, but for me, I'm a black man who lived in America. I know what racism is. I know what racism is at the police department. Went through it. I know what racism is in a community. The other 2 African Americans that are in here, they faced it. They know what it is. But it sickens me when I hear certain comments from certain folks. Councilman Goose don't want the NAACP to be a part of the board. Hogwash and bull. Never ever said that. And I'm sick of hearing that garbage by some people who don't have a personal interest or don't like me or whatever. I don't get into all that. I get into the facts. And the facts are, when Ms. Grimes came to me and said ACLU did not want to be a part of that board because they felt it was a conflict of interest if they had a director on that board. I thought about that long and hard. I said, let me try to protect the longest serving black organization by not having a director in case something happens in the city, God forbid. And they have to be able to come and be in front of cameras, be able to file whatever. It becomes a conflict and it creates a problem for that board. And that's why I said, well, I'd love to have the NAACP, but maybe a member of their social justice committee or something like that. But not a director of the executive staff. I still stand by that. And when Mr. Citro talked about social justice group, I got calls from, Ms. Lockett, who runs other social justice groups who are out there doing the work as well. You got Tampa for Justice, some of these other organizations as well. I don't have a problem with the NAACP if that's this council being the callous person on that board. I don't have an issue with that. So I want to make that clear. But as a person, as a chairman, I have to look at everybody's concerns. And that was a concern about everybody. I'm just saying, I know some council members, the NAACP, they're probably strong and they don't want to cross them, this and that. I get it. I get the politics with that. I don't get into it. Re-election ain't a big deal to me, whatever. If people like what I've done, they'll vote me back in. They don't, I go home, I'm happy. I'll go back to coaching football with our young people and trying to help them prosper. I'm just serious about that. So I don't run for, election time, If I did a hell of a job for the citizens in my district, and they like what I did, I'm back. If they don't think I did it, I guess I did what I did. I take my hat off to the citizens. and I move on to the next chapter in my life, just like I did as a police department. I didn't agree with every damn thing the police department did over there. That's the black man. But I went through it, got through it. That chapter's over my life. I deal with the issues at hand when it comes to this city council. Elected by the people. All decisions are not going to go everybody's way all the time, and I say that all the time. Compromises are made sometimes to get deals done, to get things moving. So I want to make that clear about the NAACP. I love the NAACP. Folks who are there are good people who work hard to fight for justice in our communities. But I stand by. I don't have an issue with them being on that board, but I do have an issue if you have an executive member. But if they're voting somebody from their social justice committee or whatever, that's great. But I don't think anybody in the executive body, because I think it taints the board a little bit. And that's just my opinion. I stand by that. But again, if that's what this board desires, that's what this board desires. Now, if any other questions about the NAACP, I think Mr. Miranda has a motion on the floor. I think Ms. Dingfelder is second. Is there any discussion on that? So the motion on the floor is the NAACP be the sole, just the sole person on that board, no matter who's nominated from executive board or a member of the branch. Is that correct, sir? Mr. Miranda?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just for clarification, and to give guidance to the legal department and to the clerk, I think we'll just go back to the language that, that we had as related to that particular item, NAACP. We'll go back to the original language that we had prior to Monday.
Ms. Grimes, what is the language?
The language that you had on Monday was that let me go back. The ordinance that you have on first reading, that's up for second reading today on the agenda, is 7-4, with the NAACP being the fourth, or being the 11th member. That member would be appointed by the mayor. That's the way it's structured now. 7 point.
That's in the 7-4.
Appointments as mayor, one of which will be a member of the NAACP. The other option that I have drafted after the meeting on Monday, I went back and just out of an abundance of caution, went ahead and drafted a 551 version, also with that 11th, that one member, the 11th member being appointed by NAACP, being appointed by City Council and confirmed by the mayor.
And that was with my request, right, Ms. Grimes? That was with my
Pardon
request,
me?
correct? That was with my request, correct? I came to your
You
office
asked-
with that request, correct?
That's correct. You asked me, Mr. Miranda asked me, and
Thank
I
you.
told both of you, before either of you asked me, I'd spoken to Ms. Lewis, and I knew this was going to be an issue, so I went ahead and prepared that fourth version of an ordinance so that we would be ready today.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, you recognize.
maybe we've got it reversed. Maybe we should deal with the 55174 question first and then vote on the NAACP question second, and then that way we can conform the NAACP part into that 5-5. Because as Mr. Vieira suggested, and I think Mr. Maniscalco too, and maybe others, I think they suggested that the NAACP position just be appointed by council, which would then actually make it more of a 6-5.
Yes, sir.
Instead of the 7-4 or the 551. So I don't know, Mr. Miranda, you made the motion. I'd suggest we defer it for a second or two until we bang out that other issue.
Well, we've had so many issues here that I think the public's confused. Just in this few minutes before we discuss 7-4, 5-5, in, out, no play, yes play, who, that, I understand all that. And by the way, I'm not coming to anyone's offense. I've never heard the chairman speak anything but praise for the NAACP. He's never talked negative in any, from what I've heard anyway, but I appreciate your service, sir. And there's where we're at. So which one do you want first?
All right, I think Mr. Shelby, I think the recommendation would be is we look at the 551. Is that correct, gentlemen? 551 is what we're looking at first?
So now it comes down to 551, 6-5, or 7-4? Between those three.
So if I understand, Martin Shelby,
I'm
City
I'm
Council.
a little confused now, so, now I'm getting confused. Now, we're saying, what I'm hearing now is we're saying now we're gonna shift and say 5-5, and that one on the side will be solely recommended by this council, correct? Is that what I'm hearing, Mr.
And
Dingfelder?
that's what I'm calling the 6-5.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that council approved that NAACP nominee.
Let me say this, if I may. Let's go to something practical and something practical and political. No mayor that I know of is dumb enough, if this council passes something 7-0, let's say, I'm just saying that, I'm not saying it's going to happen, that mayor is stupid enough to say no. I'm not talking about this mayor, I'm talking about any mayor. Who's going to fight over that? No one. So what are we doing? We're trying to make something new that's not new? I don't understand it. You got me confused. Maybe it's easier to get me confused, but I don't think it is. Sometimes I act like a dummy to find out where the dummies are asking me for it. So with that in understanding, tell me if we really believe that any mayor is going to turn down a council if they select somebody to be 7-0 or 6-1 or 5-2. Do you really think that's going to happen? It's like going fishing and think you're going to see a ball game. You're going to catch fish. It just, to me, I don't know what we're doing. Do you think that any mayor is going to do that? Really, I'm not trying to knock anybody out, but do you really believe that any mayor is going to go against anybody, whether it's us or somebody else sitting in these chairs, under those conditions? I don't think so. It would be suicidal.
Let me do this, Mr. Randall. So we need to wind this down and bring it for a landing. I'm hearing now, I thought it was two up. I'm hearing three options on the table. So I'm just gonna narrow it down here real quick. And we'll go to each one. We're gonna take just a second. We ain't gonna go into long discussion. The bottom line is you have A, now, A, B, and now you got a C on this table here. Now, we've already talked about this on Monday. I guess the administration was prepared for 2 items. Now we have a third item on the agenda today. It's not a good way to do business, but again, I'm one person, and there's 6 other people. So now, if we're gonna bring this into a landing, then I think you need to look at realistically. Realistically, if you're gonna vote on someone, your top 2 choices. That way, Mr. Bennett is clear. He can make his phone calls to the mayor, whatever he needs to do, and we move on. It's just no need to keep going through this horse. You make your top 2, Mr. Bennett makes his phone call, and we end it. And wherever it goes, it goes.
What do you mean by top 2?
Well, I'm going around the table. What are your top 2? I mean, I'm just telling you. You got 3 on the item. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna take a vote on 3 different items. We got to bring it for a land. Mr. Shelby, you recognized. Then I'll let Mr. Bennett have a few words.
Council, forgive me for being slow on the uptake, but I just want to make sure that everybody and the public and the administration is aware of the thought processes that council is going through with regard to the option. I don't want to have any misunderstanding as to what people are voting on. I believe you have several options here, and they've grown, judging from what Councilmember Maniscalco has raised. But there were 2 different issues. It was the 551 and then what is the 1? And I believe Councilmember Dingfelder wanted to, in the interest of clearing it up, as opposed to versus, there's another option on the table, which is what already exists for second reading. And that's what council voted on at first reading. So just remember that as well, because whatever you do, if it's any different than that, it requires a substitution. Does anybody have any questions about that? So that being the case, my suggestion would be, unless council feels differently, this is your meeting, this is your discussion, but resolve the issue of the appointments first, the breakdown, and then you could do the specificity of how that last one needs to be done. Unless Councilmember Maniscalco made a totally different motion that was seconded, I didn't hear it.
So Mr. Vieira has first, then I'll go to Mr. Dingfelder.
And if Councilman, I mean, well, just really quick, I guess, if I was recognized, thank you, sir. I like your idea of us talking about our 2 highest preferences and then maybe taking time for the administration to talk or something of that nature. I like just to get to this dispositive issue fast and to dispose of it and to move forward and whatnot. I like that. That's it.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognized.
Thank you. I personally wasn't aware that there was going to be a third option this morning. I was resigned to the fact that it was going to be either 7-4 or 5-5-1. But now there's been another suggestion from at least two of our members. You know, there are times when we have three choices. Sometimes, like when somebody wants to be chairman, there might be three people whose names get nominated, and we deal with it. So I think that's how we should deal with it. I think that if there are three choices, we should, you know, just put that out there. You know, everybody's clear on what those three choices are. Make a vote right then and there, and see if the three choices gets 4 votes. I mean, one of those three choices. If one of those three choices gets 4 votes, then that's the choice. That's the choice, and we are the legislative body. I think we're all pretty clear on the administration's preference. They've stated it abundantly clear. But now we're the legislative body, and let's make that legislative choice. So, Mr. Chairman, I would urge you to move forward, put those three choices on the floor. Each one of us would just state what our preference is, our number one preference out of those three choices, and see how that plays out.
Mr. Randall, you recognize.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. I just, and maybe I'm incorrect on one item or two items. Tell me one person that the mayor nominates to any committee that's not ratified by this council. Can you tell me one person?
I've made objections before in the past.
Objections. So what about if one of us was mayor and you send down things to the council to get confirmed, yes or no? Happens every day, every month, every year. Not every day sometimes, but it happens. How would you feel you were in the other seat? When you vote on something, you got to feel what you think is right, and then how are you going to present it? So are you going to get any mayor, this mayor, any future mayor, and that's what you want? You want to start a negative thing instead of shake hand on something that, to me, words don't mean much. But if you shake somebody's hand, that's a contract, where I come from. And I believe where you come from, Mr. Goods. Because the only thing you have in life is your word and a handshake. That's it. The rest comes and goes with the wind. So what is it we're looking for? Why am I going to upset this mayor or any mayor that we have to approve or disapprove of the appointees to any board, when we're not going to offer that mayor the same thing? I'm not pro-mayor, anti-mayor, or pro-council, anti-council. I try to be as realistic as I can from my street experience, not from my council experience. But where I come from, you give a handshake and a word, and you violate that, you're in hell of a deep trouble. No matter where you live, your word is the only thing you have, and your handshake is that contract. That's all I'm going to say, Mr. Chairman.
Let me let Mr. Bennett chime in a minute, and then we'll come back.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, public. I'll stay very narrow and prescriptive for the sake of our time management. But on Monday, we left with the 7-4 option, the 5-5-1 option. What I heard Council say, and I believe Ms. Grimes went back to support with substitutions, was that Council asked specifically if they made the recommendation for the 11th position or the 1 position, and the mayor confirmed it in that order, and we said that was fine either way. And we heard that Council wanted to make that recommendation or that nomination, and the mayor would confirm it. If it reverses itself, that's even okay by the administration, meaning if the mayor made the recommendation and council confirmed it. So either one of those scenarios works for the administration in support of the CRB. But I will also say, just, from the administration and the mayor's office, that from the beginning, the mayor supported the seat from the NAACP. So I just want to put that on the record. But we came in with a 551 option, and of course, the second reading request for substitutions on the 7-4, but the administration specifically supports the 551 option, and either the recommendation from council, approval from the mayor on the one, ideally from the NAACP, or the reverse, where it's recommended by the mayor and confirmed by council. Either way is fine. Thank you.
Mr. Carlson, I haven't heard from you today. You have anything to say, sir?
I'm the one that made the motion for the 7-4, so I think you all know where I stand on that. Now there are two other options on the table. But I wanted to ask Mr. Miranda, based on all the things you said, would you recommend today that we come to an agreement on a 4-3 vote or a 5-2 vote? Do you think it's important that we have you said that a mayor typically would not challenge, but is it important for us to have 5 votes or 4 votes?
No one knows how the vote's going to be. That's number one. A 5-vote, a 5-2 vote means that you automatically have the power of strength of numbers that the mayor cannot override. So, but we don't know if that mayor, whoever the mayor is ever going to override a 4-3 vote. So for the process, in my mind, the process to find out whoever the mayor may be at that time, because this is going to last for a year or 2 or 5 years or whatever. And if it's a 4-3, it still passes. If it's a 5-2, it passes. That doesn't mean that the mayor may reject even a 5-2 because it was never brought to that mayor's attention to vote yea or nay. So I understand what you're saying, but it's ahead of the time because it never gave the position of the mayor the right to reject what the council did. It's making an assumption that if it comes back, it's going to stay 5-2. That's the only thing that I'm thinking of.
Just, I could talk for a long time, but just 2 other quick things. One, I want to say to all the parties that I appreciate their collaboration on this. As I mentioned before, I set up a meeting with several groups with the city attorney's office, and it happened to be on the same day that the mayor made her first announcement on her first revisions. And that already was an improvement, but the mayor allowed us to continue to have that negotiation discussion that afternoon, even though she had just had a press conference. And so I just want to thank Mr. Bennett, the mayor, Ms. Grimes, and others who have, and all the parties in the community that have gone through this process. Nobody's happy, as Darla said before, nobody's happy on any side. Everybody's upset with us, but I want to appreciate this. And however we end up today, I thank everybody for that process. And also, we have, for everybody who's watching, there are a lot of changes in this. I don't think we have a red line from the original version. It's very, very important to me, because I was involved as an activist 6 years ago, it's very important to me to replace the original version by the way it was created, which was not good for the community. It was very divisive. And this has been, I think, it's been heated sometimes, but it's been a very good community conversation. And whatever we end up with today, it won't be perfect, but we can move forward with that. And then if it doesn't work or we need to make other tweaks or changes in the future, we can do that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Mastrico.
Just to clarify, I think I've confused the conversation here, but I'm not creating a third option.
Okay.
If there's a 5-5 and that won by NAACP, why does that NAACP need to be confirmed by the mayor? Is it not good enough? The NAACP says, this is who we've nominated for or want to appoint to this board. Council, can we get your approval? Like we approve a department head, a police chief, a contract, whatever. And that's it, that it doesn't go to the mayor for approval. NAACP says, person, whatever, council approves it, and that's it. It's not a third option, it's just a caveat.
Mr. Bennett? Yes, sir.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. To that point, we left on Monday with the agreement that council would nominate the position from whether it was NAACP, which the mayor recommended some time back and has been baked into this from the beginning, and then council provided the other option for a civil liberties group or a social justice group, which we were amenable to. And we were also amenable to either the mayor nominating council approval or council nominating the mayor approval, but that balance still remains, that it's 5-5-1 with either council nominating, mayor approving, or mayor nominating and council approving, but not just one side. We asked for a completely balanced, unbiased board with progression, and we believe that's what we've submitted for council's review. Thank you.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Bennett. 'Cause I'm hearing from council members, trying to be the peacemaker on for both sides to keep the balance. And I do respect the administration's position about the switcheroo on that one option. But Mr. Maniscalco does make a point, and it's not to unbalance the board at all. But if the administration of the meeting was saying, we're saying the NAACP is the person, and they select that, this body confirms that person, really, what's likelihood the mayor might not go with the recommendation of that person? I go back to Mr. Miranda. If we collectively say 7 people say this is the person from the NAACP, I don't think the mayor should. Why would they not give that recommendation approval? So is that a bargaining chip?
No, I can't imagine that the mayor wouldn't confirm that position. But again, it's a formality to keep the balance, and I think that's what the agreement was on Monday, was whether she recommends, council confirms, or the other way around. And she's the one that suggested the NAACP be part of that 11th position. So I can't imagine that a standing member or a member in good standing of the NAACP wouldn't achieve her confirmation from council. But it's just a way to make sure that we, again, I think one thing, and I really didn't want to get into philosophy this morning because we're busy, but understanding that the sense of balance here is there's been times where it said, well, what happens if this mayor comes into office? And then there's times where it said, well, what about this council comes into office? Well, that's the beauty of the balance. It lives in a consistent state of balance to protect the entire ecosystem of public safety. And so I said it Monday that the mayor moved from a 7-4 purposely to a 5-5-1 to create that balance, and all we are asking to close it out today, or whatever the council's wishes are as far as first and second reading, is to maintain that balance. And whether council recommends, mayor confirms, mayor recommends, council confirms, didn't matter to us. Just like it didn't matter to us if council wanted to move to social justice organization or civil liberties. But the mayor did recommend the NAACP as a premier organization to support the CRB. So in the spirit of it, I can't ever figure that this mayor or any other mayor wouldn't just confirm the nomination. But to keep things in a perfectly balanced ecosystem, the administration stands by the balance of that ordinance.
Ms. Vieira, you're recognized.
And thank you very much. And I want to be clear, when I spoke on this issue, I had said, because there was some concern on, well, the mayor's confirming this, and I went, well, what if there's consultation with the mayor and then city council confirms it? I think creating and gosh almighty, this reminds me of my legal practice where you're about to settle a case and then, you have 99.9% of the things down and then you wind up spending 100% of the next week on that 0.1%. I don't want to go into a rabbit hole here at all, which we're at risk of doing. What I was saying is confirmed by city council in consultation with the mayor, merely reversing it, not necessarily creating a third option, which is going to keep us here for a long time. I don't know how council feels about that, but I think that's what most people are getting to. But just my thoughts.
Mr. Dingfelder.
As you say, Mr. Chairman, trying to get a consensus. Maybe I can put together a motion.
You're an attorney, I'm not. You're an attorney, I'm not. So
Let me see if I can put together a motion that perhaps gathers a consensus. So I'll move that. I'll make a motion. Basically, it's a modified 5-5-1. as Mr. Maniscalco stated. The 5 and the 5 is just, you know, just straightforward. And the single position would be an NAAC position that they can nominate to city council, and we would approve it by resolution. That's the 11th position.
I'll second that. And remember, you know, we're here today because someone has disagreed with a 5-2 vote. So I can't say, well, how would a mayor, you know, not vote for this or not approve that? I mean, we're at a stalemate and we're here in a negotiation. I would support that, the 5-5 with the 1, as you described regarding the NAACP.
Repeat the motion, Mr. Dingfelder.
So five appointments by the mayor, 5 appointments by council, and the 11th appointment would be nominated by the local NAACP board, provided to us, city council, and city council would approve it by resolution.
Exactly, second.
If I may, because I want to make sure that we don't throw off the balance here. Does that have any consultation with any other office or anything of that nature in terms of the maker of the motion? Like with the in other words, because
I mean, it's in consultation with the NAACP. They're going to nominate somebody,
and we approve it.
They send it to city council, and then we do it by resolution. We approve it by resolution.
You recognize?
So the part you left out was the mayor approving it. Was that intentional?
I hate to ascribe any intent to anybody, but
Okay.
it is what it is, as they say.
Mr. Shelby?
And just for council's clarity, that also the appointment of that member of the NAACP is different than what your ordinance presently reads. It states as follows: one of which shall be a member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. It doesn't say anything about, it doesn't say anything about.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Shelby.
Yes.
And I appreciate the clarification. So I'll clarify the motion that it would be a member of the NAACP as recommended by the board of the NAACP and provided to this council, and this council would approve that or send it back. If we don't approve it, we'd send it back to the NAACP and tell them to send us another one. I mean, we don't have to approve what they send us. That's inherent in our, in our vote. But that would be by resolution.
Motion on the floor, Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Miranda, you're recognized for discussion.
No, I don't know if Mr. Bennett wants to speak. I know he sprung up, so I guess he wants to go to the mic.
Mr. Bennett?
As I understand the motion, I would agree with everything except leaving the mayor out of the confirmation because that makes it a default 6-5.
Well, let me understand all this. This is like Columbo chasing a case. You walk in, you walk out, and you don't know what is going on, but he's already figured it out. So the mayor's going to recommend, and we're going to confirm. That's by resolution.
No, that's not the motion.
I got you. See that, Columbo?
Where's your jacket? Where's your raincoat?
It's in the car.
Oh, okay.
And the old car that I drive.
I can clarify
Please
the
do.
motion.
Before you clarify, let me just make one point, Mr. Dingfelder, before you clarify. Because Mr. Bennett keeps popping up. Just how we're meeting here, with that last appointment, why can't all 8 of us meet for that last person? Why can't all 8? I mean, Mayor's never come here. Why can't all 8 of us meet?
She's not part of our legislative body.
All right, but a discussion about that last time. I'm just trying to kind of bring up, keep the balance a little bit for administration. I know what we're going, so I'm just throwing that at you, sir.
And if
Mr. Vieira?
Yeah, I mean,
I want to bring this for a landing.
Yeah, and I agree, such a tiny distinction on an issue of consultation. How about, I mean, I don't know if this would be self-defeating, a 5-minute recess?
I don't think that's healthy. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, just because people would wonder, why are we recessing?
Right.
I know.
Are we
Just,
recessing to talk with each other? No.
Oh, and no, just to be clear, absolutely not.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett?
I think there's a motion on the floor, and I was gonna clarify it to Mr. Miranda. And Mr. Miranda, just for clarification, that 11th seat, the NAACP board selects one of their NAACP members. They send that over as a recommendation to us, and we would approve it or deny it by resolution only. Okay, if we deny it, we would ask them to send another name. And that's it. That's a motion on the floor with a second.
But let me ask this, if I may, and I'm not questioning your motive, Mr. Dingfelder. So just by name, are we going to have an investigation of that person?
Well, the person has to qualify by all the other characteristics that are in Ms. Grimes, or the ordinance that Ms. Grimes has put forth. There's all those other
But now we're going
characteristics
into
and
the internal,
qualifications.
now we're going into the internal operation of an agency that we have nothing to do with. They represent the public just like we do. But they're entitled to have a representative. And the board votes on it, as I heard earlier by this council. The board, whoever they recommend would be the acceptable party. Now we're saying we may not accept the acceptable party because for whatever reason, and it hasn't been elaborated as to what the reason is, we reject the party. But before, it was the mayor making the choice and us confirming. Now, it's why do we convolute so many things? It's like ordering spaghetti and getting a filet mignon. You get what you order. What are we ordering here?
Mr. Bennett?
I really believe with the full heartfelt interest in every party, our both legislative, administrative bodies, executive bodies, and the public and the special interest groups, that if it was channeled as a recommendation through the mayor's office and council confirmed it, you would end up in the same thing with a balanced approach of what we're trying to do, the CRB. And it actually is very organic and fully transparent. It wouldn't be like council didn't know there was a recommendation of that name, but it would just be confirmed by and then recommended by the mayor, and then council confirms it. It does reverse what we talked about Monday, but it gives council the final say to put that person on the board. And I think the mayor, all they're doing is forwarding that recommendation from the NAACP to council to make the confirmation, and that creates the balance with the council having the final confirmation of the person on the NAACP. So it seems more like a process to me that ends in the same result.
I saw Mr. Vieira, then I'll go to Mr. Carlson.
And that's all I was trying to get to my comment, was that the final confirmation rests with Tampa City Council on that vote, not any radical, departure from what our Monday agreement is. And that's what I'm worried about, which is that, Monday we had two options, and now we're going off, and this is gonna go on a train ride that I don't think any of us intended to go on.
Mr. Carlson, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I can't speak for Mr. Dingfelder, but if the rest of you got calls like I got until, I think, 11 o'clock last night, I've been getting them nonstop from everybody. The community represented by the people who spoke this morning they feel like they've compromised way more than the other side, and they feel like 7-4 is a huge compromise. As they said, in some other cities, a mayor has 1 or 2 appointments, and in 7-4 that there would be 4. They're very against a 5-1-5, and so the part I can't speak for you, but I imagine is that if the city council is confirming the NAACP, then at least it in a way gives the community one more vote. It's not what the community wants. The community would rather have 7-4, and they'd rather have all the other things they asked for, or they'd rather have 9-2 or something. But anyway, if we're going to make everybody unhappy, whatever we do, but that if the city council approved it, it would make the community slightly more happy than just 5-5-1.
I'm gonna be honest, just hearing the discussions and hearing everybody talk, I don't see a 7-4 passing. just hearing the comments right now. I do hear the 5-5 and the 1 with the recommendation of council appointing the 1. So I do hear that. So there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Dingfelder. Madam Clerk, for the public officer, can you restate the motion? Mr. Dingfelder, I believe Mr. Dingfelder made the motion, Maniscalco second.
Yes, it is to, hold on, let me go back. A member of the NAACP recommended by the board of the NAACP, and the council does not approve, then it will be sent back with a request with another recommendation, and it will be approved by a resolution.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Dingfelder, you recognize your
Right,
motion.
and I don't know, Joe, were you looking to talk? Because I've already talked once or twice. Okay. I wanted to reinforce what Mr. Carlson said. I was prepared to come here today to say, let's pass the May vote, which was 7-4-1, that had 5 votes, and it was 7-4-1. The motion on the floor today is a significant compromise from the 7-4-1 that 5 members of this council voted for in May. And I'm stating that for the public to hear, but I'm also stating that for the administration to hear loud and clear. And we didn't agree on anything on Monday. We put other ideas on the table to bring back today, but there was no
That's
hard and
correct.
fast
You are
vote.
correct. You are correct. You are correct.
So I just want to make that clear. But anyway, so I am personally receding from the 7-4-1, and I'm willing to support this compromise of the 5-5-1 as modified today.
Mr. Bennett?
Thank you, and trust me, I'm not trying to have the last word. But I will say that the mayor went from 7-4 to 5-5-1, so she did the same thing to initiate the balance of the board. And I also want to say that, and I appreciate Mr. Carlson recognizing that this entire thing is balanced on a rip and replace from the previous 6 years to give a new start in a very balanced, unbiased, and progressive way. I keep using those 3 words. And the motion on the floor is a 6-5, and it is not supported by the administration.
No. All right, I call the question.
All right.
Wait, excuse me. Excuse me.
All right, I would.
No, I'm just saying, if you're calling the question, I just want to explain that.
I withdraw the call the question. I
Okay.
hear your procedural concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Miranda?
We are ready to vote on something Mr. Dingfelder just spoke about, am I correct? Which is actually the 6-5, right? All right, if I make a substitute motion, that motion takes over the current motion on the floor, am I correct?
You
Yes.
recognize Mr. Shelby?
I believe, and I will confirm, Robert's Rules of Order can entertain a substitute motion. The substitute motion does require a second, and that does require a vote to whether to take up the substitution. If the substitution passes, then the original motion is replaced. And if it doesn't, then it's not substituted. I just have to look that
I
up.
think that's accurate.
Mr. Miranda, you have deference.
May I have the floor, Mr. Chairman? I'd like to substitute the document labeled Exhibit A 6.17.21, which is the NAACP clear for Exhibit A, currently attached to the ordinance listed as item 64 on today's council June 17th agenda. To move the substitute ordinance revision for the 5-5-1, with the 1 being from the NAACP, confirmed by this council, approved by the mayor.
Substitute motion on the floor.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Mr. Shelby, you're recognized, and we'll go to Mr. Vieira.
Yes, and that is under Robert's Rules of Order to, it's called amend a pending motion. It's a subsidiary motion. It does require a second. It has been, and if the motion is amendable, I believe it's debatable as well, and it requires a majority vote for that.
And that's for first reading, Mr. Chairman.
First, you want to go back to first reading?
Everything's going to be on first reading. If you pass that one today on first reading, 2 weeks from now, you can have the second reading. It's the same one. It's the same thing we've done.
You recognize, sir. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, normally that would be the case, Councilman Miranda, but because of council's summer recess, the second reading, and the clerk can confirm that, would be July 15th. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Lynn, you recognize.
I just want to go on the record based on the fact that the motion on the floor to potentially change the original motion with a first reading. The administration does support that. However, if there was a future motion made that made it second reading, we would also support that. We believe it's legally defensible.
Well, is this a substantive change from the first reading? I don't know.
Ms. Grimes, can you chime in, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Ms. Grimes, can you chime in whether or not Mr. Miranda's substitute motion, assuming it passes, could be adopted as second reading today since it's merely a change of the exhibit?
Yes, sir. We covered this at the meeting on Monday. And as I said then, the change between first and second reading from 7-4 to 551 could be legally defensible, but it's not ironclad. Anytime you make a change between first and second reading, you always create a risk of a challenge. And I believe that's what Mr. Miranda is trying to get at. He's trying to eliminate the risk of a challenge. And that, for that reason, he wants to go back to first reading.
That's right.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, this is then this motion by Councilman Miranda is for what confirmed by City Council with consultation, recommendation, whatever you want to call it, with the mayor, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Miranda, would you consider a very friendly modification?
Let's see how friendly it is.
Just deal with the meat of your motion and pull out whether or not it's first or second reading, and let's vote on that if it passes. So that way, council can decide whether or not we want to be done with this today or not, as a separate part of your motion.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Tell me that again.
If you just make the motion the substantive part, but delete the first reading or second reading part, so that way, council could vote on that separately, because there's a lot of people, I think, who would be glad to be done with this, even if there's a slight risk.
I understand, but my feeling, Mr. Dingfelder, is we're going to go through this exercise time and time and time again, and I really want to narrow it down to where there is no risk. Anytime you take a gamble on something, we've spent a long time, the public has listened to this for many, many months, not weeks, but months, and they're entitled to have some unification of it passes or it doesn't pass. They're entitled to that, and I can't speak for all of us, but it's just something that you can't even go to a coffee shop and talk to you about this ordinance, and it is what it is, and I just want to get all the risk out to say, it happened or it didn't happen this way, and that's all I want. I mean, the public has heard this enough. It's been on more than likely national news as far as we know, so it's something encumbered, something that is going to be with us at least for the end of our term in office. And believe me, these will be things that will be talked about during the election. There's no doubt in my mind, because it's the nerve that touches the feelings of everyone in this community.
All right, Mr.
Pro
Shelby,
or against.
Mr. Shelby, since my friendly amendment wasn't well received, I'd like to offer a substitute motion on top of Mr. Miranda's substitute motion, which is just to tweak his slightly and say that it would be second reading today. And I'm just asking you procedurally, can I make a substitute motion on top of a substitute motion? I'm not trying to address the merits or the substance of his motion. I'm just saying procedurally, I can't help but think that we want some finality today.
Well.
So that's purely a procedural question. Can I make a substitute motion on a substitute motion?
Wait, a substitute of a substitute. Well, if, just from an understanding what is happening standpoint, that's problematic. And if Mr. Massey is there, Mr. Massey is well-versed to back me up on this, because I don't want to misspeak of something of such great import to the council and to the administration, to the public. But the answer would be to see if that substitute passes, that substitute may be amendable as well. And that might be a subsequent motion. I don't think you could have, I'm not sure, but it would be, there's something that doesn't sit right with me to have a subsidiary motion of a subsidiary motion. And at what point does that stop? So I think you have a motion and a second on the floor. That's Mr. Miranda's. I think you should take that up. And if his motion is still in need of tweaking, then you can make a motion to amend that and see if that suffices. That would be my best recommendation,
All right,
because at least
that's
then
fine.
everybody can follow what's going on,
That's fine. So you're saying that motion can be raised after it, if it passes?
if it passes.
Okay.
But the key now is that that motion of Mr. Miranda will take, this vote is determinative about which of those two motions, the original or Mr. Miranda's, will take precedence and come to the floor.
All right, we got it.
All right, Madam Clerk, read the motion again. I know we have a motion by Mr. Miranda, it was seconded by Mr. Citro.
That is to move the substitute revision for the 551, with the one being the NAACP, to be approved by council and confirmed by the mayor.
I just ask,
Go ahead, Mr.
are we
Carl.
voting on the, are we voting to vote on the amendment, or are we voting on the actual substance of it?
You have a substitute motion by Mr.
Yeah, the
Miranda.
substitute, are we voting to approve that we want to vote on the substitute motion, or are we
Right, yes,
voting,
we're voting to
or are we
approve the
voting for the
5-5
substitute motion?
We're going to approve the 551. Correct, Mr.
You're,
Shelby?
you're voting, that's a very important distinction. You're voting not on the substance of it, you're voting to accept it as a substitution to the motion that
Okay.
was on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
You're still gonna have to take that motion.
And if I may,
Mr. Vieira.
thank you, sir. And yeah, and you know, it's funny. I mean, I think that both of these are going to wind up having the very same outcome. And that's what frustrates me. Both of these are going to have the very same outcome. If you vote yes on this one, it's going to have the same outcome as part two. You know, there seemed to be a narrative after Monday, but I think both of these are going to have the same outcome. Frankly, they can have the same votes, but whatever.
Madam Clerk, I'm calling for the vote, roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
No.
Maniscalco, Carlson,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder, Maniscalco, and Carlson voting no.
Mr. Chairman, that is now the motion on the floor.
Well, it doesn't, I think his motion just mooted my motion.
Yes, but now that is the motion by the second on the floor.
So
So that is now, who was the seconder of that motion?
Hey,
Mr. Miranda?
I need to take a phone call. Can we have, I mean, it's 12:40. Can we have a quick, well, I mean, just, can we have a quick recess in 5 minutes? I need to take a phone call for work. That's all I'm saying. I've been missing a phone call.
Go ahead and take your phone call, we'll discuss. Go
your
ahead and
phone
take
call from work, it's work
Well,
related, is that what you said?
Legal work, private
Yeah,
sector.
your private work, that's fine.
5 minutes recess.
Thank you.
want her, she got to love me when she can. Well, the blues ain't nothing but a low down shaky chill. Well, blues ain't nothing but a low down shaky chill. You got to grab that man when you can, baby, and love him when you will. She might be down in the church house, kneeling down to pray. Yeah, down in the church house, kneel down and pray. Honey, she been loving that man, drove her half insane. Blues ain't nothing but a woman little named married me. Yeah, blues ain't nothing but a woman little named married me. She can't get it when she want her. She got to love him when she can. People, she left here walking fast, crying, didn't have nothing to say. Walking fast, evil, didn't have nothing to say. Well, you know the woman be here in the morning. Oh, she won't be back today. I'm gonna sing it one time for Muddy Water. Oh, sing it down, deep down in the blue. Hey, 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 hey. Sing for Muddy Water. Sing for Muddy Water down in the blue. Oh, Muddy did them first. Honey, now I'm gonna do it too. I said, my horse done gone lame and my lead you done gone blind. I said, my horse done gone lame, hey, hey, my lead you done gone blind. Well, I wouldn't be here in the morning, baby. Might be back in a couple of days' time. No coffee for my breakfast. No butter on my roll. I ain't got a drop of milk for the cornflakes in my bowl. I'm fresh out. Baby, I'm all fresh out. Ain't had no loving since the day. Ooh, girl, you went away. I'm fresh out. No jelly in the jar. No flour in the sack. I ain't got nothing cooking, babe. Please, won't you come back? I'm fresh out. I'm all fresh out. drank up my last bottle of Johnny Walker Red. Nobody in this big house but me in my empty bed. I'm fresh out. Baby, I'm fresh out. I had no loving since the day you went away. I'm fresh out. Yeah, no doubt. I'm fresh out. Here I stand, guitar in hand. Everybody knows a Chicago man. It's in my walk, it's in my talk. Your woman want me, it's not my fault. I broke some rules, paid some dues, play my blues the Chicago way. Over here, we don't mess around. Police, I call y'all to shut us down. We hear the music coming through the door. They say don't stop, y'all. Play some more. Broke some rules, pay my dues, play my blues the Chicago way. Second city, try second to none. I'm tough enough, y'all. Don't need no gun. The city get cold, but I get colder. I can take the weight, y'all, on my big shoulders. I broke some rules, pay my dues, play my blues the Chicago way.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
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 And Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Just really quickly, I moved my call to 1:30, so just for the public, at 1:30, I gotta, just for a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. For the sake of bringing us back to where we were, will the clerk please state what the motion is on the floor and who made it and who seconded it?
A motion was made by Miranda and seconded by Citro to move forward with the substitute revision of the 551, with the one being the NAACP board members, to be approved by council and confirmed by the mayor.
What did we do procedurally before, Mr. Shelby? Something passed 4-3.
That was it, to take your motion off the floor, Mr. Dingfelder, and replace it with Mr. Miranda's motion.
So my motion is now off the floor?
Yes, it is. It was
Yep.
substituted.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that was, the mayor makes the recommendation and this council approves the
No. The NAACP nominates their board member, you approve it, and then the mayor confirms it.
Okay. Mr. Miranda, I know you got a possible motion on the floor. Would you be amenable to a friendly amendment, sir?
I'm a member of everything, but I just wanted, in other words,
I can bring it to a landing.
yeah, in clarity, when we recommend something to the mayor, I have yet seen one mayor reject it, ever. Just give me one.
I would I would ask a friendly amendment. We flip it the
Yeah,
other
that's
way.
fine.
We do a switch.
You want me to read an ordinance?
Yeah, if you do a friendly amendment to where we do a switch to where the mayor recommends and we approve the.
That's fine. That's
Is
fine.
is the seconder, I'm sorry, that was an amendment, a friendly amendment.
To the motion.
To the motion.
To the motion. The question is whether the seconder of the motion agrees with that friendly amendment, or do we have to have
Yes,
a
I'm
vote
asking-
on that motion to amend?
Second.
Well, it's a friendly amendment.
Mr. Miranda?
All right.
That's fine, I take it.
So Mr. Miranda made the motion, Mr. Citro seconded it. You can have the gavel. You didn't make.
Unless
No,
it's
his motion. I did a friendly amendment to his motion.
He accepted the friendly amendment, so
Accepted.
you just seconded it, and it's all good.
Right.
And the seconder of a motion is that's fine
Citro.
too. And there's no need, I don't hear any objection from council, so that friendly amendment is accepted.
All right, we can take a roll call vote.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
No.
Maniscalco, Carlson,
No.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder, Maniscalco, and Carlson voting no.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
You recognize, sir.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, then, that was a motion to substitute Exhibit A.
That is correct.
So now what you have before you then is the substitute version. And do you have, I don't believe you have a clean copy of Exhibit A yet, do you? That was just made. And the clerk, okay, so there's a clean copy, and it was up there. Oh, now it has to be changed now?
Yes.
And it's being worked on by the legal department and be brought down the clean version? Okay.
Mr. Citro, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, on any ordinance that we have before us right now, or any might that come before us, I wish to strike the words social justice organization and input the NAACP, that there be no discussion on who that is going to be, but the member that will come up on that one vote will be from the NAACP. If I may finish?
Second.
Thank you. That I have no doubt in my mind that the NAACP will fight for all peoples of color, no matter what the color be, and they will also fight just as hard for any sexual orientation or any religion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's not going to be in the ordinance, isn't it? Okay.
It is.
Mr. Shelby, recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear that what you're doing, I believe by Mr. Miranda's motion, and I may be wrong, and it may require clarification for the legal department, but by his motion, I believe it went back to the NAACP, and which replaces the language social justice and civil rights organization, as it should be being prepared right now by the legal department. With regard to issues that have been raised, just want to bring to your attention, generally in D1, now the second paragraph states, when appointing members to the CRB, the mayor and city council shall consider the existing diversity composition of the CRB and shall endeavor to appoint individuals from different racial, ethnic, gender, national origin, socioeconomic, age, or religious backgrounds. That is the language that was drafted, and it appears in this ordinance. So I think that would address your concerns, unless there's something else you wish to add.
Well, the word there was consider.
Yes, that's the word.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
I believe the legal department is asking to be recognized.
Ms. Elman?
Richardson,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
believe.
The legal department is in the process of working on an ordinance to match your directions this morning, and we probably should have it brought down in moments.
In moments, okay.
Could somebody, could clerk or somebody just repeat back to us with all the additions and changes and everything so that we in the public know clearly what this is?
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Not just the last part, but the motion that Mr. Miranda made, the amendment, and then also this part, so we can know what it is in total.
Okay. What I have is to move forward with the substitute revision for the 551 with NAACP nominating a member of their board, and the mayor recommends that person, and council will approve. In addition, Marty, could you clarify the replacement of the civil rights organization with the NAACP? Is that correct?
The social justice and social justice organization and civil rights organization, reverting back to the previous NAACP, set forth. And then that would clarify that. And by the way, council, in order to have the substitute accepted, obviously, it's already been made, and I just wanted to make sure that you all have copies of it. That's going to be brought down from the legal department, so you will see the language right there before you cast your vote as to what the exhibit is, so you're clear, each of you. For it? Well, the question is, the question's been asked of whether we need to wait for it. There hasn't been a physical substitution. You don't have that in your possession yet, do you, Madam Clerk?
I do not.
Okay. Normally, the clerk does accept a substitute before council votes on the substitute. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is best practice in this case, Madam Clerk?
My suggestion at this time would maybe just take a break and allow legal to create the document, and when we reconvene, we could go ahead and move forward with that ordinance, and we'll have it in hand.
And just a reminder again that Councilmember Vieira, I believe you say you have to leave by 1:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, but I mean, we should be able to get it all done.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just procedurally, if I could. Oh, okay. So the issue came up earlier whether or not this council wants this to be second reading and be done with it today, or do we want to go through all this all over again, because we will, okay, for second reading in July. I might not be happy with the result that we end up with today, but as somebody said earlier, perhaps that's the result of negotiations and et cetera. But I can assure you that I don't want to come back in July and rehash all this. But it will be rehashed as long as we leave the door open. So I think both our legal counsel and legal counsel upstairs has said that we can move forward with this on second reading because it was not a major change. It did not change the title. Okay, we just tweaked up around the edges. And therefore I would urge council, and I will make a motion right now that this would be for approval on second reading. I mean, I'm not making a motion to vote for it, but I'm going to make a motion that whatever we move forward with today, we do it on second reading. And I'd like that as a separate vote and a separate motion. So I'll make a motion.
I'll second that. I think it's legally defensible and everything we've already discussed, that second reading should be safe and fine.
Motion on the floor for a second reading today by Mr. Dingfellow, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Could we have to roll call vote on that, please?
Roll call vote.
Before, if I make, just quick question, may I just to make darn sure, because I have no problem with that, I'm glad to vote for this, but just to make sure with Ms. Grimes that going forward on second reading today poses no,
said it, there's a minor risk. There's a tiny little risk.
There's always.
To us on the procedural issue.
And I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much. Briefly, gentlemen, we have gone back and forth on verbiage. We have gone back and forth on understanding. We have gone back and forth with Chief Bennett onto this and that and the others. We have people out in the audience that may not understand fully what is going on. We have people that are not even watching this that want to know that may not understand what's fully going on. I would like to make sure that the public knows everything, has the opportunity to call us, email us. I would prefer this going back to first reading. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. The language of the substitute is being printed up right now for City Council. You'll have it in front of you. If City Council wishes, I can read to the public exactly what that section says so that everybody will hear it, if that's Council's pleasure.
Yes.
That'd be fine, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you. I'm reading from Membership and Organization, which is D, sub 1. And I'll read sub 1 in its entirety. The CRB shall hereafter consist of 11 voting members, with 5 voting members appointed by the mayor, 5 voting members appointed by City Council, and 1 voting member nominated by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, who shall be a member of the NAACP and who shall be recommended by the mayor and subject to confirmation by City Council. Persons appointed to the CRB are volunteers and shall receive no compensation. Next paragraph. When appointing members to the CRB, the mayor and City Council shall consider the existing diversity composition of the CRB and shall endeavor to appoint individuals from different racial, ethnic, gender, national origin, socioeconomic, age, or religious backgrounds. That is D1 in its entirety.
You satisfied with that, gentlemen? All right. So we want to take up the motion of the second reading now, Mr. Shelby?
Well, I can give this to the clerk.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Dingfelder, and the second was by Mr.
Maniscalco.
Let me pass this to the clerk.
Maniscalco.
And now, get the lectern, please. For the record, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, I have received from the administration and the legal department a clean copy of the Exhibit A that reflects, as I just read, Councilmember Miranda's motion and vote of council. And now that substitute has been accepted, if council wants to wait for the copies, they're forthcoming, but if council is satisfied based on what I read, a motion now with finality, if council wishes to do it. Again, was there a motion on the floor with regard to first and second reading?
Yeah.
That is the first item to take up then with that motion on the floor.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Dingfelder and a second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Which is, again, for
Second reading.
Second
Reading.
Vieira,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
No.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro and Miranda voting no.
So
All
when
right,
the
where we at now,
time-
Mr. Shelby?
What happens now, council, is you have this on your agenda. It is now a substitute for number 64. And it would be appropriate then to move the substitute being presented for second reading and adoption. And that should be part of the motion, and then read the ordinance by title as it appears. The title has not changed.
In the whereas clauses,
It's as it has been.
you've seen it or what?
I believe everybody, my understanding is that all of council has seen it.
Okay, thank you.
Take up a motion in reference to the substitute.
If I could have that ordinance, I'd read it off Mr.
Do you have it, Madam Clerk?
I
You have the title?
You have Exhibit A. Do you have the title? Oh, it's on the agenda. It's the same title. Number 64.
I want to make sure I read the right one here. We've got one here, but I want to make sure that, item 64.
Yes, sir.
But it doesn't say which one it is. It doesn't say.
No,
five.
all you have to do is, in your motion, sir, just use the word substitute.
All right. Which one is it now? This here. Okay, this is the, Exhibit A is 6.17-21551 with the NAACP coming in and in relationship. But this one doesn't say what ordinance it is. It just doesn't have a number. This one has number E 2021-8, Chapter 18, as substitute. Am I correct? I want to make sure I'm perfect.
Yes.
Substitute ordinance to review. This is not it.
64, I think.
64, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida superseding, replacing ordinance number 2015-121, which creates section 18-8 Citizen Review Board for the Tampa Police Department, and adopting a new section 18-8 creating the Citizens Police Review Board for the Tampa Police Department, providing for severability, repealing all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict therein, providing an effective date, and this is the 551.
And I believe the copies are for council members, hot off the press. Would you mind distributing them to council, please?
Thank you.
And council, just what's being distributed to you is not the two-page ordinance itself, which I believe the clerk has, but you've seen that previously. What's being distributed to you now is the revised Exhibit A, which is the substitute. Was there a second again?
Mr. Miranda has moved the ordinance, and Mr. Vieira has seconded. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
No.
Maniscalco, Carlson,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder, Maniscalco, and Carlson voting no.
Okay, gentlemen, it's already 15. Staff needs to eat. They need a break. Mr. Bennett, I know we won't make it back by 1:30, sir.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff, just so I'm clear, are you going to do consent at 1:30 or staff reports at 1:30?
May I follow up on that question, Mr. Chairman? Because we do have people here who are still waiting for second reads and a review hearing. So the question is, where in the scheme of things do you want to hear from the people who have been waiting on the second floor or maybe online?
All right. Mr. Bennett, this is going to be a day that's kind of unprecedented because it's a hot issue way to get done. So you're just going to have those staff members stand on standby. We need to come back and get those folks out of here. Okay. All right. So we'll be in recess. What do we say? 2 o'clock, gentlemen? Or should we get out of here? That good, everybody? Quick lunch or what? 2:15. All right. We're in recess 2:15.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My diabetes.
When I was a little boy, at the age of 5, I had something in my pocket, keep a lot of folks alive. Now I'm a man, May 21. You know, baby, we can have a lot of fun. I'm a man, I spell M-A-N, Maine. All you pretty women, stand in line. I can make love to you, baby, in an hour's time. I'm a man, spell M-A-N, Maine. I'm going back down the Kansas to bring back the second cousin, Little John the Conqueror. My man, spell M-A-N, Maine. The line I shoot will never miss. The way I make love to them, they can't resist. I'm a man, I spell M-A-N.
Georgia was 1934. My baby, she begged me, Daddy, please don't go. But I left that town. You know, I left that town. When I left out of Georgia, you know I was Memphis bound. But I
Hello? Oh, great. Flight's on time? Yes. All right, I'll head to the airport right now. I cannot wait to welcome you guys back to town. All right, welcome back to Tampa, guys. We're very excited to have you here. I hope you guys had a wonderful flight. You certainly landed in the world's best airport here in Tampa. Just to give you an idea or a taste for all the development that's going on in our wonderful city, you can just take a look at the airport. We are expanding out here as quickly as the city is growing. You know, the city's changed so much really in just the last decade. Thanks to Mayor Bob Buckhorn, we have a thriving downtown right now, and our business sectors are growing by leaps and bounds, as is the residential. And so it's really been amazing to watch the change here in our community from a number of different areas. Now we're coming down to Water Street, an incredible new development that's on over 50 acres of land, and it's going to have over 900,000 square feet of mixed use, commercial, residential, retail. It really is a very, very unique, first of its kind community in the entire United States. So we're very excited about this. They are on the brink of opening some of the residential, some of the commercial elements of Water Street, and even opening a Publix. And I love my Publix. Our neighborhoods really define our city, and we have to ensure that they are sustained and they're very, very resilient. We are one of only 2 cities in the United States that has our own waste-to-energy plant. And this location actually keeps 2 million pounds of trash from going out into the environment every single day. It really is an incredible facility. And we're also getting away from the carbon fuels by turning our fleet to electric here in the city as well. This is a great example of just one of the ways that we are making a stronger, greener, more resilient Tampa. Transportation is a keen focus for us here in the city of Tampa. It's a great need, and not just to get our residents where they need to be, but to ensure that we do that safely. And to that end, we are focused on complete streets. We're going through a roundabout here, and as you can see, the bike lane here as well. We are focused on keeping our motoring public, our pedestrians, and our bicyclists safe on our roadways. And as a result, we have signed on to Vision Zero. And that's a very lofty goal, especially in an area that is known for a high number of fatalities. And the goal there is to reduce our motor, pedestrian, and bicycle fatalities down to 0. So it's going to take a lot of work, it's going to take a lot of cooperation, and it's going to take an understanding that everyone shares in the responsibility to keep our roads safe. Here's some new homes in historic East Tampa, showing the growth and the vibrancy, a part of a city initiative. The majority of the homes were purchased by residents of East Tampa. We also have a very surgical focus on rehabilitation and repair of homes as well, because people want to stay in the home that they have a history with, that their family may have been born and raised in that particular home, or it has been passed down through the generations. So we want to ensure that all of our residents have the opportunity to live in the neighborhood that they choose and feel comfortable in. Affordable housing and workforce housing are critically important in the city of Tampa. And as such, we have another very bold goal that we are well on our way to realizing, and that is providing at least 10,000 affordable units by 2027. And we have no doubt that we will crush that goal. Mary Bethune is just one of the many projects that are in the works right now. Neighborhoods really are the heart and soul of our city, and it's so important that we maintain the history and the culture of each of our neighborhoods, because collectively they do define the city of Tampa. And so that is a focus for us here in the city, without a doubt, is to maintain our culture, our history, to celebrate that as we grow into the future. This particular area here in West Tampa has been historically industrial, and as you can see now, it's making a transition into residential and retail, with a number of wonderful restaurants opening up in this particular area, which is another great sign of the growth in Tampa. Having these neighborhoods pop up where individuals can live, can work, and can enjoy any of the retail or activities that they want to endeavor in without ever having to get in their car and drive anywhere. We have an incredible entrepreneurial ecosystem in the city of Tampa, and so many incredible businesses have started right here in the city of Tampa, and now have expanded around the world. We've also had so many companies move their businesses, headquarters, operations to the city of Tampa because of our exceptional quality of life, our low cost of living, and again, just the fact that we're the friendliest city in the nation. All right, guys, that's the tour of Tampa. Look forward to seeing you same time next year. And just take a minute and check out this view. This is one of the reasons that we live in Tampa.
This city television station is so proud of the great historic landmarks that we have in Tampa that it is producing a series of programs focusing on Tampa's rich history. Today we're focusing on Jose Marti, one of the great giants of literature, but also the famous apostle of Cuban independence, who lived here in Tampa during the last 3 years of his life. He loved Tampa, and we think you're going to love to hear more about the life of Jose Marti here in Tampa. Tampa is full of rich history. The father of Cuban independence, Jose Marti, lived here during the last 3 years of his life and is part of Tampa history. In late November 1891, when Jose Marti arrived in Tampa, our city was less than 5 years old, but the cigar industry was starting to blossom, transforming our fishing village into a cigar capital. Jose Marti was 38 years old when he stepped off the Henry B. Plant Railroad that had brought him from New York City, where he had lived for the last 11 years. Who was Jose Marti? What brought him to Tampa? Jose Marti was born in Cuba and studied law and philosophy in Spain. He became a literary giant in Spanish literature. We can compare him to our Walt Whitman and Alistair Cook, but in the Spanish language. His poetry, essays, books, translations into English of epic novels, writing for Charles Dana's New York Sun, and as a syndicated columnist in Spanish language newspapers, where he informed the readers of the major events in the life and time of our country. He would eventually become the national hero of Cuba, the apostle of Cuban independence. He was invited to come to Tampa as a speaker at one of our revolutionary clubs in Ybor City and delivered 2 of his most famous speeches here in Tampa's Ybor City in a theater called El Liceo Cubano, the Cuban Lyceum on 7th Avenue and 13th Street, and it became his headquarters during his many visits. That building had been the first wooden cigar factory of the founder of Ybor City, Vicente Martinez Ybor. But he later moved his cigar factory to the large brick building on 14th Street and 9th Avenue. Jose Marti's most famous picture in Tampa, surrounded by cigar makers, was taken on the front steps of Ybor's factory, and the Cuban postal system has issued 2 stamps using that historic picture with Marti in Tampa, and another stamp with the picture of the Liceo Cubano, where Marti gave his 2 most famous speeches. His speeches were quickly published and read in cigar factories in Tampa and Key West. Marti loved Tampa. He loved its people. He called our city the loyal town, el pueblo fiel. He came to Tampa no less than 20 times during the last 3 years of his life. In Tampa and in Key West, he brought unity to different factions, all together for one common cause, the independence of Cuba. He was a recognized leader, and together with other Cuban revolutionary leaders, was hosted by Tampa's mayor, Herman Glogowski, who took them from City Hall on his mayor's carriage across the new Lafayette Bridge to visit the newly dedicated Tampa Bay Hotel. It was in Tampa that the basic principles of the Cuban Revolutionary Party were drafted. His moving oratory raised a lot of money to finance the Cuban independence movement. Cigar makers would volunteer 1 day's wages for the cause of Cuban independence. From Tampa, Jose Marti traveled to Key West. At that time, Key West was Florida's largest city, and it was the cigar manufacturing capital in the United States. From Tampa, he visited Ocala's new cigar district called Marti City. On December 16, 1892, on his 8th visit of his 20 visits to Tampa, while staying in a small bungalow near what is now the Cuban Club in Ybor City, an unsuccessful attempt was made to poison him with a glass of wine. He quickly detected the odd-tasting wine and spit it out. Local Cuban physician Eduardo Barbarossa quickly responded, and Martí was moved to the rooming house of Ruperto and Paulina Pedroso on 8th Avenue and 13th Street, where Martí Park is now located. Mr. Pedroso became Martí's bodyguard in Tampa. Martí recovered sufficiently to return to his newspaper offices in New York City, arriving there on Christmas Eve. The next year, in 1893, Martí came to Tampa no less than 7 times after celebrating his 40th birthday. In Ybor City, he visited more cigar factories and held meetings and fundraisers at the Liceo Cubano. He also traveled to Key West in the Henry B. Plant steamer and stayed in the home of Fernando Figueredo Socarrás, who at the time was superintendent of schools in Monroe County and formerly had been the first elected Cuban American to the Florida House of Representatives. That Fernando Figueredo Socarrás would eventually move to Hugh McFarland's West Tampa and get elected as the first mayor of the city of West Tampa. West Tampa was fast becoming the second cigar city in Tampa, and Fernando Figueredo Socarrás came to West Tampa with the Fernandez O'Halloran factory from Key West. Things moved in Tampa so fast that Tampa was booming. The city of Port Tampa had just become incorporated. Tampa's Henry Mitchell had just gotten elected governor of Florida, and plans were underway to make West Tampa an independent city, especially after the Fortune Street Bridge opened up. In the year 1894, Martí came to Tampa at least 5 more times. He used the new streetcar system rolling in and out of West Tampa from Ybor City. New cigar factories in this area meant more financial support for Martí's effort. Martí's friends in Tampa were getting elected to city council, like Ramón Rubiera de Armas, Emilio Pons, Cándido Martínez Ybor, Ramón Rivero, and others. Ramón Rivero had been the person that introduced Martí when he gave his famous speeches in El Liceo Cubano. And Rivero had been the publisher of local Cuban patriotic newspapers like La Revista de Florida, the Florida Magazine, and later El Crítico de Ybor City, the critic of Ybor City, and whose newspaper, Cuba, had become the official voice of the Cuban Revolutionary Party, founded here in Tampa by José Martí. In the fall of 1894, on his 19th visit to Tampa, Martí was informed and saw firsthand the results of a devastating fire in downtown Tampa and the bad storm that hit our city, causing significant damage to the cigar factories in West Tampa, especially the roof of the Fernandez O'Halloran cigar factory, where our West Tampa library is now located. Martí's last known visit was in October of 1894, where he alerted his most trusted friends that the necessary war of Cuban independence would soon start. The last cigar factory Martí visited was the Emilio Pons factory in Ybor City, near the small Henry B. Plant railroad station. On January 28, José Martí celebrated his 42nd birthday, his last, with a handful of friends in New York City. The next day, José Martí signed the Order of Uprising, giving it to his trusted secretary, Attorney Gonzalo de Quesada, with instructions: take it to West Tampa. On February 2nd in 1895, Fernando Figueredo Socarrás received the Order of Uprising and asked Blas Fernandez O'Halloran, the owner of the cigar factory, where the now West Tampa Library is located, to roll the order into a cigar. That cigar was taken by Henry B. Plant's steamer to Key West by Martí's trusted secretary, De Quesada. He would eventually become Cuba's first ambassador to the United States. In Key West, De Quesada passed the loaded cigar to another trusted courier, Miguel Ángel Duque de Estrada, who took it on the Plant ferry to Havana and delivered the contraband, the loaded cigar, to Juan Gualberto Gómez, who took his pocket knife, cutting open the West Tampa cigar and ordering the revolutionary forces to start the War of Independence, February 24, 1895. Martí landed in Cuba shortly thereafter and unfortunately was killed on May 19, 1895, in a small skirmish in Oriente province on the eastern side of Cuba. The famous American journalist and publisher of the New York Sun, Charles Dana, wrote a glowing obituary remembering the intellectual brilliance of José Martí, his trusted employee. Martí's 95 War of Independence continued, and when the USS Maine mysteriously exploded in Havana Harbor, the U.S. intervened in that Cuban-Spanish War, and Tampa played a key role in the Spanish-American War. On May 20, 1902, Cuba became an independent country, fulfilling Martí's dream of Cuba Libre, free Cuba. This has been a brief overview of the life and time of José Martí here in Tampa. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we thank this city station for bringing you this great historical review. My name is E.J. Salcinas, and invite you to join us for another program.
You know, one of the things that I've done since the beginning, I've always taken any opportunity that presented myself to figure out a way to capitalize on that and make myself a better person and to make myself more competent, more able. And what that's done is that's put me in the right place at the right time on many occasions, meaning doors would open up only because I had been paying my dues. I had been working on mastering my movements and being willing to take out the trash, being willing to dig the hole, being willing to, bust up my knuckles and work for almost nothing just so that I could acquire the skill and be in the right place at the right time when that window of opportunity opened. And I think that's a good lesson that it really spans so many disciplines. As you have to put the work in behind the scenes so that you're ready when that magic door does open. My name is Steve Quillian. I own Wood Window Makeover. Sometimes I go as the general of the artisan army, which is kind of fun. I was born and raised in San Antonio, and I grew up in the trades, starting with foundation repair. I learned high-end finish carpentry and how to frame houses and things like that. And Eventually moved to Tampa because my wife is from Tampa, and started knocking doors, finding work to do. And eventually I found a house to flip, and it had these old windows in it. And I started fixing up the windows. I bought some tools, and I bought some bits and router bits and shapers and this type of stuff, and just went to town experimenting. And pretty soon, I started, making windows. I guess the first ones were kind of rough, but after a while, you start to figure it out, and really the rest is history. It just kind of snowballed from there. I guess like any skill in any discipline, the first thing you do is you have to master a movement. And that movement can be anything. It can be the way that you sharpen your pencil, it can be the way that you chisel a board, and it can be the way that you work out, the way that you do your CrossFit. The first thing you have to do is you have to master a movement. And you have to be intentional about, adding value to yourself. Because every movement that you master becomes yours. You master a movement, you master a sequence of movements. And you intentionally do that. And you're not going to be good at every movement. And some of those movements will point out things that you have to correct about yourself, and you have to get through that. There's going to be gauntlets that you have to go through. As artisans, that's kind of what we do, right? We are always mastering something. Because you got to spend the time doing something anyway, you might as well be mastering something. What's the alternative? The alternative is to do nothing, right? So you might as well be working on something to add value to yourself, so that, whether you're here or whether you're there, you're adding something significant to our culture, and to the, to who would be your clients and the other people out there. Window making for me is, it's a romance, but it's also become a vehicle for self-expression. You have these people with these old school windows, in these old houses. Everybody needs their windows worked on, but it's really, really nice to take something that's not just, like a baseboard or a crown molding or something like that, but when you're building something functional that people will actually use, they get a lot of, positive emotion out of it. And I get a lot of positive emotion out of, providing that for them. So that's really, the romance for me, in window making. It's just such a cool thing, it's got woodworking, it's got engineering, it's got painting in it, it's just so many aspects to the, the artistic nature of it. It's just a really cool way to, express myself. I feel really fortunate that I get to do it.
The Cuban sandwich, beyond just being a sandwich, really represents what Ybor City is all about. You have your Cuban bread, which obviously represents the Cubans. You have your ham, which represents the Spaniards. Your pork, which once again represents the Cubans, because it's marinated in the sour orange, giving you that great roast pork flavor. You have your salami, which a lot of people don't realize the Italians immigrated to Ybor City. And then you have your cheese, the Swiss cheese, which I always say that melts it all together and represents how Ybor City was truly a melting pot. And then you top it with your mustard and your pickles, which represents the Germans, which a lot of people don't realize came to Ybor City as well. I truly believe that Tampa is the home of the Cuban sandwich, and the best Cuban sandwich, without a doubt.
It's just a perfect blend of flavors. You get the sweet, the salty, you get the mustard in there, it's just, and the bread from La Segunda. And it's just a perfect, like it's umami in your mouth. It's awesome. The history of where the Cuban came from, the fact that the workers were here. It wasn't just the Cuban community, but it was also the Italian community and the other influences around that influenced to make that Cuban sandwich for the workers who were working in the cigar factories, who back in the day didn't have refrigeration. That's why there's no mayonnaise, there's no lettuce, there's no tomato. The pork has to be hot. and juicy. Everything has to be fresh. It has to be fresh pork butt with bone in. So we do here. We do our fresh sour oranges here in-house. We squeeze them by hand. And then we put the Swiss cheese on top so it just melts all over it. And then we press it and then a little butter on top, and it's golden heaven. So crunchy and tasty. It's everything, all in one bite. It's the best sandwich ever. It's definitely a Tampa sandwich. That's not for debate. That's not up for debate at all.
We need to hear about this. The first black coach, football coach, at an all-white school. When you hear what his wife says about him, when you read some of the clippings from the yearbooks, from the schools that he taught at and coached at, and how much they admired him, not just as a football coach, but just him himself.
When I was about 16 years old, I was a running back at Hillsborough High School. He came over from Blake High School, and he became one of the first black coaches at Hillsborough, and he was my running back coach. Not only was he a coach, but he was a teacher, he was my mentor, and he was like my father.
95% of the people that come here, they have no idea who he is. None. I am glad for that opportunity to expose that to a lot of people that walk by here and see that, and somehow that will help them.
He made me the man I am today. He taught me to be humble and kind. And you don't have to cheat or lie to get there.
What a great coach he was, what a great teacher he was, and how he mentored so many individuals and made a difference in so many lives. And that's how the legacy goes on.
People will learn a lot from it. This park to become more of a community. You know, something like this, people can stop by and hang around and just enjoy it.
I was looking at him at this wall, and I said, somebody ought to write on this wall that you will never be forgotten.
The Ybor City Museum is actually the Ybor City Museum State Park. It is the smallest state park in the park system of well over 150 parks. Now this one came about because a group of very important citizens from Tampa and from Ybor City wanted to preserve the Ferlita Bakery, a bakery that was established in 1896. Now this building that we're in was actually built in 1923 after that original bakery had a fire. We have a wonderful display of exhibits that began when Vicente Martinez Ybor came to Ybor City in 1885. A gentleman named Gabino Gutierrez, who was a friend of Vicente Martinez Ybor, encouraged him to come to Tampa. Mr. Gutierrez was looking for a place to grow guavas and then process them into guava jellies and such. Mr. Ybor was looking for a new place to make cigars because there was a lot of labor and political unrest in Key West where his current factories were. So they identified this area, which had 750 residents at the time. It was just a little fishing village, and they bought the original 40 acres. The first cigar was made in Ybor City on April 13, 1886, just a year or so after he was here. Ultimately, Tampa became the cigar capital of the world. They were making 500 million cigars in Tampa at the end of about the 1920s. People knew Tampa as a cigar town, but a lot of other things happened here. First of all, you should know about Mr. Ybor. He was Tampa's pioneer, entrepreneur, disruptor. Mr. Martinez Ybor built immense wealth, and he owned many different kinds of businesses, and the first brewery in Florida, the gas company. He created an infrastructure here with both his business acumen and his generosity. And he had a business manager named Eduardo Manzada who managed all his businesses, and together they built quite an empire. So he really was an entrepreneur. He could have been discussed in the same conversation as Vanderbilt or Carnegie, Ford, and others of that era. We don't think of it that way. We think of little Ybor City starting out with 750 people, which grew to 10,000, by the way, by the end of the 1800s. So this was a very well-contained town with great diversity, as Tampa continues to demonstrate, both in ethnicity and in the types of businesses and professions that we have here. A big part of it is that we're a cultural center. This is where Tampa started. The museum here is a great place to start because it gives you a very nice, compact synopsis of how we got to where we are today. Just down the street from this museum, we're actually building a baseball museum. It's called the Tampa Baseball Museum at the Al Lopez House. The Ybor City Museum Society was gifted by the city of Tampa Al Lopez's house. And Al was the first Major League player, manager, and Hall of Fame inductee from Tampa. So he started a trend that has resulted in almost 90 players from Tampa who have made the major leagues. Tampa is a baseball town. We're excited that the Rays got as far as they did. We hope they go further next year. And we really look forward to presenting the history of baseball in Tampa in 2020. We like to think that if you're going to visit Ybor City, and particularly if you're not from this area, start here, because you will get, in 45 minutes, you'll get such a sense of how we ended up being the birthplace of modern Tampa.
Today, we welcome you into our historic home here in Ybor City. It's also known as the Junta Homestead. It includes adjacent land, which is farmland, and a fruit orchard. This is called a craftsman bungalow. It is 2 stories. It's all made of wood, and it sits on pillars. It's also known as a shotgun house. You've heard that term before in Ybor City because the front door aligns with the back door. When the house was built in 1924, there was no air conditioning, so windows were placed so that there could be a breeze blowing through the house. This house has 34 windows in all. The front facade of the house has square columns and an attached porte-cochere. The inside of the house is primarily beadboard. This room we are sitting in today is the receiving room or parlor, and it has beadboard wainscoting. It has plaster and very decorative trim, which is what they did back in the 1900s and early 20s and 30s. There's also a touch of Victorian decorations, as you can see with the spindles.
The American experience for us began with our grandparents, Salvatore and Victoria Junta. And they immigrated from Santo Stefano, Quisquina, Sicily in 1907. At that point in time, they decided that they would come to America, settled in Ybor City, and found work in the cigar factories. Having worked in the cigar factories, my grandmother also did some farming on the side, And my grandfather was involved as a day laborer with construction and agriculture. When my grandfather went to Sicily, he originally brought 2 of the 5 children that they had. The other 3 children remained with a grandmother. Having come to Ybor City and settled here, they then worked in the cigar factories until they could earn enough money, save their wages and earnings, so that my grandfather could go back to collect the other 3 children. And they came back and the family reunited in 1911. My grandparents had a total of 8 children. They started off with the oldest being Maria. Then there was Teresa, Gasparina, Angelo, Frank, Dominica, Dominic, and Vincent. The children, eventually, as the years went by, also and advanced in age, went to work in the cigar factory. And as they did so, the family pooled its resources, its financial resources, to make it possible for them to eventually secure their dream. And the dream of the family was always to have a piece of land that they could farm and eventually build their home. And so this effort on the part of the family as they grew allowed them to buy a parcel of land at the corner of 11th Avenue and 24th Street. And then in 1922, that was the year approximately that the land was purchased and that they began their small farm on this vacant land. They then had the house built in 1924, which is the house that you're visiting today. They were just one of many, many immigrants that also had homes here. Very similar, different sizes, different styles in some cases. But there were dairies attached to homes just maybe feet away. There were individuals that had small backyard farms. So the Sicilians were a very hardworking and durable community, and they not only supported themselves with whatever they grew, but they also sold the excess. And for some of them, that supplemented their income, and for others, that was their income. My grandparents, when they bought the land, they farmed it from 1922 to 24. 24, they built a home, and then at that point, they continued farming it and would sell it by way of my father picking vegetables with my grandmother, and he would run to the cigar factories after he got off of school to sell vegetables to the cigar makers needing work. So it was a sort of supplement to the income of the family. The homestead to us and to many of the immigrants is reflective of, it's not just a home of an individual family, it reflects a whole type of community that lived here, that no longer lives here, that has gone to the wayside. But we feel that it still reflects the culture and the individuals, the unique immigrants that came here. And it's something that's to be treasured. So that's something that we have been taught by our parents and grandparents, and we still honor it today with the nieces and nephews that we have.
Hello? Oh, great. Flight's on time? Yes. All right, I'll head to the airport right now. I cannot wait to welcome you guys back to town. Welcome back to Tampa, guys. We're very excited to have you here. I hope you guys had a wonderful flight. You certainly landed in the world's best airport here in Tampa. Just to give you an idea or a taste for all the development that's going on in our wonderful city, you can just take a look at the airport. We are expanding out here as quickly as the city is growing. You know, the city's changed so much really in just the last decade. Thanks to Mayor Bob Buckhorn, we have a thriving downtown right now, and our business sectors are growing by leaps and bounds, as is the residential. And so it's really been amazing to watch the change here in our community from a number of different areas. Now we're coming down to Water Street, an incredible new development that's on over 50 acres of land, and it's going to have over 900,000 square feet of mixed use, commercial, residential, retail. It really is a very, very unique, first of its kind community in the entire United States. So we're very excited about this. They are on the brink of opening some of the residential, some of the commercial elements of Water Street, and even opening a Publix. And I love my Publix. Our neighborhoods really define our city, and we have to ensure that they are sustained and they're very, very resilient. We are one of only 2 cities in the United States that has our own waste-to-energy plant. And this location actually keeps 2 million pounds of trash from going out into the environment every single day. It really is an incredible facility. And we're also getting away from the carbon fuels by turning our fleet to electric here in the city as well. This is a great example of just one of the ways that we are making a stronger, greener, more resilient Tampa. Transportation is a keen focus for us here in the city of Tampa. It's a great need, and not just to get our residents where they need to be, but to ensure that we do that safely. And to that end, we are focused on complete streets. We're going through a roundabout here, and as you can see, the bike lane here as well. We are focused on keeping our motoring public, our pedestrians, and our bicyclists safe on our roadways. And as a result, we have signed on to Vision Zero. And that's a very lofty goal, especially in an area that is known for a high number of fatalities. And the goal there is to reduce our motor, pedestrian, and bicycle fatalities down to 0. So it's going to take a lot of work, it's going to take a lot of cooperation, and it's going to take an understanding that everyone shares in the responsibility to keep our roads safe. Here's some new homes in historic East Tampa, showing the growth and the vibrancy, a part of a city initiative. The majority of the homes were purchased by residents of East Tampa. We also have a very surgical focus on rehabilitation and repair of homes as well, because people want to stay in the home that they have a history with, that their family may have been born and raised in that particular home, or it has been passed down through the generations. So we want to ensure that all of our residents have the opportunity to live in the neighborhood that they choose and feel comfortable in. Affordable housing and workforce housing are critically important in the city of Tampa. And as such, we have another very bold goal that we are well on our way to realizing, and that is providing at least 10,000 affordable units by 2027. And we have no doubt that we will crush that goal. Mary Bethune is just one of the many projects that are in the works right now. Neighborhoods really are the heart and soul of our city. And it's so important that we maintain the history and the culture of each of our neighborhoods, because collectively they do define the city of Tampa. And so that is a focus for us here in the city, without a doubt, is to maintain our culture, our history, to celebrate that as we grow into the future. This particular area here in West Tampa has been historically industrial, and as you can see now, it's making a transition into residential and retail, with a number of wonderful restaurants opening up in this particular area, which is another great sign of the growth in Tampa. Having these neighborhoods pop up where individuals can live, can work, and can enjoy any of the retail or activities that they want to endeavor in without ever having to get in their car and drive anywhere. We have an incredible entrepreneurial ecosystem in the city of Tampa, and so many incredible businesses have started right here in the city of Tampa, and now have expanded around the world. We've also had so many companies move their businesses, headquarters, operations to the city of Tampa because of our exceptional quality of life, our low cost of living, and again, just the fact that we're the friendliest city in the nation. All right, guys, that's the tour of Tampa. Look forward to seeing you same time next year. And just take a minute and check out this view. This is one of the reasons that we live in Tampa.
Tell me what to do. Is it me or is it you? I believe in you.
Think twice before you go. Baby, this will be the end. Think twice before you go. Baby, this will be the end. If you leave me one time, baby, you'll leave me again. Then you ain't suffer with me, baby. Then I know you, baby, you do. Then you ain't suffer with me, baby. Then I know you, baby, you do. When you need me when I need you, then you know you stand accused. You break it hard, you should be ruling. Doing a man who love you wrong. Break it hard, you should be ruling. Doing a man who love you wrong. I go for a lot of things, but you're a little too strong. Think twice before you go. Maybe this will be the end. Think twice before you go. Baby, this will be the end. If you leave me one time, baby, you will leave again.
Come on, baby, don't you wanna go? Come on, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to that same old place, sweet home Chicago. Come on, baby, don't you wanna go? bite. How come you always gotta smile for him, but for me you just cuss and fight? I don't know why you do that, woman. Every time I come home, you always give me the third degree. Every time I come home, you always give me the third degree. Just in my ear, all the time, woman. And when I ask you for some loving, you take off like a cat squirrel in a tree.
Back in session. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson. Maniscalco. Dingfeld.
Here. Here. Here.
Here. Mr. Shelby, I think we want to go ahead and take
I'm sorry, so your microphone?
I think we wanted to go up and go ahead and take up those quasi items, sir, and get those folks out of here.
Well, item number 65 is a 9:30 public hearing. I believe that there were no people registered, so just for the purposes of the public who are watching this on television, the internet in the city as we speak is not working, and therefore the GoToMeeting platform is offline right now, and we have to take that into consideration with regard to the people who are going to participate in quasi-judicial hearings. For instance, city staff normally would appear virtually, but I believe I hear Mary Bryan telling us that they are heading over towards City Hall as we speak, so they'll be able to do their presentations live.
Would we be better off doing consent right now?
I think the 9:30 public hearing, number 65, you could open that and take that because those folks have been waiting on two downstairs since this morning.
Okay.
All right.
But I don't think Eric
65.
Cotton needs to be here on 65, is that correct?
Move to open
Unless, does he have to testify as to the changes between first and second reading? That might be. If he's on his way over, maybe we should hold that because you might want to have that on the record. So we could do the consent docket, Mr. Chairman.
All right, gentlemen. Mr. Shep, we still should be able to take up number 5 and 6, shouldn't we?
Well, if you want to hear from the staff on those items, you can.
Are they coming over?
One of them,
But there's no need, frankly, there's no need to unless you feel there are questions or you want a presentation of sorts.
I see Ms. Glover here. I mean, Mr. Dingfeld, you
No, I think we're ready to move for first reading on number 5.
Ms. Glover, number 5.
There's no need for a staff report unless you wish.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can just move it on first
I'll be
reading
glad to read
consideration.
I'll be glad to read it. Okay, I'll move the following ordinance for first reading. That's file E 2021-8, Chapter 2. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending City of Tampa Code Section 2-71 regarding internal audits, providing for the process by which City Council can request additional internal audits pursuant to City Charter Section 5.01(c), providing for definitions, interpretations, and repeal conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
And I want to give a shout out to our Charter Review Board for making sure that council is included in this process, including Mr. Carlson, Mr. Citro, and Mr. Goods, and anybody else who's involved. Yeah.
Just for the
Ms.
purposes of clarification, I believe this is what a 2016 charter revision, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it was a 2016 convention.
That's correct. It was actually a 2005, and it required.
Oh, it was 2016?
It was
All
a
right, I rescind
2016.
all those
It was the prior
accolades.
city council that put it on the ballot.
Guido and Mr. Vieira and Mr. Miranda.
All right.
All right, Mr. Dingfelder has moved it. You have a second. Mr. Miranda has second. Roll call vote, please.
Maniscalco? Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goods?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
What about 6, Mr. Shelby?
6 is correcting a Scrivener's error.
Okay.
If you want to,
All right.
report on what that Scrivener's error is, I guess the attorney's present.
Hello, City Council. Ron Wigginton, Legal Department.
Could you press that? Could you? Let me just turn that off. There you go. The mic goes off.
There it is.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Ron Wigginton, Legal Department. Ross Samus, who is our right-of-way mapping coordinator, was going to present a PowerPoint on this particular item, but I believe I can cover it without that. It would be council's pleasure. This item number 6 is an ordinance amending ordinance number 2000-331, which is a global vacating ordinance that included several different alleyways, one of which was located within the Livingston Heights subdivision, and only a portion of Louisiana was supposed to be vacated in that particular subdivision. However, the entire road was vacated inadvertently, which results in a several landlocked parcels. So what we're trying to do here is amend the legal description so that it would unlock those lands and have access to them.
Why do we believe it was, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman?
You recognize.
Why do we believe it was Scrivener's error going back 21 years?
Well, because if you look at the plat and how the properties were laid out, there was no way for that to have been vacated because, again, it would have resulted in landlocked properties. So that is by the essence of the landlocking.
And more specifically, I know you mentioned some street names. Where are we talking about?
Middleton High School, real close to that, a little bit to the east of it.
Okay. And do you have a map or drawing?
Unfortunately, that was something that Ross would have been able to provide. If you'd like to continue this item, I'm sure that he will. Pardon me?
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but council, just a reminder, this is for first reading, and it's going to be set for a second reading and public hearing. You can have the presentation at the second reading to be able to answer your questions.
I'm comfortable with that. Just bring a map next time. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, it's ready to move this item 6.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number C00-35. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending ordinance number 2000-331, which vacated, closed, discontinued, and abandoned certain right-of-ways in the area described below in order to correct the Scrivener's error in the legal description of Exhibit A to said ordinance and replacing the said same with attached and revised Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Second.
All right, Mr. Citro has moved it. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda? Vieira?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco? And Goods?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Ms. Citro, let's go ahead and do this consent these out of the way. We move items 7 through 17, sir.
I will gladly do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move items 7 through 17.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carlson.
These are the two that I need to recuse myself.
What items are there?
9 and 10.
9 and 10?
Could I make a motion real fast to accept, file and,
Yes.
file
Did you
these
want to,
forms?
did you want to state the nature of the?
Oh, sure. An organization that, that does business with my company has an interest in these matters.
And you're filing the Form 8Bs, and you're asking them to be received and filed?
Yes, please. Could I please make a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Let's go ahead and Susan file. Second, Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed?
We need a separate vote for 9 and 10.
We need a separate vote, Mr. Shelby?
That would be wise, because then it would be consistent.
Item number 10 was moved.
So move item 10 for,
9 and 10?
no, 9 first.
9 first.
Mr. Miranda has moved number 9. And second? Second, Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed?
Roll call vote
Motion
on that,
carried.
please.
Roll call vote.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson
Second.
abstaining.
Item number 10 has been moved by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Miranda.
What was that? What was
Roll
that? I'm
call
sorry.
vote.
Item number 10, I'm sorry.
Item number 10 has been moved by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Dingfelder, Maniscalco, Citro,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson abstaining.
Mr. Miranda, you are the vice chair. Let's go ahead and move items 7 through 17, excluding number 9 and 10.
I move items 7 through 17, excluding 9 and 10.
Second.
Motion moved by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call vote.
Vieira, Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro, Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Ms. Maniscalco, you move 18 through 21, sir. Parks
Yes,
and,
sir. I move
Recreation.
items 18 through 21.
Second.
Ms. Miranda has moved, excuse me, Mr. Maniscalco has moved 18 to 21. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote.
Vieira, Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro, Miranda,
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Dingfelder, move items 22 through 40, sir.
Sir, before I move those, I just wanted to give a shout out to staff. So back in the day, items 28 and 29 used to be sole source, but now they're being bid, which is good because other companies are getting involved in this cured-in-place treatment. So that's good. And then when I looked at the bids, we're getting some very competitive bids. So that's even better. Anyway, just wanted to give a shout out to staff in that regard. I'll move items 22 through 40.
Mr. Dingfelder has moved it. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
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 Yes. Mr. Miranda.
motion carried unanimously.
Sorry about that. Mr. Miranda, you move items number 41, I believe, see,
Thank you, Mr.
43.
Chairman. I move items 41 through 44.
40 what?
41 through 44.
44.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I can, was number 44,
It was put back on the agenda.
That was dropped.
it was put back on the consent?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was Mr. Miranda moved. Where did the second come from?
Citro,
Mr. Citro. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Carlson, will you move items 45 through 56?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move items number 45 through 56.
Second.
Mr. Carlson has moved. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote. Mr. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out, and especially with Ms. Feely here with us today. Item 56, you know, the federal government has been very generous in regard to allocating money to individuals who needed rental assistance. And item 56 is an additional $9.5 million that we are, you know, we're sort of the pass-through, we're the go-between to make sure that that money gets to the appropriate tenants and then ultimately to the appropriate landlords. But I just wanted to give a shout out to Ms. Feely and her team and our contractors who are working diligently to make sure that people have a place to live in during the COVID crisis.
Thank you, sir.
And Brian has his hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you. Council, just to remind you that number 54 has a request for a continuance to July 29th. So you may want to take that up separately, just as part of your motion.
So we're not voting on 54 then?
No, what your vote, I believe the motion is 45, or should be 45 through, or 53, and then 55 and 56, and then you could take up the continuance.
54 is got a
Correct.
memo there,
That's
July
right.
29th.
All right, so, Mr. Carlson, if you move 45 through 56, excluding 54?
Correct.
I'd like to move items number 45 through 56, excluding number 54.
All right, got a motion from Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Let's take up item 54 with a motion to continue.
So moved to July 29, 2021.
Mr. Dingfelder has moved it. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
All right, Mr. Luisi Vieira, item 57 to 59, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. If I may, I move items 57 through 59.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Dingfelder, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. You recognize, sir.
Thank you. With regard to the items being set for public hearing by council consent, you can take 60, 62, and 63 by one motion and vote, and we'll hold 61 and take that up right away because that's a separate vote for council for a special call meeting.
Chairman, with your permission, I move 60, 62, and 63 for July 22nd, 2021. And 62 is July 29th, 21 at 10:30, and 63 is August the 5th, 21 at 10:30.
Mr. Miranda has moved 60, 62, and 63. Mr. Dingfelder seconded. Roll call.
Vieira, Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, 61, we're holding Mr.
61? We could take 61 now, sir.
All right, sir.
Move 61, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
if we can, I'd just like you to be able to hear from the staff, please.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. This hearing request is being requested for a special call on the evening of the 29th. This is to fit with the fairly tight schedule that is set by HUD regulations and the Tampa Citizen Participation Program.
Thank you. We have been moving through our HUD plan for our annual action plan. So far, we've had our RFA that's opened. Staff has conducted technical assistant workshops this week. Those questions will be due regarding the technical assistance workshop at the end of this week, and the RFA submission will close on the 25th. At that point, we will open comment on the action plan itself, which by HUD requirement must be at least 30 days. This will put the first available meeting that we could have this at on the 29th. It's my understanding that it would be possible to do it on the first week in August. However, this would greatly compress the time that staff has to complete the report and get it submitted to HUD. So we would respectfully ask that it be set for the 29th, special call at 5:01 p.m.
So moved.
Did you?
What's Mr. Shelby? Ms. Feely, when you recognize? What is the and also what's the calendar like on that 29th?
Good afternoon, Council. Abby Feely, Director of Development and Growth Management. It would be a special call session for you on the 29th. Our action plan is due to HUD on August 15th. So if we push to the first Thursday in August, also we do have to have it at 5:01. That is part of our public participation rules. That would only leave staff about 7 days to then get it in order to submit to HUD. That's why we are asking for the July 29th special call session in the evening.
Ms. Shelby, you recognize?
Yes, I'm going to direct council's attention to your calendar. You do have a meeting that day at 9 a.m. It is a regular session, so this would be adding a special call at 5:01 that evening. So it would not be a separate day because you will be there at the 9 a.m. But there is no night meeting scheduled for that night, and the request from the administration, as you've heard, is to set that 5:01, and I believe it's just a matter of moving the resolution. Is that correct? It's already been prepared in the resolution. Okay.
And it has to be at an evening time?
Yes, sir, that's part of our public participation plan to allow for our citizens and clients to come after close of business for them to be able to participate in the action plan development and adoption. We had one meeting with you a few weeks ago in the morning, and this would be the second required meeting in the evening. I don't foresee it will be long.
All right, what's council pleasure? Motion on the floor for this item?
It's fine.
Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, if I could just say, first, I think it's a good idea to put these on Thursdays because it's consistent with what the expectations of the public. But second, putting on another day would intervene with my kids' schedule, and so I appreciate you all doing it on Thursdays for that reason also. Thank you.
Anyone else? I entertain a motion for the item 61.
So
Move
moved.
resolution.
Okay, Mr. Maniscalco has moved it. Mr. Miranda has seconded it. Roll call.
Are we gonna, make a motion to add the July 29th special call
July
session?
29th, yeah.
29.
We're gonna do that
501.
first?
Yes, 501. There's nothing else on the calendar, correct, Mr. Shelby?
Yeah, do you want a separate motion for that, clerk, or do you want it as part of the motion? Do you want to make that
Preferably a separate one, because this other motion is to move the resolution.
Okay, so the
All right.
motion right now is to move the resolution, and then,
All right, then Mr. Maniscalco has moved it. Mr. Miranda has seconded it. Roll call vote, and we'll come back with the date.
All right. Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
And Goods?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, let's move the date.
July, I move the date, Mr. Chairman, to July 29th, 2021 at 5:01 PM at City Council Chambers, third floor.
Mr. Miranda has moved it. Second, Mr. Carlson. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goods?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you,
Ms. Wood.
council.
Move to open the public hearings.
So move it, Chairman.
64 through 68.
Second.
That motion move open for Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are
60
now open.
64, I believe, has been taken
Yep,
care
this was
of.
moved.
And 65 is, there are people on the second floor for that. It's a second reading. If staff is present? For a personal introduction.
Good afternoon. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. First off, it's great to be here in person. Right? Going over item number 65, this is AB 221-11. This is for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption. This is for the sale of beer and wine at 1601 North Franklin Street, Suite 1607. Certified plans were dropped off yesterday to the clerk, and if you have any other questions, I'm available.
Any questions, gentlemen?
We will never forget our education in kombucha.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is the one, yeah.
Yes, sir. All right. All right. No questions. The applicant?
I believe they're on the second floor.
The applicant on the second floor?
And I believe there we go.
There we go.
There he is.
Need a little volume for them?
Sorry?
There we go, we got you.
Good afternoon. We enjoyed our discussion last time.
Please swear you in, I'm sorry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
We do.
Thank you.
And the names, please, Mr. Chairman.
Your name, sir?
Brian Griffin.
Philip Smith.
We enjoyed our conversation last time we were before you. We have made the requested changes to our site plan and will comply with those, which are no amplified music, and we will not be open past 11 p.m. any day of the week. We look forward to opening our this element of our business, and we ask for your support in this second reading. Thank you.
Any questions from the applicants? Any questions from the applicants? All right. Anybody else here on this item to speak?
Move to close.
Second.
All right, Mr. Miranda's moved to close. Was it Mr. Maniscalco seconded? Can we get Mr. Vieira? Because I know he got something he wants to say in the end. Mr. Barry, you read number 65 first. Yes, sir.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman. I hereby move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance for approving a special use permanent SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises, and package sales, off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1601 North Franklin Street, Suite 1607, Tampa, Florida, is more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Item number 66.
Those two gentlemen need theirs down there.
Randall,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
how you doing, sir? Good afternoon.
May I proceed?
We need to swear her in, Mr. Shelton? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you get a presentation?
Good afternoon. Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. We're here, Council, regarding item number 66. It's a review hearing for VRB 20-60 for the property located at 1508 South Arawana Avenue. This item is before you on a petition seeking review of a variance review board decision made during its meeting on February 9th of 2021. I provided council with the hearing procedures for today's review, as well as sample motions for the hearing. You also have the hardship criteria set forth in Code Section 27-80. Pursuant to Code Section 27-61, subsection J, subsection 2, City Council applies a de novo standard of review. Your decision is not limited to the record created during the variance review board hearing. Instead, you can take public testimony, accept new evidence, and make a decision based upon the application meeting the hardship requirement as set forth in Section 27-80. The materials attached to the agenda item include a copy of the initial application for the variance, the staff report, the VRB's written decision, and the petition for review, along with the affidavit establishing compliance with the notice requirements. The application filed with the VRB requested the following variance: a reduction of the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 3 feet, pursuant to Code Section 290.3. After considering all the evidence introduced into the record of today's hearing, City Council may affirm the VRB's decision to approve the variance. Council may overturn the VRB's decision and deny the variance, or council may remand this back to the variance review board. With that, staff is on the second floor for the presentation of the historical information for the case for the variance review board, and I'll turn it now over to Ms. Anastasia Barnes.
Thank you.
I have a question.
You recognize Ms. Shelby?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I see that Mr. Grandolph is sitting directly behind her, and I'm just wondering whether, frankly, if it would be appropriate for people to not be in the background that are not relevant to the particular testimony, if that's
Mr. Randall's
possible.
leaving.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that would apply to both parties and to other future hearings as well, Mr. Chairman, just to be consistent. Well, you're still in view.
I think that, okay, I think security's taking care of it now. There
Thank
we
you.
go. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Anastasia Annie Barnes. I'm an urban planner too with Development Coordination. As Ms. Pettis-Mackle has already stated, this petition is for VRB
1
20...
second, I think you need to be sworn in.
Oh, apologize, yes.
Please
Mr.
raise
Cotton,
your-
are you going to be testifying too, Mr. Cotton?
Ms. Cotton, are you testifying, sir?
Are you
Perhaps,
testifying?
yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
As Ms. Pettis-Mackle has already stated, this is a petition for VRB 2060. The petitioner is Carrie and Barbara Toole. The petitioner's agent is John Grandoff. The property address is 1508 South Arawana Avenue, which has a zoning district of RS60, residential single family. The approved variance is to reduce the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 3 feet in accordance with section 27-290.3 for the construction of a pool. Here is 2780, the application of the variance power. The history of this case, the Variance Review Board heard this case on November 10th, 2020, and after testimony, continued the case. The Review Board heard the case again on February 9th, 2021, and after testimony, approved the request with a vote for 4-2. This is an aerial view of the subject property with surrounding zoning, largely residential in nature. This is the site plan that was submitted showing the proposed pool with setbacks. This is a view of the rear of the property where the pool will be placed. And this is a picture showing the adjacent property owner from the current property in question. This concludes my report, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognized.
So, in reading, I'm sure that Mr. Hendra will be elaborating, but I guess I need some advice. They're making reference to ADA needs and requirements, and will we get any advice either from staff or from legal in terms of how that might impact our decision? I know that Mr. Citro and I used to hear this when we sat on the VRB. Sometimes there were ADA issues that would complicate things in regard to what our decision-making process was.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. Respectfully, I understand Mr. Councilmember's question. This is a petition for review, so Mr. Grandoff is representing the neighbors behind the property, and his argument is that the hardship criteria is not met. So I don't know if you want to first hear their presentation.
We can hear it, but I just, before we get into any deliberations, if the ADA issue comes up, which it appears somebody handed me a document, what jumped right out at me that there's an potential ADA issue, just make sure that we're well aware of how that might impact our vote.
I will. Thank you.
Staff?
Anastasia Annie Barnes again. As an urban planner, I do not have know the requirements for ADA accessibility. I think that would be for a plans examiner. So unfortunately, I would not be able to discuss that specifically to the ADA requirements.
Stingfeld?
I'm good.
Anyone else? All right, we'll hear it from the app.
And before we,
Is
there anybody else?
Shelby?
Yes, anything else from staff?
You said she was done.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Just for purposes of completing the record, any ex parte communications which had been received and filed and uploaded, I'd like them to be done by motion and vote at this point. Just to receive and file, ex parte communications.
Mr. Member Scalco has made a motion receiving file. Second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
Carried.
Morning, Mr.
Grandal,
Chairman.
you swear in, sir?
I have not been sworn.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza. And this afternoon, I have the pleasure of representing Barbara and Carrie Toole, who are my clients, who live directly behind the property which was granted the variance back in February. Before beginning my presentation, I'd like to confirm in the record that an ex parte communication from the Crafts, the owners, was delivered to the City Council and the City Clerk and the City Attorney's Office on March 17. It's a letter from Chris and Rebecca Kraft. I just want to make sure that that is referenced. I'll provide it to the clerk after the hearing to make sure it is completely filed.
Mr. Grandal, were you trying to show us something on the monitor there, sir?
Yes.
Can we see it? Okay, there it is.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, for the
You're
purposes.
recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir. For the purposes of the record, are these people, your relationship to them, Mr. Grandoff?
My client is opposing their variance, and while the appeal was pending, they provided this documentation to the City Council as an ex parte communication, which is illegal, and I want to make sure it's in the record.
Well, it is being disclosed to you, and it is part of the record, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'd like to inquire if the City Council has any prejudgment on this case, given the nature of this letter.
And that would be appropriate for me to ask Mr. Grandoff. I thank you for bringing that up. On the basis of any ex parte communications, are there any other ex parte communications verbally that need to be disclosed on either side tonight or this afternoon? I see no response. Okay, and is there anybody, by a show of hands or verbally, to say that they, based on anything that might they might be aware of would keep them from being fair and impartial as to either side with regard to the hearing of this case and making a decision based on the competent substantial evidence in the record? Is there anybody? I see no one responding affirmatively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Grandoff, is that acceptable?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Grandoff, I'm not sure how well you described the document you put on the screen, so just for the record, can you describe it and make sure that the clerk gets a copy of it?
Yeah, this is a letter March 17 that was delivered from Chris and Rebecca Kraft from their address. Dear Tampa City Council and City Clerk, we are writing to express our objection to John Grandoff's request for City Council to delay the public hearing currently scheduled for April 15, as it will create a hardship for myself and my family by unnecessarily delaying our construction project further. It should be noted that he and his clients attempted to delay the initial variance hearing in November 2020. This appears to be another measure to create further delays. He and his clients have had an appropriate amount of time to prepare for this hearing. As the objective has not changed, and this hearing should proceed as planned, we thank you for timely attention to this matter. Sincerely, Chris and Rebecca Kraft. You'll see in the context of the letter, they're arguing the merits of the case without giving me the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
That's the point.
Make your team, Mr. Grandoff.
Yes, Mr. Goods, appreciate it. And I asked this time not be charged against my presentation because they're procedural issues. What I'd like to get to now is I heard that there was discussion about ADA. I was not privy to that discussion. Can someone refresh my recollection on what that was all about before the hearing started?
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond to that. When the hearing just started, we were handed a document, Mr. Grandoff, and I hope you got a copy of it, and if not, I'll make sure we send one downstairs. It's from Hendra and Associates, Inc. Frankly, I thought this was actually from your client, so I started reading through it, and on about page, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, it makes reference to the fact that the original request for a swimming pool was somehow ADA, and ADA required or ADA necessary, and I'm sure if these folks, the original applicants, are going to be here, then they'll speak to that. But did you get a copy of this document, Mr. Crandall?
How did you get a copy of it?
I said, that's what I said. Somebody handed it
Actually-
to council members when the meeting started. I can't even tell you.
Ms. Shelby, can.
Yes,
Documents.
I
I'd
was.
like to know the source
Point
of the
of
document.
point of order. Mr. Shelby, you recognize.
Yes, my understanding is that was distributed by staff. Eric Cotton handed it out. Did the clerk receive a copy?
Yes.
Did Mr. Cotton, did you provide a copy to Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir. He did. Mr. Cotton, I have a copy of it now, and it's dated June 16th.
Yes, yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't read it, nor do I care to read it.
I don't think any of us have read it. I think they just handed it to us 5 minutes ago.
Well,
So I glanced at it.
it begs the
and-
question.
There you go.
You may continue, Mr. Randolph.
Okay, I will speak on the ADA issue as part of my argument, but to get to the heart of the matter, we had 2 hearings in this case, and my clients put on competent, substantial evidence that there is a significant drainage problem with these properties. My client is directly behind the property where the Crafts are planning to build a swimming pool. We have no objection to them building a swimming pool at 5 feet from the rear yard. They want a variance of 3 feet. And essentially, basically, what is a yard? A yard is an open space occupied and unobstructed by any structure or portion of a structure. And it continues.
Could you make, I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph, and forgive me for
Yeah, we
interrupting,
read
Mr.
that.
Chairman, but what he's putting down on there, I'm going to ask the people in CTTV to be able to switch so that council can see what he's referring to when he puts something down. Mr. Randolph, could you put that back? Is it over there?
Sure, there it is.
Let's wait till it comes up on the screen. Okay, it's not on their monitors.
Yes, not on the monitors. We have it on the big TV, not on the monitors.
Thank
All right,
you.
we got it. Okay, Mr. Randolph, you continue,
Can
sir.
you see it now?
Yes, sir.
That's the definition of a yard. And I provided in my petition for review in Exhibit A that part of your criteria, item number 3, requires the applicant to prove a singular and unique hardship with respect to the property, not a personal preference. If personal preference was the test, there would be virtually no grounds with which you could deny a variance, and there would be no need for a variance review board. My clients, as recently as last night, took several photographs of the rainstorm last night, and these are not real clear, but this is water puddling in their backyard. And I'm going to show you the site plan and the survey in a moment to give you better context on this. This is yesterday evening, photographs taken by Carrie and Barbara Toole. Now, City Code at 21-8 very clearly says, ask us if you can read this, it is unlawful for any person, notwithstanding the issuance of a permit by the city, to stockpile material, et cetera, or do any other act affecting the drainage which results in an alteration of the surface or subsurface drainage patterns to the detriment of neighboring properties. Pardon me for one moment. A little more cumbersome doing this remotely, but I'm going to try to.
Mr. Randolph, can you pull the mic over when you?
Sure,
sure. When you talk over there?
Okay, bear with me here. We're at the rear of the property. My clients own this property. This is their garage, slab on grade, built in 1922. Here's the property line. The Crafts want to build their pool here in their backyard, 2 feet away instead of 5 feet away. Now, pay attention to the elevations. The finished floor of the Craft garage is 19.8. It's 19.86 over here. That's one of the photographs I showed you. Over here in the corner, it's 19.45. Over here, it's 19.28. You go uphill, and the Crafts property is 20.29. The delta, which is the change between the finished floor and the Crafts property, is almost 6 inches. It's about 5 inches, the delta and the grade change from the garage stairs and the laundry to the Crafts property. So there's a perceptible drainage problem, which has been quantified by the Crafts expert, which I have a report from him. But here's the problem. On the approval hearing in February, we were allowed only 5 minutes to present any testimony. They never put in any evidence disputing the drainage problem that we brought up in November. The board did not consider that. They went to the ADA and said, well, we're not going to pay attention to the stormwater problem. We're going to go ahead and approve this under the ADA. I'll get into the ADA in a moment. But we raised the issue of stormwater drainage. Section 3, which I read to you in my petition, again, cautions that you cannot substantially interfere with the neighboring property rights. And Chapter 21, your stormwater code, also puts them on notice of that. I submit to you that there's more evidence to be heard in this case. The most efficient, fair, due process way to do that would be to remand this case back to the VRB with instructions to consider testimony on stormwater drainage, because I have an expert. They showed up with an expert today, which I have not had an opportunity to talk about this evidence. It's unprofessional, besides that. And that's the way the hearing should handle. It should be a discussion among experts weighed by the Variance Review Board, sitting as the finder of fact. This is not your problem. This should not be your problem to retry this case. So I respectfully submit that you should remand the case. If you would prefer to hear the merits of the case, I can do that also, and I would ask that you reverse the decision and deny the variance. So at this point, I'd like to pause because I want to get into the ADA issue if you have any questions at this point.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My leaning is in agreement with Mr. Grandoff. I know he might be shocked at that. But no, in all seriousness, with this big document in front of us, and Mr. Grandoff's expert might have an equally big document, and if the Variance Review Board has not had a chance to hear this, my leaning would be that way. Now, in the interests of due process, if the other folks are here, my leaning would be to make a motion to remand. But if the other folks are here, I think it'd be fair to hear them out procedurally as to my tentative motion, Mr. Chair. So I don't know, are the other folks here, John?
I believe so.
So if you would relinquish that.
I'll yield.
Podium.
He's not relinquishing the presentation. He said, if I understand correctly, Councilman Mayfield, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. You are asking for his time to be held while you want the other side to entertain that specific motion that you have not yet made and put on the floor, or you want to hear their side before you make a motion?
I'll leave it. I can go either way. If council wants the actual motion, I'll go ahead and make the motion, and let's hear what they have to say. I'll move to remand it to the VRB so they can hear whatever additional technical information is now available that was not previously available.
Two things, if I may.
You recognize Mr. Miranda?
Is the people that hired Kendra here?
Yes.
Yeah, they're coming up.
We should hear from
Yes.
before we do any motions, I believe. And Mr. Grandoff?
Yes, sir.
You said you had a professional individual in drainage that at that time of the hearing, did you present that as evidence to the record and to the party that's involved with your neighbors?
No, I have not, because I don't believe this is the proper forum to have the evidence considered. I have the report here, but the VRB should hear this evidence, not you.
So then we got one, we don't have the other?
I have it here. I'm prepared to provide it.
And
Well, in due process, how can you only listen to one, not the other?
Well, my point is, I don't want to listen to either one. I want to send both of those reports back to the VRB.
I understand.
That's what my pending
This
motion
is,
is.
what I don't understand is we're receiving this document in the 9th hour and, Mr. Grandal hasn't received
I
it.
understand that also.
Well, he got it now.
He got it now, but what good is that? Well, I mean, getting it now, I just got it now. I'm gonna read all this right now, make a decision?
No,
But
it's ridiculous.
what happened to the other folks? Are they not there?
they are, if you ask them to come up.
Yeah, I'm asking them to come forward.
Mr.
My
Randolph,
motion is,
can you relinquish the
Sure.
lectern and ask Mr. Michelini
Yes,
to
sir.
come up?
and I got a second, I think, from Mr. Maniscalco.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor, but there's no action
I know.
until you want to hear the
There was a
parties.
second.
McLean, okay.
Mr. McLeany, you heard the limitation. I'd like you to
Be
proceed
sworn
with
in,
this.
Mr. Hold on,
I'm sorry.
Be sworn in,
Go ahead, please, swear me in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
It is.
Thank you.
So the motion on the floor, Ms. McLeany, is to remand it back so the VRB can hear all these technical details about stormwater and flooding and that sort of thing, which apparently they did not receive the last time. I know your clients are disappointed about any continuances that are delaying the construction of the pool, but if you could limit your response to my motion, which is to remand, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that. The Variance Review Board heard the issue regarding flooding. I presented documentation that indicated that you could not cause off-site flooding.
Did you give this report, Steve?
This report we just got, but this is a de novo hearing. And so, Mr. Grandolph had the opportunity to prepare or request a drainage report to be prepared in anticipation of his questions, which he raised in his appeal. Then we engaged an engineer to come in and certify what I had already put on the record. I would say that, we would not want to remand this back to the VRB, that you hear the full testimony of that we're ready to put on, including our expert engineer. And again, Mr. Grandolph could have engaged an engineer to bring forward to this hearing. As it sits now, it is supposed to be heard without prejudice, as if it were a new hearing. And I'm not really sure what we get by sending it back without you all hearing it. You may come to the same conclusion, that you either support us, or you deny it, or you remand it. You still have those options, but I think that we need an opportunity to present the facts. And these procedural issues are not new for this particular case, and I'm not sure why. But Mr. Grandolph has raised procedural issues on this case from the very beginning. We're prepared to go forward if that's the pleasure of the council.
There's a motion on the floor.
May I just make inquiry, Mr. Chairman?
You're recognized, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Michelini or Mr. Grandolph, if I can. Are either experts going to be testifying to anything in the reports that have been provided today?
I'm submitting my expert's report, and I'm going to be quoting from his report.
And was that provided to Mr. Michelini?
No.
And you're saying that Mr. Michelini's report has just been provided to you just now?
Just now. The proper forum is the Variance Review Board, where we can have exchange of evidence. May I be heard for a moment on the motion?
Hold on, 1 second, Mr. Grandolph. Mr. Citro, you're recognized.
Mr. Michelini, are you still there?
He is.
Mr. Michelini, you can see me, can't you?
Yes, sir.
This report I have in my hand.
Yes, sir.
This is coming from you?
Yes, sir. It's coming from...
How much of this report can you remember was presented to the VRB during that hearing?
What, specifically that report?
Give me a ballpark figure. 50%, 60%, 100%?
The information regarding drainage and impacting off-site properties was 100% provided to the board.
Under whose testimony?
Under my testimony. The written report was just completed yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm gonna give Mr. Mr. Cotton, you're recognized, then we'll hear from Mr. Grandal, and then I'm gonna bring this in for Landon.
Just a moment. Council Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. Just want to make it clear that the criteria for a variance review board hearing, the board does not look at stormwater. That's not really a criteria they're looking at. The criteria, the 5 criteria that are listed in the code that are quote, quote, the hardship criteria, which I think Ms. Pettis-Mackel has provided to you, and Ms. Barnes referenced in her presentation, the actual determination of stormwater impact is reviewed at time of permitting. That's when it's reviewed for stormwater technical standards. It's not part of the require for the variance. The board should not be making a motion either for or against a variance based on stormwater. That is a technical requirement of the code that regardless of what the board does or they don't do, has to be approved by city staff when it's reviewed at the time of permitting. So whether it's at 5 feet or it's at 3 feet, that's still a review that's done at the time of permitting.
Question on that statement, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize it.
Eric, I don't differ with you in regard to the process, but the variance hardship criteria, item C, says that the variance, if granted, will not substantially interfere with or injure the health, safety, or welfare of others whose property would be affected by allowance of the variance. I think we might be splitting hairs if we say that the next door neighbor who honestly believes and now has an engineer supporting their concerns of a future flooding problem if the variance is granted. So I think that they're either very squarely on item C of the hardship criteria 27-80, or they're very close to it. So with all due respect, you know how much I do respect you, Eric. I'd be concerned with going forward without allowing, a discussion of that. So that's.
Oh, no, I fully understand, Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to remand. Who made the motion? Was Dingfelder and Maniscalco second? All right. Michelle, we need a roll call on that, or preferably?
Please.
All right. Mr. Miranda, you recognize?
If I heard everything correctly, for what Mr. Cotton said, that all this, whether it's this report or the other report that wasn't shown at any time of this one today, that it's not this body's responsibility to talk about the stormwater. That comes at permitting time. Am I correct or incorrect?
That's what he said.
Correct, sir.
Say that.
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Yes, that is correct. What Mr. Cotton was saying, that's a permitting issue.
So it's not an issue for this board to address?
It's not an issue to address whether or not they will be able to meet the permitting issue, because staff will address that issue. But as Councilman Dingfelder raised, is that there are hardship criteria that has to be met according to 27-80. So if you want to take that into consideration of whether or not the hardship criteria has been met, you could certainly do that. But through the permitting process, staff will determine whether or not there are any stormwater issues.
Let me go one step further backwards. Not this board or not the variance review board has that issue to handle, right?
Correct. They cannot address any permitting issues regarding stormwater. They can only focus on whether the hardship criteria has been met.
Thank you very much.
All right, again, there's a motion on the floor to remand.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro? No. Miranda?
No.
Vieira?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco? And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro and Miranda voting no.
All right. Moving on to item 67.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. Do you need to direct the variance review board to reset that matter by your motion? Or is it self-executing?
That's legal, so I don't know the answer to that. We'll get it.
Maria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. The department will set this for a new hearing based on the motion that City Council made.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right. Item 67.
Item 67
we withdrew.
is...
That's right. Motion to withdraw that. We did that earlier, right?
No, actually, I don't believe that has been. A motion to accept the withdrawal.
All right.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, could I interrupt for a second?
67?
Are you on 67, sir?
On 66, sir.
We've already heard that, Mr. Michelini, and we're on the 67, sir.
I understand that, but Mr. Grandoff referred to an engineering and drainage report. We'd like a copy of that as soon as possible, and he's indicated he does not have a copy.
We can take, well, we're not gonna let that point down. I think you guys can take that up with your different attorneys and firms and take it up there with the Variance Review Board and the attorney. So we're moving on. Thank you, sir.
Like save cards for yourself.
Item 67, there's a motion to withdraw. That was the Dingfelder motion. Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right. Item 68, first consideration.
Chairman, I believe that had somebody who was registered online. We're not live online yet. Are we live back on the internet?
Yes. Yes, we're live.
Okay, and there's nobody registered on number 68 that's online?
The one person that was registered is not logged on at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ready? I'm Ross Sammons, right-of-way mapping coordinator for the city of Tampa. I am here to present item number 68, file number VAC 20-17. It's ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of a right-of-way or alleyway located south of Knollwood Street, north of Ford Street, east of Dixon Avenue, and west of Branch Avenue, within the plat of Avalon Heights, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date. I pass around slides to show you, and I will present those here.
Welcome to city council, by the way.
Yeah, it's good to see you
All
in
these
person
folks we've
finally,
seen
yeah.
as ghosts on television. You know, so
Yeah. Y'all have had a long day.
contrary to public opinion, we don't bite.
Give you a little background here. This alleyway was created by the subdivision plat of Avalon Heights. The alley is unimproved. It is currently grass, and it does not appear to be used by any abutting owners for access. It is partially fenced on both north and south ends. And Wastewater and Frontier have facilities in the alley, and there is an active code case for fencing in the right-of-way. This is a clip of the plat for Avalon Heights. It is in block 28. It's parcel in consideration is lot 1. And as you can see, some of these previous alleyways that are vacated are hatched, and the current one application is in block 28. And that's here. This is the alleyway looking south from Knollwood Street. This is the alleyway looking north from Ford Avenue.
Is the alley, I'm sorry.
You recognize Mr. Citro?
Is the alleyway, can you put that back up, please?
Sure.
Is the alleyway to the right of that telephone pole?
That is
Where all the overgrowth
Frontier,
is?
yes.
Thank you.
I think hold that 1 second. They said the fence obstructs the alleyway.
Yeah, there's
So it
on
looks
both
like
sides there's fence.
But yet it is to the right of that telephone pole.
I thought it's right where the fence is.
It's,
In other
it's
words, the
part-
telephone
yes.
pole's in the middle of the
Yes,
alley.
it's not technically in the middle, but it's within that alleyway, yes. And that's the reason for the easement reservations, the recommendations.
Okay.
Just a quick, this is the applicant's property, looking west from Dixon Avenue. And this is a continuation of the alleyway, looking south from Ford Street, and this is the area not to be vacated.
Now, if I, Mr. Chair,
We
if I-
recognize.
not to split hairs, where is the alleyway on that picture?
Yeah.
It is,
Looking south from Ford.
And my point,
This
Mr.
is-
Chair.
This is, I know what this is, okay. This is the alleyway looking south from Ford Street, which is not to be vacated, and that is
And-
33 here.
Again, I do not mean to split hair. If you
Sure.
can put that picture up.
And it's
Is-
really
is-
hard to tell because.
Is that concrete slab in the alleyway, or is that fence in the alleyway? Or both?
Both.
Mr. Dingfelder, hold on
Both.
one second.
Both.
Or
One
both
of
the
order,
alleyway?
one of order, Mr. Seatrice.
And technically, you can't, you wouldn't be able to technically say one or the other without a full survey, but from the looks of it, they are both in the
And, and again, no offense to you, but you're saying this is the alleyway, and I still have no idea what the alleyway is. Can you go back
Sure.
to the other picture, please?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, please indulge me.
Sir, you have the floor,
The other one, the other picture.
There's a bunch of other pictures.
I'm sorry, the one with the telephone pole.
Okay, all right.
Now, you say this is the alleyway. Again, I'm trying to get my bearing on these pictures.
Yes.
Is it the part that's overgrown?
Yes. Partially overgrown and that telephone pole.
I'm trying to get my bearing and trying to visualize where this alleyway used to be before the overgrowth, before the fence, before the concrete slab.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized now, sir.
Okay, wait. All right, this is looking north from Ford. All right.
Ford, looking north, block 28.
And that other picture that you showed us that had the old looking fence, put that map back up. Put the map back up. Mr. Citro, no?
Here.
Yep. The other picture you showed us was
Was
looking
this.
south from Ford
Correct.
to show us what's happening across the street.
Sure.
Okay, now put that picture back up with the old looking fence. Okay, this is looking south at something that's not really relevant to what
One
we're
at a
doing.
time, let him finish, we'll get back to you, sir, the rebuttal, let him take his time. Are you finished, Mr. Dingfelder?
Yep.
Mr. Citro, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm not directionally challenged. I just wanted to visualize where the alleyway should be.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been trying to figure that out for
if
the
you're
last
looking
5
one way
minutes.
on the alleyway looking south, then obviously, Pierre, on the other side, you're looking north. But I just wanted to know where the alley used to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You good now, sir? All right, you may continue, sir.
Thank you.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, you're on.
There's another image, the last. It's a continuation of the alleyway looking north from Knollwood Street, and that's again not to be vacated.
That's an alley.
And that is not considered with this application. And finally, the recommendation, staff has no objection to this request. Easements for wastewater and Frontier must be retained overall and comply with conditions for natural resources. And again, that goes back to the telephone pole situation that you're asking about. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Thank you, sir. Didn't mean to make it difficult on you.
No, you're good.
Anybody here to speak on this item? Anybody on the second floor speak on this item?
Yes, we do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
My
sir.
name is Bill Rhodes. I'm the property owner
Hold on a second, sir. You be sworn
of
in, please. 1 second, sir. You be sworn in. Raise your hand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Rhodes. I'm the property owner of the alley behind my house I'm trying to vacate. As you can see, it isn't well taken care of. I'd like to take the opportunity to take care of it and have my fence, vinyl fence that's already on the property. There's been a fence there, I've been there for 21 years, been a fence there the whole time, and it was a dilapidated wooden fence, and our neighborhood is really coming up. We got $400,000 home just sold recently and a $300,000 behind my house. So I think it would benefit our neighborhood, and definitely for somebody to take full responsibility on trimming the trees and keeping the grass down and the weeds. I appreciate the time that I've taken from you to explain my situation.
Thank you, sir. Is anybody else to speak on this item?
Just to confirm that there's nobody registered, Madam Clerk?
Anybody registered, Madam Clerk?
We had one person registered, Lorraine Lundy. However, she is not logged on to the webinar at this time.
Second to close.
All right, we'll move to close by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote. I'm sorry, but, Mr. Vieira, will you read the ordinance, sir, if you don't mind?
Do I want
Will
to?
you move item 68, sir?
Sure. Let me.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a portion of a right-of-way alleyway located south of Knollwood Street, north of Ford Street, east of Dixon Avenue, and west of Branch Avenue within the plat of Avalon Heights, a subdivision of the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, is more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vieira moved it, Mr. Maniscalco seconded. Roll call.
Question on motion.
You recognize Mr. Dingfellow.
Thank you. I'm not a big fan of vacating alleys, as most of you know, and often Mr. Carlson and I are in opposition to these. But this particular one, it looks like it only has an impact potentially on 4 houses. And specifically, it's got a telephone pole that would block any access, vehicular access or what have you. And it's apparently, according to the evidence, never been used by any of those 4 houses. So in light of all that, I'll support the motion.
Thank you, sir. All right, roll call.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
No.
Citro?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
All right, thank you. Well, we know it's well past 1:30, so we'll go to item 69.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to mention second reading and adoption will be held on July 15, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. And I want to go back to items number 5 and 6 because I think I failed to mention those.
Okay.
Those, for both of those, the second reading and adoption will also be held on July 15, 2021 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, item 69, Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am not the Chief of Staff, but I am here respectfully on behalf of the Chief of Staff, Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. Today I have 2 items to report to you under the administration update, so saving Chief of Staff the steps across the parking lot. First is I'd like to invite Abby Feely up. There was a memo transmitted to City Council requesting dialogue, and I hope some feedback about rescheduling or resetting some of the actions that would be before council for the remainder of the year in an effort to catch up on some of the quasi-judicial hearings and other matters. As we know, they're extending so far into the nights. They're also getting backed up on calendaring. Abby can provide more details about that, and we'd like to get your input on the best path forward to help kind of see us through catching those cases up and getting ourselves back on course. Secondly, would be a brief presentation by myself and our Chief Building Official, John Hutchison, who is here in the audience as well, to update this group on more than a year's worth of activity that's been done at our construction services and our development services center relative to customer service improvements and other ways to make it easier to do business with us on the development front. So I have those two presentations. I just do want to note that we've had some technical difficulties here at the city with internet and Wi-Fi access. That's why you're seeing some of the actual bodies of the friendly faces of our coordination team here. And I'd like to acknowledge they've scrambled very quickly to come be on site. I heard someone took a scooter over here to make it on time. So I appreciate their efforts. So with that, let me turn over to Director Abby Feely for the first item, which you should have a memorandum about around rescheduling some of the quasi-judicial and other related matters on your calendar. Thanks.
So you're just going to make Vic really happy you're using scooters, including Scooter Joe.
Abby, who's the gentleman with you? I've seen him with you a couple of times now.
JC, yeah, JC Hutchinson, John Hutchinson, that's our building official. He joined us last March from Columbus, Georgia, and he is with us this morning. He's been out with me on some recent projects, so we're excited to have him with you this afternoon for that presentation as well. I just wanted to start briefly and wish you a happy birthday, Councilman Citro. I did not get to do that when I first came up.
I want to thank all city legal for this wonderful birthday present of having you present in front of me, especially you, Abby Feely, who I've been waiting 2 years to see appear before me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Feely.
Thank you. Yes, I think Anastasia Barnes, who you saw present that BRB, she actually broke her ankle. So she was down here on a knee scooter today. We got her over here because we didn't want to hold council up. So really thankful to my team for jumping into action and being present this afternoon. I did want to come before you this afternoon. I know in the past 12 months, given the pandemic and other items that have been going on, we've made a lot of different concessions in keeping our business moving forward, including being at the convention center, being here, being hybrid, being, just interacting in so many new different ways. I am here today to discuss with you the upcoming council calendar and our application filings for the remainder of the year. A bit of background, having processed the rezonings with council for close to 15 years myself, we always were allowed to have 13 items on the agenda. We used those typically as 10 new items and 3 continued items. So when we would come before you and night hearings were happening, if a continuance occurred, we would have a special slot ready for them to go to. Recently, council provided direction to staff to go to 10 items, and we've been doing that. But based on this direction and limitation of 10 and our current rate of filings, we now have applications scheduled out till December. And I want to show you why that's kind of weird. If I can just zoom. Do I zoom out? Okay. New Elmo. Okay, so what I've done is just shown you over here, here's our application deadline. So as you all know, we work on a cycle. Applications come in, 30 days later go to DRC, 30 days later revise, 30 days later they come to you. So we're at about a 90 to 105 day process right now for rezonings and special uses that come before you. So on May 24th, last month, we had a large number of filings that had come in from April and May, and with the 10 case limitation, we filled up through December. We have 1 case now on December. So next week, on June 28th, we'll have our next deadline. Those 10 cases, in theory, would have been placed on the October 14th hearing, but there's already 10 there. So we are about 21 cases over the cycle of where we technically should be. So anything that comes in now will finish up December and then we'll go to January. But we're ahead of ourselves by several months in what's coming in. So I did provide a memorandum to you and a couple recommendations on what we would like to discuss with you and see if there might be a possibility of implementing. The first recommendation was, one thing I failed to go over. In addition to us placing cases on, the Planning Commission comes to you and also asks for one of those night hearings. And they used to use one of the second hearings in the month, and I believe they have 15 cases that they're getting ready to come to you to set. Well, if they use one of our 2 evening hearings, then we won't have an ability to put any cases on that night. So my first recommendation for consideration was to ask about scheduling a hearing on September 30th just for the plan amendments. And that would not use any of the 10 cases on either of the nights that land development or development coordination would typically use to bring applications that are in our cycles before you. The second request or recommendation for consideration would be to allow up to the 13 cases for the remainder of the year, just to get us back on track. And we would do that mingling the rezonings and the alcohols. So typically the second Thursday night of the month, you hear rezonings. The fourth Thursday night of the month, you hear the alcohol cases. And the alcohol has not been filling up. It's been 3 or 4 cases. So we would use some of those overflow 10 cases to go back and fill those in, and we believe we could get back to on track. The other recommendation for consideration I had for you was to start at 5:01. That way we could gain another hour, even though we were asking you for additional, we could gain another hour. And that would allow us to monitor and manage those cases as well. All that being said, whatever you would consider or recommend work with us on, we could come back to you. The next alcohol deadline is August 2nd. So we could come back to you at the beginning of August based on whatever direction we take today, and we could give you an update as to where we are on all those case numbers, what we have, and how we're back on track. And we would propose to keep in communication with you on that so that we would all understand what would be forthcoming before the board and how we could work to manage that so that we stay within a reasonable time frame, keep the cases on track, and keep your business moving smoothly. So.
You recognize Mr. Maniscalco?
I listened to the different options. I don't mind 5:01. I don't mind September 30th. So I'm open to whatever works.
Miranda, you recognize that we'll
I agree with that. I agree with Mr. Maniscalco, what he just said. To catch up, we have a city that is very popular throughout relocation, and we have to face the facts that, however, we used to have alcohol zoning during the day, and we changed them to the night. How many night alcohol zoning do we have in the night? Can we put some of the, and I'm sure you've done this before, some of the zoning areas during the alcohol? Maybe that'll alleviate some of the problem.
So what the other challenge that we have right now is that in August and November and December, we only have 1 night hearing a month. So where we would have had the 2 to give us potentially 20 items on 2 different nights, we only have 1 hearing on those months. So that too is coupling what's going on. And that's the other item, is that alcohol runs on a shorter schedule. So for the October 14th hearing, for the October 28th hearing, I won't know till August 2nd what alcohol we may have that evening. So that's why I said, if you give us the flexibility now to expand the number of items or a combination, even if you said 11 or 12, whatever it would be, we would, as they come in, work to fill those hearings the most efficient way we could to mingle both alcohol and zonings and to, try to get things along. But what I showed you in the overflow of the 10, 10, 10, and 1, that's all zoning. None of that is alcohol yet.
Let me say this, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So, and what you're telling us without telling us, I think, is the alcohol, you're never full with 10. But you are with zonings.
That's
so
correct.
We have never limited the alcohol, but we have limited the zonings. Because you don't know what you're going to get.
We've always, per council direction, 10 items. We never called them one or the other because sorry, a lot of times those 10
Maybe that's the
items.
alcohol that you.
Yeah. A lot of those 10 items would include plan amendments. So that's what also happened, I think, last month, is happening next week on June 24th. You have a couple mixed in because Planning Commission came to you with items. That was our alcohol night and we had items. So I always look at them as items, not as what type of application they are.
I agree with Mr. Maniscalco on the September date for zoning, just for the Planning
amendments?
Commission. And I agree to integrate the zoning with the land use because we can handle them kind of quickly, I believe. Not the zonings, the alcohol. There's testimony, but they're not testimony with a lot of action behind it. It's either yes or no, you meet the requirements, so forth and so on, hours of operation. It's nothing that we have to go the back and do a history on. So that's my recommendation, to allow them the flexibility of getting something done to alleviate the problem that we have in the city. We're going to get backed up as we go even further because the city is becoming more popular, not because of us, but because of you guys.
Mr. Carlson, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, as I said earlier, my preference is I'm flexible as long as we can keep it on Thursday, please. I think the public has an expectation that we're going to meet on Thursdays. I block out all day and night Thursday, whether we have a night meeting or not. And just with my other schedules, it's just easier and better to do it that way. So I'm okay meeting at 5. I would rather add, you mentioned September 30th, I'd rather add 1 or 2 Thursday nights to catch up instead of 5 p.m. But if you need to do both, fine with me. I just want to keep it all on Thursdays if possible.
I agree with Mr. Carlson also.
Mr. Dingfeld and Mr. Citro.
So, yeah, Abby, thank you for that comprehensive analysis. I'm totally in agreement with the 5 p.m. start. Sometimes it might be a little difficult for, somebody who's working till 5 to come, but I think most people's schedules are flexible enough. I'm good with switching some of those alcohol night spots to rezoning spots. The only suggestion I would make looking at the September calendar is the 30th. It would be our fifth Thursday, and according to the calendar the clerk gave us, we don't have any meeting at all that day. So what I would suggest instead is to look at the 16th, which is a regular council day that we all have to be here with our little suits on and everything, and just stay the 16th, and then continue to leave the 30th off. As a, it's the 5th Thursday. So we don't have that many 5th Thursdays during the year, but I think there's like 2. So why not just keep it free?
Let me get to Mr. Citro, then we'll talk about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Feely, when we had COVID, we had time off. And I believe it was March of this year that we heard those words, we finally caught up. Mike, I was elected to do this job. I could be here 24/7 on Thursdays. It doesn't make any difference to me. That is what I was elected to do. My concern more is for the people that come here, and Jean Stoddard, her last name is hard to say, you know who I'm talking about, the lovely lady from South of Gandy, who always says, we're the last ones to be heard. And she's right. We've heard her at midnight. We've heard her at 1 o'clock. Again, my concern is more for the citizens that come down here, 5:01, and they might not, 6 o'clock, they might not get their cases heard. We've had long meetings that have gone from 9 until 5:30, where we had a half an hour for dinner and had to be back here at 6. I was elected to do that. You don't have a crystal ball. I understand that. The city that we don't. Is there going to come a time when we have to have another evening session during the week? And if so, how quickly would that alleviate things to where we would get back to normal?
I mean, Abby Feely, that's completely up to the discretion of council. And I'm coming to you now because I know if I don't, then many of these applicants who filed under these cycles are going to say, I filed under, the September cycle, but I'm not being heard till November. What is council doing, or how are we addressing this? And I want to be forthright with you, so we are addressing it. So if you the 16th I think is great. There are budget hearings, so I'm not sure what you all would like to do about that, but we can add another evening hearing. I'm here for your feedback and an open discussion on this matter. I'm happy to try to accommodate in whatever way we can to move all of us forward.
And again, thank you very much, Ms. Feely. Again, I was elected to do this. I'm thinking more for the citizens and when they have to come down here. And Councilman Miranda is right. Our city is growing, we're getting bigger, we're having more people come here. It's going to come to a point where we're going to have to make that type of decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Miranda, you recognize.
I'm sorry, I think it was covered here. I just want to make sure that we're happy and that the world's happy and everybody's in conjunction doing the right thing. That's all. We got to be in unit. We got to help you guys. At the same time, you got to help us as far as the moving of the calendar. I'm not opposed to what was said by Mr. Maniscalco or anyone else, but I agree with Mr. Carlton. Thursdays is the day. Just fill it.
All right, well, I kind of had this discussion with the Chief of Staff, and I've instructed Mr. Shelby to individually get with you guys and Mr. Harrell, because they're talking about possibly having a budget hearing on a Friday evening. I think it's toward a holiday weekend, I believe. So that's a discussion that may need to be had. And I'm going to let Mr. Shelby, I don't know if he's got in touch with Mr. Harrell or not, but I pretty much put it out there to Chief of Staff that that's a big ask, a holiday weekend to have a budget hearing with folks going out of town. I think that's asking much for the public to push that on them on a Friday evening. But again, that's a discussion that needs to be had. Mr. Shelby, you're recognized.
Oh, no, sir, I just thank you. I did put in a call to Mr. Perry, and I'm beginning the process, but that was the discussion, and I will follow up with City Council after I meet with Mr. Rogero and Mr. Perry to discuss it. But as of now, as you heard, Mr. Chairman, during agenda review, the city has very limited options. I haven't heard all the facts, but the truth of the matter is I believe in, Ms. Lucas is familiar with this, that they're contemplating 2 Friday evening hearings in September for the budget. One of them, as you said, is right before Labor Day weekend. Is that correct, as I recall?
Budget hearings, making sure we have a quorum. I mean, I don't know the calendars of some of these council members already. I'm just saying.
2 Friday nights?
2 Friday. I'm just putting it out there. I'm letting you know.
Wow.
And I can provide more information when I talk with you, council members, but you also have the Jewish holidays in September that cause a concern as well, that a lot of factors take place. And there's also, in terms of the hierarchy of who gets to set their hearings first, you have the county and you have the school board that do take priority over the city when they set their public hearings.
Now, I mean, I'm amenable to anything we need to do to push these numbers down, to get them out, but I'm still a stickler about 11 o'clock. We accomplish nothing going past that time. People are tired, citizens are tired, safety conditions, I have a strong concern with that, so I just can't advocate anything that's going to push us past an 11 o'clock deadline. You recognize Mr. Carlson?
Friday nights are not acceptable at all. Not for us, but the public. The public is going to be really, really upset about that. I mean, there's all kinds of sporting events that happen on Friday night and everything, and I don't think any of us want to deal with the backlash on that. I'm willing to come in every Thursday night and help with that. That's when the public expects us to come in. But Friday nights in particular, and if it's before a holiday, we're all going to get accused of trying to hide something. It's not worth it.
So, Mr. Shelby, I think you kind of heard from your council members, your clients already. So I would suggest you get with Mr. Harrell and the Chief of Staff to try to work that out, because I can see 2 Friday nights like that in the evening time will probably be a no-go. So it may have to be a special day or whatever, but Friday could be very hard pressed, sir.
I have a feeling that the administration has heard it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So as long as we're talking calendar, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Shelby, I appreciate you pointing this out. I know it's probably too late to do anything, but Thursday, the 16th of September, all day long is Yom Kippur.
The
And
16th
it
of
also
September?
appears that it's a regular council meeting. I don't know how that happened.
The 16th of
Yom
September
Kippur
is
happens to be a bigger holiday than Rosh Hashanah.
in
And you're not
September.
you're expressly not supposed to be working.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Zellman can help us on that too.
You recognize that, Mr.
Can we,
Vieira?
I mean, is it, Mr. Shelby, is it too late to move that, or?
No, it's not too late. But the question is how it affects the other departments. We have to find out in terms of scheduling. September is far enough away, I would think, to be able to reschedule that, certainly. Obviously, council, and I apologize, but that seems to be obviously an oversight. Historically and traditionally and by direction, we don't set city council meetings on Yom Kippur.
Chair, if I might,
You reckon?
Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. I certainly do not want to speak on behalf of Chief Bennett relative to the budget hearings, but I think what we've certainly, myself and Ms. Feely, have very helpful direction from you relative to rescheduling our development coordination matters, so we'll take those back and reflect on that and factor that feedback in, as well as reconcile it with what we're hearing around the budget hearings and some of the reactions to that, and certainly the holiday components. So I think we can absorb all that and come back, work with the clerk's office and with Mr. Shelby, and come back with a more cohesive schedule for the remainder of the year.
Sounds good, Ms. Post.
Great. Thank you, Abby. So the second brief presentation, if I think our AV team is going to bring up a PowerPoint presentation. While they're doing that, thank you. I'd like to introduce our chief building official, J.C. Hutchison. You heard from Ms. Feely. He was brought on board last April, a yeoman's effort to join and relocate during COVID, to say the least. He has brought such a fresh perspective and a lot of new talents to our team, some of which you will see reflected in this presentation. JC has nearly 15 years of experience. He's a Bachelor in Science in Architecture from the University of Tennessee. Thank you. And a Master's in Public Administration. And he is very well traveled as well in terms of industry organizations, the ICC and others. He's been nominated and recognized by those organizations, and we're very, very proud to have him on our team and leading our construction services group. So part of the presentation today was to reflect on the efforts that have been made with this group dating back more than a year and a half. So if you can indulge us for about a 10-minute presentation, we will skim through as rapidly as possible, but we did want to reflect on dozens of different initiatives, efforts, and progress that's been made to really open the doors of government to the people that use them, both big developers, small developers, homeowners, contractors, tradespeople, and everyone who uses our functions to deliver on their business goals. So, JC, won't linger back there. You're right up front. So following the slides, I think I'd wanted to reflect this in the notion of one of the 4 of the mayor's advisory reports that were produced back in late 2019 and early 2020. This was one of the first that was developed, the Development Services Advisory Report. It was issued in November of 19. We had already begun making efforts to implement the recommendations, and they certainly have continued through the last year and a half. This report remains online for anyone to see, as well as all of the minutes and notes relative to the production of the report and the efforts that the advisory team brought into putting this together. There were 4 chapters, and as I said, we just want to touch upon progress that's been made in each of those 4 chapters. And I will start with the first, which has to do with meeting the demands, having sufficient resources. And it was one of the observations that the advisory team reflected on, was that at the time, and this was mid-2019, the ratio of our number of staff to the influx and the growing demand for their services was no longer aligned. We had many, many vacancies that had not been filled for a host of reasons, but it was just not really acceptable to continue to persist in that condition. So one of the main efforts we've taken on over the last year, you see a reflection of it even here in the room, many new faces, is filling those vacancies. We have made a number of substantial new hires, certainly JC himself in terms of our chief building official and running our construction services team, the rehiring of our Director of Development and Growth Management and Abby Feely and the incredible assets that she has brought back to the city, the promotion of Eric Cotton to Development Coordination Manager. So a lot of movement within our team, both introducing new talent and reflecting on the promotion and talents that we have in-house to promote them up. As you can see just from the slide, we also initiated our city planning department under Mr. Goer's leadership and then filled almost all our vacancies. Our obligation now is to just keep that consistently well-staffed so that we can meet demand. We also did a couple of realignments of some of our functional areas to have them better serve the clients that are in need of those services. So a lot going on the organizational side. The other
question before you move on, if I could.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Can you go back one slide, please, Karen? How big now is the quote city planning department? And I think that just for anybody who's watching, this is sort of longer term planning as opposed to day-to-day, responding to day-to-day crises, which is what most of our planners do. But anyway,
Right.
how big is Randy Gower's group?
No, it's a great question, and it's good to distinguish. We have urban planners integrated into our development coordination team, and they serve that function that you see here in terms of delivering on the quasi-judicials and the rezonings and a lot of the matters that come through on a day-to-day basis. The initiation of a city planning department was around long-term planning, and it was a void that the administration had. Randy and his seasoned background was the right guy to fill into that role. Since then, he has tapped talent from across other areas of the city staff. He has a team of, I'd call it 3.5 FTE, some of which are on loan from other departments and some of which have been full-time transferred to him, for example, to cover forestry issues, transportation and mobility issues, and some of the other things that city planning casts such a wide net. So he's a small but powerful team.
I think a lot of the comments that we receive from neighborhood groups, if you really get down to brass tacks, fall into that category of the fact that we need more and better long-term planning. Historically, we've always sort of punted that up the street to the Planning Commission, and they do a great job on whatever they do. But I would encourage you, Carol, to push hard for additional FTEs for Randy's group, and if you need help on that, feel free to call us. Thank you.
Thank you. Will do.
You recognize Mr. Cross?
Yeah, just to add to that, I want to applaud you and the mayor for adding that unit and giving Randy support. He's done a great job with the neighborhood commercial district plans, and I know he's working on the South of Gandy one, and I echo what Ms. Stringfeller says. The more planners we have, the better. I know you come from a planning background, so you know it, and that's exactly what we need. We need more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate. I think we all recognize we're a big growing city, and with respect to our partners at the Planning Commission who do an excellent job, and we work very collaboratively with them. It was a void here in our shop, and I think now having that here simply complements our ability to move that forward in a more sound way. So I appreciate the support. With that, I'm going to turn to Chapter 2 and then on to Chapter 3 of this report and let JC report to you some of the process improvements that have been made around increasing transparency and accountability, two key aspects of the mayor's strategies. And then Chapter 3 reflects upon streamlining the process. So transparency into the process is great, but if what it shows is a burdensome process, that's not really an appealing outcome either. So we want to make it transparent and also streamline it at the same time. So I'll turn over to JC and let him share some of the work that's been done.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm going to try to give you an elevator spiel on this to get through this as soon as possible in the interest of time. The first thing I'd like to talk about is our construction services webpage. Obviously, that is our 24-hour billboard. So obviously, we're here 8 to 4:30, and we have people that are here beyond that time, and to be able to provide a conscious effort to improve your information on permitting, so you know where to find it and know how to get to it. Under our Acela user, that's our ACA. That's where people come in to apply for permits and put that information in to acquire permits. We try to make that a little bit more visually appealing and try to kind of be a little bit more concise on the documents to make it a tool that everyone can use. Under our advisory groups we've created, development growth management, we really just want to meet quarterly with the design community and the construction community to get feedback from these improvements, from these things that we're putting in place. So we're starting to create these meetings quarterly, and we meet with these different groups. We're starting to get feedback, and then we're able to have action items from that point forward. We created a pilot program to meet other clients. We may not everybody that may be in that group or get emails, but if they're a part of our Acela system, we do have access to them. So we try to provide them surveys to give us information on the permitting process, so we can find pain points if they had a great client facilitator, if they had an issue with the plan review, so we can kind of figure out where those problems are as the process goes, instead of people getting all the way to the end and they're having to remember what happened 6 months ago. So we're trying to put that pilot program in place. To help explain more for our large-scale projects, those are our more complicated and complex projects. We want to create the website and kind of give a place for our project coordinator for people to receive that information. So as we're dealing with bigger projects like Water Street or Midtown, any of those, that those type of developers for those larger projects have one point of contact to go to help walk them through the process. To kind of encapsulate visually kind of the volume of work that we do for permitting, we've created a GIS map, which is currently available online right now, that gives you that volume of construction and residential permits. We don't do the trades. These are just residential and commercial projects that are ongoing within the city of Tampa that are currently active. So you can see those. People can go in and look at them. If there's a complaint to say, hey, there's illegal work being done on my street, this is kind of that visual aid as opposed to always having to know exactly what that address is to be able to get that information. Another virtual experience we're trying to add is our Queue Up Tampa. The intent of that is to keep people from always feeling like they have to come down to the office to see us. To be able to create a virtual environment where if they have issues with their plans or they have issues with their permits, that they can meet with our client facilitators and our plan reviewers virtually instead of having to come down to the office same day. Instead of playing phone tag, email tag, they can talk to someone one-on-one, get that feedback, and get the responses. Construction services continue to be a data-driven division, so we have we've developed more tools through Power BI and through OpenGov to be able to show and evaluate our permitting times and processes. So hopefully we have that information that then we can take back to management or up to administration to say, hey, these are things that we're lacking on. We have the data to back it up to say this is why we're asking for new FTEs or this is why we're asking for new equipment, and we have the information there to provide us the background. When we talk on streamlining the process, you know, our intent is, as Carol has stated, is our intent is to standardize the permit process. We want people to understand when they come in and get a residential alteration or they're doing an addition, they can come in today, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and they should expect the same process. They shouldn't come in one time and there's an exception here, we made an exception here, we made another exception here. We want to be able to make that process as standardized as we can, so therefore we limit the resubmittal processes, because that's our staff going back and having to reevaluate and look at that documentation over and over. So one of the first ones we've created is kind of we're trying to create these best practices guides. So our first one here is for residential additions. So we want to be able to give you, I hate calling them checklists, because then everyone fills out the checklist and then they assume they're going to get a permit. So we want to kind of just say it's more of a guidance to say if you provide us these things, we can then let you know, yes, you are ready, and we'd like to limit the resubmittals because, like I said, that comes with resubmittal fees, and we have to go back into the system and kick all those things out. So we want to be able to give that guidance at the front end so people are available. One of our bigger projects that we just got put together is when you get ready to close your permit. That is also a big headache because we're dealing with different departments, we're dealing with different groups, and you don't really know, you know, either if you're an owner and you're not knowing what you need to do to close out a project, or you're a developer and you don't know what you need to close out a project. Now you can go on to ACA, type in the address of your permit. It will give you all the outstanding holds any conditions, anything left to finish the project. Because our intent is to get you to the CO, but a lot of times you just say, hey, I got my final permit, but there may be a water hole, there may be a right-of-way condition, there may be something you're not aware of. So we want to be able to have all that information in one place. You can print it out as a report, and you can take it with you. Our the same-day plan review has now been created. So every Thursday, I have plan reviewers that are available on limited residential alterations and commercial alterations that are able to come in and do same-day plan review. The intent there is if we're not involved in another department, if it doesn't have to deal with right-of-way, if it's something you're doing an interior alteration to your house, if you're adding a bathroom, if you're redoing your kitchen, things that are inside of your house that don't have to revolve with you're not getting rezoned, any of those other groups that particularly can have a part in the process, but in this you really don't. So ideally, you set up an appointment time where our plan reviewers, you come in, we do a virtual, we do a GoToMeeting or Teams right now, and you come in, you get your permit same day, and you're ready to go. And lastly, with Homeowners Night, which is a great initiative that we did to extend our office hours so that people that did want to come in and wanted a little bit more information on how to get a permit done for their property, met with everyone that was in development and growth management. So you were able to do those. We had extended hours so that the citizens had an opportunity to come talk to us face to face, because we understand everyone's not digital, everybody's not wanting to submit everything online, but to be able to have that interaction and to continue to do the work. So hopefully as obviously the pandemic here has resided, the intent is to get those programs, this one specifically, back up and going. And at this point, I'll hand it back over to Carol.
Question? And I know my office, we receive ton of emails and calls about the permitting process. Why is it taking so long? Or I went to one person and then I go to another person and they tell me this, and I got to go back here, go back there. I guess I want to figure out how can we streamline those processes or give the public a general idea why is it taking so long? We just or we don't have enough staff to get it done, or or what? Why is it taking so long, and why are we going back and forth with one person saying one thing and another person saying something else?
Well, what we've tried to do, we've also come up with some community groups. So I meet monthly with right-of-way, stormwater, water, legal, everyone, to try to, some of those issues that you're mentioning that, they're not necessarily inside of construction services, we kind of end up being the bad guy because we're the last step before the permit is issued. So if it's not caught before us, typically it's kind of an after fact or an afterthought of the group. So unfortunately, when we're the last barrier, that's usually where all the complaints come to, because at that point, if we issue that permit and they don't have proper right-of-way, or they don't have proper parking, or there's not approved crossings of the right-of-way, then we get into more legal issues as to why did the city allow that permit to go. So for us, what we've tried to do is work with these different groups that are outside of us, like right-of-way, transportation, mobility, and so we've asked them to start developing best practices with us. So once again, because they come to us for a permit, the city's the city, so they're gonna come see us first and say, what do we need for a permit? And we have some of the answers, but we don't always have all of the answers. So a lot of times we do have to defer to other groups and other departments to get that response. And so we're working to get those best practices because we want to predict. We want to know what right-of-way is going to say. We want to know what mobility is going to say as we get some of these more complex projects. So a lot of times it's a lot of the coordination, because we're getting that design team, and then the contractor's coming in, and the contractor's not super familiar with our process, or we have the design team that is familiar. And so a lot of times they're talking to people they personally know or on a previous project, and then you go down that road and that person's not here anymore, or that person's moved and they're not in that department. So a lot of those gaps we're trying to fill.
Do you think, I always believe in audio visual, sometimes the best learner for people with communication. Same thing we talked about this morning with this council. We have no communications director. We have nobody that can get our message out. I think it's the same process throughout the city and some of the departments, that people don't know how to get the message. A lot of people can read things but not read with understanding sometimes, or interpret something totally different than what they're reading. But if you have some type of audio visual to where people can click on and see the process, then understand the process, how you just explained it to me, now I understand where some of the drawbacks are. Well, maybe somebody's left the department. Well, maybe stormwater hasn't approved this, or you don't know that, and people, now they're frustrated. Well, I've submitted, why is my permit? But don't know that this other process is an issue. So I think whatever we do moving forward in the city, with communication. I see the mayor all the time gets on there, boom, by the big people, and explain what's going on. That's what people want to hear, because when they hear it, they see it, and now they understand it better. So that's just my tip as the old policeman to say people sometimes don't really read sometimes with understanding, but if they see it and you're talking it through, they get a better idea what to do.
That's an excellent point, and I think, one thing to note is development and construction is complicated. It's whether you're old hat at it, or in many cases, as we see, folks are just doing it for the first time. It can be complicated. We're trying to make it as easy as possible, but it is complicated. It will always be. There will always be steps in process. I've been doing this for almost 25 years, and it's in buildings departments, you have the constant tug and pull about being a regulatory agency and ensuring compliance, and yet trying to find a smooth path to the finish line. And it's just an innate struggle. I think what JC is represented here, and this is literally the tip of the iceberg, are a wide range of activities trying to get to the bottom line for every user, regardless of what their skill set is, or their experience, or their way of absorbing information. So we didn't touch upon some of the, we did Acela user training sessions. Again, COVID had to sort of stifle that, but we had a once a month training session that invited anyone to come in. We had them after hours so they could be targeted towards smaller business and tradespeople that could come in and understand how to navigate Acela, or how to get a permit, or how to pull a tree permit. They're, more complicated than you would think. So there are, and not that we will ever be done with that. I think this is always a work in progress, but the effort is there to try to have as many tools as possible in the toolkit to help every user find their way to the finish line. I would finish then with the last chapter, which was around updating the land development code. We saw this come up in 3 of the 4 advisory group reports, which was updating our land code to align with our priorities, whether it be mobility strategies or housing strategies and the like. And there were certainly many references within our construction and building code that needed to be modernized and aligned with what our standards were now. I think we've shared this with you before. Actually, Andrea Zellman has been a main point in this in terms of cataloging all of those suggested recommendations and starting to move forward on them. And so that is a process that's underway. You saw phase 1 come through you, and you unanimously approved a change to 13 administrative amendments in December that took effect in March. Phase 2 is shortly coming on its heels, and that will deal with more complex matters. Some of those will be before you in the coming months and through the fall, and then we will continuously make this a constant evolution. It should never be the case that your code sits fallow for years without any updates and modernizations. That is actually one piece that will get transitioned to our city planning department. That's an ideal, functional way to have a clearinghouse for code changes and needs to come through with those folks that can look through a longer lens and not just acute issues that they're trying to solve. So wrapping that up, JC really gave you a window into what's happening at construction services. There are also similar scenarios going on across many of our other areas under Eric Cotton's new leadership, under Dennis Fernandez, historic preservation. All of our areas under Abby's leadership are driving toward progress and improvements. And then last is just to reflect that all of this was done, for the most part, under COVID conditions, under COVID constraints, and at the same time, this team was leading several of the more high-profile COVID responses, the construction site safety program that we undertook, the Lift Up Local program, and certainly all of the quasi-judicial hearing adaptations that had to occur. So while we always will be a work in progress, I'm very proud of what's been accomplished in the last 15 months. That is due to certainly the folks you see in the room, but the 100+ that are not in the room. We have an incredible team, and I credit them every day for the incredible work that they do. So with that, just knowing that we will maintain this as a constant objective and goal to continue to deliver great service, to find new ways to do it, and to report and be accountable for our services. So with that, I'll conclude. I don't know if you have any other questions.
I saw Dane Felder and Mr. Carlson.
I'll defer to Mr. Carlson.
Mr. Carlson, you ready?
No, I just want to say thanks again for working on these processes. I think the mayor and I met with the builders like at around the same time when we were running for office, and we got an earful. And then as I was knocking on doors, I got an earful from homeowners, and then who were frustrated. And then when we started 2 years ago, we got all kinds of complaints. And I'm still getting some complaints, which I pass on to you. And thank you for your help with those also. But the number of complaints is way less. And in fact, I'm getting compliments, especially on how the city is using Acela better and differently now. So thanks and hats off to you all doing that.
Thank you. That's all goes to the team. Appreciate it, though.
Thank you. Yeah, I did want to give some kudos in regard to the Acela system. About 4 or 5 years ago, I had the unfortunate opportunity to try and maneuver my way through Acela on a project that we were working on, a home related project, and it was very, very difficult. And then more recently, last year, right before COVID, we had another home project, and I saw great improvements on Acela. So sir, welcome to Tampa belatedly. Look forward to working with you. But anyway, so whoever's making those changes, Carol, I give you some shout out there, and anybody else who's working on that. I think Acela's getting better. And as a matter of fact, it was on the agenda today for a couple $1 million of improvements.
It's going to get even more better.
Right.
More better?
More better. All right, thank you.
That much better. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Jim, I think we only have 71, 72, and 73 go together.
71, Mr. Chairman, 71 is a receive and file. And 72 and 73 are related, but they're both big ticket items. I guess that's the Acela issue, is it not?
Madam Deputy Clerk,
Marty, number 71 is actually a resolution to be adopted.
71? Oh, I see.
What about 70?
we did it already.
70 was taken care of.
Yeah.
They
All
moved
right.
the resolution?
So moved?
Mr. Maniscalco just moved it, Ms. Citro second. Roll call vote on it?
On which one?
71?
I'm sorry, who seconded this one?
Citro?
Thank you. Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
All right, gentlemen, the only thing we have is 72 and 73, and they're both 1 and 2. Both of them are resolutions.
Move the resolution for 72?
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Citro, roll call vote.
Vieira?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda? And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
73,
Move the resolution 73.
Citro, Mr. Maniscalco, roll call.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
All right, new business. Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion. It's gonna be for commendation, but really it's a commendation / condolence. A gentleman named Dario Danile from Sicily, good friends with Vince Pardo, who worked for the city for many, many years. Going back to 1991, when Tampa established a sister city with Agrigento, Sicily, he was part of a folkloric Sicilian dance group that came to Tampa many, many times. He was actually here, I believe, in front of council in 2019 with a group of mayors from Sicily. He had a stroke the other day, and as he was recovering, he contracted COVID and he died. So I spoke with Mr. Pardo commendation, have everything that will be written up for it, put it in a plaque.
Second.
Mr. Pardo will mail it to Sicily, to the family, but I want to go ahead and make that motion to do that, and I'll handle all this stuff.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Gentlemen, Mr. Corey, Mr. Shea, you brought it to my attention. We didn't move the resolution number 70? Is that correct, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes, you did a motion to receive and file, but not actually move the resolution.
So moved.
Resolution moved by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? Dingfelder? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with the Vieira being absent at vote.
I see Ms. Post, Ms. Feely still here. Are we missing something, or? Okay, all right.
Just so nice to be here.
Okay, all right. Mr. Carlson, your turn, sir.
Wait. I had
Yo,
one
one more.
more.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. You're recognized.
They missed us.
So I would like to make a motion in regards to a complaint that I received on the Hillsborough River, a gentleman near the Lorry Park ramp of another manatee death, a baby manatee. He sent me pictures and he said that, and I've gotten several complaints from people about people just speeding through on their boats and being reckless with the marine life and even the residents there. When you're speeding through and no wake zones, it causes issue to the seawall and whatnot. I would assume, I know there's a TPD marine unit. I don't know whether to ask for TPD just to provide a brief report. It can be a written report. They don't have to present in front of council or whomever the proper party is. Under new business staff reports, under staff reports for the August 5th meeting, which is a regular city council session, just to see what we do to patrol the waters there, or if we need to look at making everything a no-wake zone or expanding that no-wake zone through that area.
I second the motion. And may I add a friendly amendment?
Sure.
To bring with us the scope of the river, how it is. Some have no wake, some have wake zones. So
Exactly.
everybody can understand where we're at.
Exactly, perfect, yes, sir.
Accept this friendly amendment, sir.
Yep, I accept that.
All right. Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda with a friendly amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Carlson.
I was going to ask for FWC maybe if they would like to accommodate, but that's fine. That's fine.
You want to reopen that for that?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carlson.
Yes, sir. Steve Swindle stepped down as chair of the Port Tampa Bay, and he, among many other people, but in particular, he led the turnaround of our port. Our port was lagging behind for years. We were so far behind other ports that it was embarrassing, and he, along with the new management team that he brought in, Paul Anderson, have turned our port around the last few years. And I think we should give him a commendation and thank him for his service. And so I would make a motion to give Steve Swindle a commendation to thank him for his service as chair of the Port Tampa Bay. And it looks like we don't have any on September 2nd. Does that?
Madam Deputy Clerk.
That is correct. We do not have any scheduled.
Motion for Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
The other thing is that a friend and mentor of mine, probably many of you, passed away this morning, Guy King. The news has been circulating around today. He was also good friends with the mayor, just one of the great leaders of Tampa. He met me in 1994 and got me involved in the Tampa Chamber, and he said, he looked at me and he said, that it's our job to make everybody else look good. We need to work really hard behind the scenes. And he was one of these guys who, he was chair of the chamber a few years ago, but besides that, he worked behind the scenes for decades, making tremendous changes in Tampa. I'm not going to ask for a commendation. I want to talk to his wife first, but anyway, I just wanted to express our sympathy to his family.
Anything
That's
else,
it,
sir?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman, thank you very much for your birthday wishes. Everybody in the clerk's office, I thank you all for your birthday wishes. My City of Tampa family, I thank you for your birthday wishes. and everybody in the public, thank you. I've had a wonderful birthday today. Nothing more, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dean, for the record.
I asked Mr. Citro how old he was today, but he won't divulge.
39.
No, if I may,
Your birthday.
believe me, some people say I act like a 6-year-old, and I tell them I'm 6.5. Some people say that I'm too old to have fun, but I no longer say, here, hold my beer. So, I'm old enough.
All right, Jim.
This morning, we discussed briefly this most recent issue about cemeteries. They call it the College Hill Cemetery. And then Mr. Bennett advised us, I think during the break, that he's established an entire sort of cemetery task force headed up by Osea Wynn. So I would just request that the administration come to us with a report to council and the community about the various cemetery issues, including the College Hill Cemetery issue, which I imagine we'll be reading about in the paper probably tonight or tomorrow. And that would be, I don't know, first meeting in August, Mr. Shelby? August what? August 5th, under staff report.
Motion by Mr. Dean Felder for staff report.
Second.
Second, Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Mr. Randall?
I just have one. It came out of item number 71. I see where we have an outside firm and have been doing business for years, and I believe that was sometime back when these larger government than ours made us do something like that. A certain percent had to go to some private enterprise, I believe. But now I see a 2.6% increase, and we passed it today. I'd just like the legal department and solid waste to bring us up to date on whether those rules are still in effect. I believe that's what it was done years back. And what's the possibility, if any, of the city of Tampa taking care of the whole city and waste management pickup?
Second.
Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Aye, that's passed. That's the only thing I have, Mr. Chairman.
What date?
But I was going to ask if there's a date associated
In the
with that.
next 30 days, it's not, nothing.
Madam Clerk?
That's fine.
All right, July 29th.
Thank you.
Mr. Miranda, Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
Mr. Dingle, can I pass the gavel to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Two items that are dear to me. Dear friend of mine, fraternity brother as well, and longtime youth football coach. Started out over the Boys and Girls Club Eagles. Coached in my league. I was able to nominate him for the American Youth Football AOL Hall of Fame. He's a 2007 initiate of the Hall of Fame for youth football. And Mr. Julius Colley, well renowned and known in the community of fostering young men in athletics and mentorship and getting them on the right path. So I would like to make a motion to give Coach Julius Colley a commendation posthumely for his service to the community as a youth football coach and mentor to the youth and young adults in the community. Those will be presented to the family at the service on a date not yet determined.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Mr. Miranda. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, sir. Last one, you know, we had a family member in the city that was taken away from us because of his heroic efforts. I know the county has already have a resolution that was passed, I believe, and we want to make sure that we are good stewards because he worked with our family and worked with our city. On March 9th, 2021, Tampa Police Officer Jesse Masson was killed when he was responding to reports of a vehicle driving in the wrong direction on I-275. I make a motion to ask the city council attorney to come back on July 15, 2021 on the staff reports and unfinished business with a resolution supporting the state of Florida's designation of I-275 between Sly Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard as Officer Jesse Masson Memorial Highway.
We have a motion from our chairman, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right, motion to proceed five.
Mr. Chairman,
You're recognized, Mr. Chairman.
forgive me. While we are on the subject and while the subject is taken care of, the sooner the better, council, would you consider removing the September 16th City Council regular session from the calendar and rescheduling the regular session for the 5th Thursday, September 30th, so we can actually have 2 meetings that month, but acknowledge the fact that the 16th is an observance of Yom Kippur, and take that off the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote on this, please.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? Dingfelder?
Yes.
Goode?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Dingfelder. Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
Move to receive and file.
Before you, forgive me, a request from Ms. Post. Council, you're not adjourned yet, is that correct? Okay. Now that because of Yom Kippur, there has been a meeting scheduled for the 30th, which is the 5th Thursday, to take that opportunity, as Ms. Post had, and as Ms. Feely had recommended of City Council, to use that meeting. You want to start it at 5:01 p.m.?
So moved.
For an evening session.
Moved by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Have to have a roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
We had a motion to receive and file on the floor, I believe, with Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Adjourned.